Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei Had a Human Rival? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. When he suddenly came to, he was standing in the middle of a white room. He blinked, disoriented and searching for an explanation. He had been browsing the internet in his room like normal, so this couldn't be a simple kidnapping while he was asleep. He told himself he was just an average nobody, no fortune, no fame, so there was no obvious reason anyone would abduct him. Even if he had been randomly selected for something, the scene made no sense. To be knocked out that cleanly would require technology he did not have. His heart pounded, but he forced himself to calm down and assess the situation. The room was small, about the size of a modest apartment room. There were no doors or windows, which felt like a significant problem. A sign in front of him drew his attention. He approached and read the sign aloud in his head. Reincarnation room. Congratulations. You are dead. However, you have been selected in a lottery for a chance to begin a new life with your memories intact. Once you finish reading this, a red door and a blue door will appear. The red door allows you to reincarnate into a world from manga or games, complete with a special perk. The world and perk will be chosen at random based on your existing knowledge. The blue door is for standard reincarnation through the normal cycle of rebirth. Memories will be wiped. You may stay in this room for up to 1 hour. After that, you will be automatically sent through the blue door. Please consider your choice carefully. Wishing you a good next life. P.S. Your cause of death was a meteor. He read the postscript and reacted in disbelief. A meteor? He tried to picture what that could have meant, something huge, or just a stray rock, and hoped it had been quick and painless. After he finished reading, a floating timer appeared above the sign and 2 doors materialized. 1 red, 1 blue. The timer counted down from 57 minutes. He realized he had to decide before time ran out. The blue door meant the ordinary route. Reincarnation with memories erased. He imagined the possibilities with a shrug. If he ended up as something lowly and couldn't remember, it would be inconsequential. The red door, however, promised retention of memories and a perk, but the destination would be random and based on worlds he already knew. That made him hesitate. He pictured worst-case scenarios, brutal apocalypses and warped fantasy settings where survival required extraordinary power. 10 minutes slipped away without him noticing. He wondered what would have happened if he had missed the timer entirely. He supposed he would have been reborn normally. In the end, a quiet certainty settled over him. He chose the red door and stepped through. The next room contained a single massive slot machine beneath a sign that read Reincarnation Destination. He stared at it, incredulous that something so arbitrary was deciding his fate. The machine had 2 buttons labeled Start and Stop. He pressed Start. The reel spun faster than his eyes could follow. There was no way to time anything deliberately. He hit Stop with a mixture of dread and hope. The reel stopped on High School DxD. He considered whether that was fortunate. The setting promised many attractive characters and chaotic supernatural encounters. It felt like a jackpot in some ways, but the world also had surprising brutality beneath its surface. As a background character, he might live peacefully, but any entanglement with the supernatural would require genuine power. He decided to see what perk came with the selection. A mechanical were announced a new display. Reincarnation perks, you get 3 chances. Relief washed over him. 3 perks increased the odds that at least one would be useful. He spun the reel again and hit Stop. The first perk was Itashura from Chivalry of a Failed Knight, an ability that temporarily multiplied combat capability many times over for a short PRD. He noted that while it offered incredible power, it was an all-out, high-risk move that left the user utterly exhausted afterward. There was an even riskier version called Ito Resetsu, where one compressed all power into a single second for a 100-fold boost. He noted that it would shred the body and leave the user essentially dead, but also admitted it was the kind of flashy, protagonist move he liked and decided to take it before spinning the second slot. When he stopped the second reel, he landed Verga Vesta, described as Ingra Mainu's noble phantasm in its sacred gear form. He wondered where to begin. laugh at the idea of it being a third-rate noble phantasm, or question the whole sacred gear label. The power, he recalled, was a curse that reflected the exact damage received back onto an attacker once per opponent, but to use it effectively one basically had to take a fatal blow. It worked only once per person, and if the wound was healed, the attacker's wound healed too, so it could not be bypassed with miraculous healing. He admitted it was a total pain to use and that, if it worked like some other versions, reflecting double damage multiple times and affecting groups would make it usable, but the need to endure massive damage made it even harder to use than Issei. He prayed the third roll would be normal and spun the final reel, urging it silently to give him something usable. The result that popped up was self-destruct from Pokemon. He froze in disbelief. Self-destruct rendered the user incapacitated after use and left them in a critical, near-death state. He wondered who would put such a perk in the pool. Whoever did must have a twisted sense of humor. He also reminded himself not to fixate on terminology. The effect was severe and potentially fatal. Those 3 perks were his now, and the question became what to do next. The door he had entered through disappeared. Before he could process it, the floor dropped out beneath him. He cried out as he plummeted into the void and thought that whoever designed this place had a cruel streak. He awoke to a harsh light that made his eyes sting. It took a moment to understand the distant sound he heard was his own crying. Mixed memories from his past life spared him from panic. He realized he had been reborn as a baby. He was wrapped in a blanket and held by a smiling woman he assumed was his mother, then passed to a man he assumed was his father. Their voices reached him dimly over his crying, and drowsiness pulled him back to sleep. He learned his name in this world was Arima Iki from the way his parents called him and how neighbors addressed them. He also saw the family name on a nameplate during a walk. The name felt fine to him, not embarrassing, so he resolved to accept it. He also noted that he did not have any siblings. Some aspects of infancy were awkward, but he ignored them and moved on. Self-destruct was obviously unusable in his newborn state. An exploding infant would only traumatize his parents and likely send him back to the afterlife. He decided to test Verg Avesta instead. He remembered how sacred gears were manifested in the source material and followed that method. He raised his left hand, lowered it slowly, and visualized the strongest thing he could imagine. He made a vocalization and pictured the Rasengan out of habit from his Chuyuni phase, when he had practiced imagining it over and over. A flash of light erupted as jagged blades materialized in his hands. He could not physically lift them in his baby body, but he felt their presence fill his mind and soul. The blades were Zarek in his right hand and Torich in his left, the twisted dual swords associated with Engramenu. They looked oddly like maple leaves, and he took in how their abilities functioned before letting the weapons fade from his grasp. He also waited until his parents were not watching before testing them. Issei required a different approach. He planned to attempt it at night while wrapped in his blanket in the crib so nobody would notice him being drained. That night he activated Issei. A surge of power detonated through him. He could hardly move, but the sensation made him feel as if he could clear the crib bars in a single bound. His senses sharpened tremendously, time stretched so that 1 second felt like 10, and he could hear his own heartbeat and the rhythm of his blood. The experience was intoxicating and made him certain he had nothing to fear. By morning he felt groggy. The baby life suited him for now, no school, no work. Over the next month he activated Issei several more times. He admitted to himself that the reason was the desire to recapture that overwhelming sensation and to see if deeper insight would come from repeated meditation in that heightened state. He told himself that explanation and continued his careful experiments. Iki was trying to learn Senjutsu. He understood it as a technique to merge with the world's natural energy and control life force, both his own and others. Excelled at sensing and stealth, and against living foes it could disrupt their flow of energy and deal damage similar to a poisonous strike. While not physically powerful by itself, a user could cloak themselves in fighting spirit, Tuki, to compensate. Usually Senjutsu preceded Tuki, though some, like Sarorg Bale, who devoted himself to raw muscle, skipped straight to Tuki. Senjutsu, however, carried a fatal flaw. It risked absorbing malicious energy from the world and could drive a user berserk. Negative feelings such as hatred or sadistic urges could be amplified, so a practitioner had to reject the evil and intake only the good. Issei knew this was easier said than done in battle. He also recognized the lure of it, the way drawing both kinds of energy could feel intoxicating, and he warned himself that he would not touch the evil energy, not even once. He reminded himself he had avoided addictive habits in his past life and intended to stay that way. Issei activated Itoshura, calmed his mind, and took deep breaths, visualizing energy flowing into every corner of his body. His parents seemed like ordinary people, and senjutsu users were rare even in this world, so he doubted he would find a teacher. He might be doing it wrong, he thought, but he would keep at it until he was sure. 6 months passed. Between milk, naps, and meditation, Issei had mastered sitting and crawling and was close to pulling himself up. He had started eating solids. Progress with senjutsu was slow, but he remained patient. Baby life had its perks. By his first birthday he could stand on 2 legs. His senjutsu senses had improved. He could finally perceive the flow of energy. The range remained limited to about 3 meters, but he could pinpoint his parents anywhere in the house by their energy alone. Fantasy powers felt amazing, and he kept focusing on improving his sensing ability. By 6 years old, time had flown and training had to be discreet. Little kids were always under watch, so he could not train openly. Techniques like self-destruct were out of the question, and he could not swing around strange swords like Zarek and Torich. Where would he even learn to use those things? Kendo classes would not be enough, so he resolved to self-teach and supplement his training with whatever he could find. Issei concentrated on energy detection and saw promising results. His range extended to 50 meters, roughly on par with Kite from Hunter x Hunter. He could detect not just presence but movement, energy strength, and more. That ability revealed something terrifying. There was a king living in an apartment near his house. The first time Issei sensed that aura, he broke into a cold sweat. His mother thought he was sick and rushed him to the hospital, a reasonable reaction. Back home, he monitored the king's aura. It barely touched the edge of his sensing range, but it was immense. This person could probably flatten mountains in seconds. The idea that someone with such presence lived in Kuo town stunned him. Issei suspected it was Miltan, a famously powerful character. A descendant of Sun Wukong and a white dragon emperor with demon blood, Miltan could sneak behind a top-tier devil and shrug off magic. On the one hand, Issei wanted to meet him, on the other he wanted to keep his distance. He thought about the Maruki anime and how that character had already unlocked magical powers by its 2nd season. If anyone could become stronger than even Peak Draig or Krumkruch, Miltan could. Issei considered how to meet him. To Miltan, he would be just a random kid from the neighborhood. Perhaps they could run into each other. If Miltan trained regularly, Issei could sync his schedule and jog nearby, training himself as well. He acknowledged to himself that this was borderline stalking, but he rationalized it as an innocent greeting. Afterward he would change his route or shift his schedule so it would not become a pattern. He insisted he was not pursuing any romantic route. It was simply meeting a canon character, like going to see an idol. Issei tracked Miltan's aura for a week. Miltan seemed to go running twice a day around 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. The pattern was not exact. Miltan stretched outside his apartment and then vanished instantly from Issei's detection range, moving like a speeding car. From the speed and timing, Issei guessed that Miltan covered enormous distances during those runs, far more than a normal jogging route. To join in, Issei convinced his parents to let him run by saying some kids at kindergarten were doing it and that it looked cool. They agreed with reasonable conditions. He could run only on the track at the big park nearby, and a parent would accompany him at first. Given Issei's calm temperament, he had been the type to break up fights at kindergarten. They figured he would be fine. On the day of the run, Issei felt oddly nervous at the thought of encountering the powerful neighbor. It was 5 p.m. when he arrived at Komao Park, a notable combination of park and playground with a proper running track beside it. He had kept up stretching and the deep breath meditation from Itoshura, so his base stamina and lung capacity had improved. Issei warmed up and began his run, determined to casually jog past Miltan after his workout. He wanted the brief meeting to feel natural and unplanned. He stayed alert, sensing the energy in the area and quietly preparing for whatever might happen. He had also gotten pretty good at sensing his muscles and blood flow throughout his body. If he could sense them, he could control them. He thought that maybe, like in the original chivalry of a failed knight, he would eventually be able to control even his heartbeat. Even without using Itoshura actively, he had already figured out how to intentionally unleash that so-called desperate strength by removing his brain's limiter. He wondered whether his progress was leaning more towards strange physical abilities than actual mystical techniques. He decided it was time to run. After some stretching, he wanted the workout to build real endurance, so he followed the routine of that certain failed knight, combining full-speed sprints with jogging. He remembered how brutal it had been in gym class in his previous life and knew that 20 kilometers was insane, especially since he had only started carrying a backpack that spring. For now he would find his current limit. After 30 sprints, he was gasping for breath, muscles exhausted, but mentally steady. A companion asked if he was all right, and he replied that he was fine despite being winded. He was surprised to have managed 30 full sprints in a row. He suspected Itoshura was the reason, since the technique forced an all-out effort and left the whole body under constant strain. It was time for the main event. It was 5:55 p.m., and since it took him about 3 minutes to walk home, he expected to arrive just as the other person was starting to stretch. Using his senses, he detected someone in front of the apartment and finally saw her. She had an impressively broad chest and powerful limbs, an intense, focused gaze, and wore a gothic Lolita outfit that seemed like it could burst at the seams. He thought it did not look exactly like the outfit Miltan wore in the anime, but reminded himself that this was from the second Milky season, so that made sense. He heard his mother gasp behind him and silently apologized in his heart. He called out a friendly greeting and asked if she was training. Miltan answered enthusiastically that she was about to work hard to gain fantasy powers and encouraged him to believe that the spirits would answer her heart. She thanked him for his support and, with a sudden, exuberant cry, vanished as quickly as she had appeared. At home, his mother told him that it was good to be polite but he should try not to talk to obviously suspicious people. He agreed. To a stranger, Miltan was suspicious on a nuclear scale. Still, he had successfully made contact with his first canon character. While his parents accompanied him, he planned to adjust his workout time to avoid bumping into her again. In other words, while the Bale family technically owned Kuo Town, both devils and angels had pulled out of the area. It would not be strange if fallen angels took the opportunity to sneak in and establish a foothold. Assuming these presences were indeed fallen angels, the narrator had not sensed any other factions. Rias Gremory probably had not been assigned to this area yet. He considered approaching them but decided against it. He had already manifested a sacred gear, and the memory of what had happened to Issei reminded him how dangerous that could be. He thought the only fallen angels he would trust were Azazel, Shemhazai, and Barakiel. Everyone else fell squarely into a gray zone of probable hostility. He had no desire to go offer his hand. Their auras were not necessarily stronger than his. He might even be stronger, but if they attacked on sight he would lose. Zero combat experience against a flying opponent with probable long-range attacks and an unknown body count left him at a severe disadvantage. A surprise attack might give him a chance, but the fallen angels had not made a move, and he had no reason to start a fight. He decided to ignore them for now. The man in front of him spoke up, declaring that his soul clung to one of the loathsome playthings made by their wretched father and that, as a fallen angel, he would personally liberate that soul. He invited praise for himself while spreading black wings in a dramatic display. The man was the narcissistic, talkative type. Pride seemed to be his sin rather than more base motivations. While the man spoke, the narrator used senjutsu to scan the area. The situation was not good. The man had created a perception-blocking barrier, a space where they could fight without drawing attention. They were on the school grounds with no cover and nowhere to hide. If he showed his back, he would risk a stab from behind. The barrier had a radius of about 100 meters. He could sense everything within it, but his power did not work properly beyond that. It felt like looking through frosted glass. He could tell there were no other fallen angels inside the barrier, but he could not sense where the others were beyond it. He had sensed 3 fallen angels earlier. If he could take this one down and the barrier lifted, he needed to immediately erase his presence, blend his energy with nature, and retreat. That would be the ideal outcome. He moved to buy time. The man could throw a light spear at any moment. Pouring all his focus into it, he channeled battle aura at full speed, closed the distance head-on, and slashed with his manifested divine relic, Zarek, the right Fong grinder. The attack was blocked by an energy spear, and the recoil launched the man into the air. Even so, the warped blade managed to graze him. He staggered and clutched his left arm, glaring in fury. The man raged that the narrator had dared to wound a superior being from a filthy, lowly species and threatened to kill him. The narrator felt a burst of adrenaline rather than fear. Wounding a humanoid opponent for the first time did not shake him as much as it stirred his adrenaline, but the position had become more dangerous. He could not reach the flying opponent now and had not learned any energy projectile techniques. If this continued, the man would pelt him with light spears until he fell. He considered his options. Issei would allow him to win this fight if it was just the one opponent he could read the moves, leap onto the back with a reinforced jump, and end it quickly. But if the other fallen angels sensed something and arrived, he would be left wide open and likely killed. Avesta. Falsely transcribed creation would immobilize both sides if he executed it properly, but it required taking an attack properly. First, their 2 backups made that risky. Self-destruct was likely even more immobilizing and had an unknown blast radius, so there was no guarantee it would help. He had almost no safe options. The man demanded that he die. The narrator barely dodged as another spear came at him. The opponent was fast, and although removing his brain's limiter helped him react, keeping that up strained his head and brought on headaches. If he stopped moving, he would be done for. The man kept throwing light spears like they were nothing, and the narrator only had 2 weapons to rely on. He thought that if he threw one, he could no longer parry, and dodging everything wasn't realistic. He was not some red-hooded archer or anime prince who could summon infinite weapons. Who said Zarek and Torich, the left Fong of devouring, couldn't be thrown. Most weapons were one and done when thrown. Unlike Gungnir or Gi-Bog, his blades did not magically return. But now that he held the divine relic Avesta, which could replicate and recreate things, there was a possibility. Throw the weapon, erase it, and resummon it to his hand. A pseudo-ranged attack. He was still considering the idea when a light spear struck his left shoulder. A searing heat flared through him and he screamed. The attacker laughed triumphantly and announced that he had finally hit him and was just getting started. Then the attacker materialized 5 more spears in his right hand and hurled them all at once. He dodged 4, but the last one struck his right thigh and sent him down to his hands and knees. The attacker sneered that this was the look he wanted, that his kind should always kneel before him, and vowed to make his body remember the weight of its sin. He cursed inwardly at his own recklessness. He had let himself get cocky at a glimpse of hope and was being overwhelmed. He still hadn't decided whether he should have used Issei. Even if he used it, he would sacrifice 2 key abilities. Avesta only reflected damage against enemies who had actually hurt him, so he could not afford more hits. If another fallen angel appeared, the relic might be useless. He had already taken a significant amount of damage, so he resolved to pull through relying on Avesta alone. The conditions to activate Avesta, falsely transcribed creation, were already in place. Blindly triggering its retribution would be meaningless while the enemy remained airborne. Reflecting his wounds would not be enough to bring them down. If he had taken a crippling hit to his wings, if he had wings at all, things might be different, but he was human and had to make do. His left arm was nearly unusable. The only attack that could reach the enemy was to throw his right Fong blade, Zarek, but a simple throw would surely be dodged or deflected. He needed an opening. He decided to combine everything. He rose to his feet, enhancing his entire body as he drew back his right arm. The enemy looked down and mocked the pitiful excuse of a sword and his bloodline. He bit back the pain and forced a confident smile, then told the enemy that he had not shown what the divine relic could really do and that this strike would be unavoidable. Eerie blue-white patterns began to glow across his skin. It was a bluff intended to force interception rather than evasion. He wasn't entirely lying. Verga Vesta's retribution could not be avoided, but he relied on the show more than absolute certainty. Focused on the glowing symbols and the throne Zarek, the enemy suddenly twisted in agony as pain seared through a leg and a shoulder, halting midair. The attacker screamed, and Zarek, already in flight, struck the forehead. The fallen angel collapsed and fell motionless to the ground. He had expected to keep throwing Zarek until the enemy fell, but the blade had found its mark sooner than he hoped. He gasped and told himself to get out of there. As he turned away, a magic circle flared beside the fallen angel and a new figure stepped out. The newcomer said that he had sensed the other's presence vanish and had come to check, only to find that the fallen angel had been killed by a human, a child, no less, and called it a disgrace. Then a small magic circle appeared near the newcomer's ear and he spoke into it, telling his contact that it was the human who had dealt the blow, that the human was nearly dead, and that the caller did not need to come because he would finish the job and meet later. He warned that cleaning up was a pain and that he would not make the same mistake of underestimating someone with a divine relic. The newcomer then conjured a spear of light and hurled it at him. There was no time to think. He released it to Shura. Time seemed to slow to a crawl, not merely a limiter release but a profound stretching of the moment. His right leg offered little strength, but his left was still functional. He launched himself with a single step, slipped past the incoming spear, and closed the distance to strike the newcomer across the neck. The attacker staggered and collapsed. He held his sword raised and scanned his surroundings. The second attacker had arrived immediately after the first had fallen. If anyone else teleported in now, he intended to cut them down before they knew what hit them while Itashura was still active. No one appeared. Seconds passed in tense silence. If they were being cautious, he needed to get away. The barrier the fallen angels had set up was gone, and the sight of two fallen angels lying dead would likely draw attention. He hoped some local faction would handle the aftermath so he could slip away. Memory alteration was an option too, and he couldn't do much more in his current state. He turned to limp away, but Itashura's time ran out and its backlash hit him like a freight train. His entire body felt like lead. His right leg felt as if a cannonball were chained to it, and he stumbled and crashed to the ground, forcing a pained sound from his throat. Now was not the time to be lying around. He had to get away. This world was merciless to side characters, he thought. A woman's voice cut through the field as another fallen angel walked through the entrance. She must have teleported in at a distance after the second one died, waiting and watching. He cursed that she had the sense to do that. She remarked that both had been taken out and called them typical men who talked big and then died uselessly. She strolled over casually, conjured a light spear, and pressed it against his neck. She asked if he had any last words. He forced the corners of his mouth into a grin and thought sarcastically that he should thank all three of them for underestimating him. He had never expected them to get this close. Her expression twisted and she lifted the spear to strike, then activated a self-destruct. The resulting explosion and shockwave wiped through the area. He was stunned, his ears rang and he could not hear. The impact felt like he had been smashed by a giant hammer, leaving him battered and barely able to move. When the dust settled, he found himself at the center of a crater roughly 15 to 20 meters across. He assessed the scene the best he could. The self-destruct had burned everything in an instant. He could not confirm the fate of the female fallen angel with his current condition and inability to cast techniques, but he assumed she was gone. If she wasn't, he had no chance. It felt over. If someone found him collapsed in the middle of this crater, it would be a problem, and he could not move. Thinking exhausted him until he was almost unconscious. Voices approached. One of the men cursed that someone had told them it was just one human crawling around and that the human had run off and gotten himself killed. Another ordered to surround the crater and not to go in, warning that the human was dying but their guards must not drop. They commanded to fire all light rifles at once and finish him off. Through the haze he made out a group of men in black rogue exorcists. He realized his lack of experience had caught up with him. Just because there had been 3 inhuman enemies did not mean there were only 3 enemies overall. He thought angrily that the taunt about running off and getting himself killed had been his line. Quietly, with what little breath he could manage, he begged for help. Before he passed out, he thought he heard someone else calling a name and a battle cry in the distance, a sudden sound that cut through the chaos. Then everything went black. It's been just over 6 years since he met Miltan. That spring he finally graduated from elementary school and officially became a junior high student. He had tried searching for the protagonist of the original story, Issei, once he started grade school, but it seemed Issei was attending a different school. He would just have to hope for better luck during middle school. As for whether or not he would intervene in the original plot, he decided to play it by ear. Even in the original story, Kuo Academy had a decent number of ability users outside of the Gremory and Citri peerages. His knowledge of the source material only came from watching the anime and reading a few fanfics. He had never actually read the light novels. He only had a rough idea of the story up until the Evil Dragon War arc. If he knew the plot in detail, he could probably plan a more strategic intervention, but that kind of finesse just wasn't in him. Besides, there was no guarantee things would follow canon exactly. He set that aside and focused on other matters. His proficiency in senjutsu had grown alongside his physical endurance. His vitality and life force had increased, making it easier to manipulate his chi. Now he could detect energy signatures throughout all of Kuo Town. He had also learned to mix the world's natural chi with his own life force as a core, letting him cloak himself in a battle aura. At this point, he felt he could probably break a tree in a sparring match. In terms of physical manipulation, he believed he could stop his own heart now. He had not actually done it, but he had reached the point where he could control the strength of his heartbeat. Where removing his brain's limiter had once only boosted muscle power, now he could accelerate his thoughts, like a mental fast-forward, a technique that reminded him of odd things he'd seen in other media. Regarding Verg Avesta, falsely transcribed creation and the weapons Zarek and Torich, he had been practicing swings in a small clearing in the nearby woods, making sure no one else was around. His sword strokes were stable now, but he still wished for a sparring partner. He had tested the ability Retribution by letting a stray cat scratch him. When he activated it, glowing blue patterns flared across his body, which surprised him. He noted that if those marks had not faded once the wound healed, he would have been in serious trouble, so he was relieved they disappeared quickly. Thanks to his ability to scan all of Kuo Town with senjutsu, he had also noticed a few presences that clearly were not human. At first he was excited, thinking this might be his first encounter with the Gremory peerage, but the auras all seemed centered around the old, abandoned church on the outskirts of town. They were probably fallen angels. After Cleria Belial, Kuo's previous overseer, had been wiped out by a conspiracy between devils and the church, Irina Shidu had moved overseas almost immediately. When Rias Gremory had met with the original Baal heir, she had mentioned a transition from the previous overseer, but that it had actually been a stand-in. He felt it then. A huge, overwhelming surge of power, sometimes like the fierce, steady force of the earth, and at other times gentle and encompassing like a mother's embrace. He realized that what he had always sensed through senjutsu had been only a fragment. Now it felt as though the life, energy of the planet itself was wrapping around him. He was a part of the world, and the world was a part of him. Despite the exhaustion he should have felt, his body brimmed with new vitality. Slowly, he opened his eyes. He found Miltan at his bedside, looking relieved and energetic. Miltan explained that she had gone to watch a live performance at a nearby department store rooftop, and being inspired afterward she had sensed a disturbance on her way home. As an aspiring defender of peace, she could not ignore it. When she approached, she had found him being bullied by an unruly gang, so she used her developing magical abilities to intervene and drive them off. He reacted with relief and confusion and instinctively moved away, hitting the wall behind him and wincing from the pain. He tried to form coherent sentences, but his thoughts were scattered. He asked how this had happened, and Miltan continued to explain her actions with an earnest, upbeat energy. He swore at the rogue exorcist who had attacked Miltan and promised himself that when he found the one responsible, he would make him pay. After thanking Miltan for everything, he finally went home. She had not only saved him but had used a rare restorative item, practically the equivalent of Phoenix Tears. The memory of waking up in her room would probably haunt him, but he was grateful. She had even sewn his torn clothes back together quickly, claiming she'd become a pro from repairing her own costumes so often. He sighed. His injuries and stamina had recovered, and he had made it home before the 6 p.m. curfew. As he opened the front door, his mother called from the kitchen that dinner was almost ready and told him to bathe and wash off his sweat. He noted that she had started calling him Icky instead of the more embarrassing nickname she had used before. After a bath and dinner, he returned to his room to analyze the mistakes he had made during the fight. He reviewed every moment. First, he had allowed the fallen angels to get too close. They might have stumbled upon him by chance, but that was no excuse. He had berated himself earlier for not keeping his spiritual sensing active, but realistically it was nearly impossible to maintain it constantly. The wider the scan, the more overwhelming the incoming information became. He could keep it active in a small radius, but that would help only a little. Perhaps he needed the opposite approach. Instead of always trying to detect others, he should focus on hiding himself. Suppressing his presence required only managing his own aura and would be more sustainable. He recalled Azazel walking through the Hayadu house without being noticed and Graphia remaining silent outside the clubroom door without alerting Kiba. Both were demon lord-level auras who must be experts at naturally concealing themselves. The fallen angels, by contrast, had leaked aura all over the place. He admitted to himself that he had done the same. His first goal going forward would be to conceal his presence subconsciously, even when he was not paying attention. Next he reviewed the issues with throwing his weapons, Zarek in his right hand and Torich in his left. He had thought he found an opening and launched a counterattack, but even if the light spear had not hit him immediately afterward, he would have been cornered eventually. It had been his first time throwing them, he had been on the ground while the enemy was airborne, and from their perspective there had been little reason to dodge or block. They could have simply acted a barrier of light. It had been foolish to expect to break through. Still, he had managed to land a finishing blow, so the takeaway was clear: he needed more practice with thrown weapon techniques and stronger defenses. As for his self-destructibility, he now understood its power but questioned its practical purpose. It was better than ignorance, but as his base stats increased, the blast radius would only grow. He did not relish the idea of using it periodically just to measure its range. He decided to leave it alone for now. Finally, he acknowledged his lack of foresight. He had underestimated the enemy's strength. If he had assumed the worst, after defeating the second one he should have waited for 10 seconds to see if more arrived and then focused on hiding. Whether he could have hidden was uncertain, but that option would have been wiser. He cursed his inexperience and wished for a proper mentor. Mentally drained, he went to bed early. The next morning, with elementary school graduation behind him and middle school starting in about 10 days, he rose at dawn and practiced sword techniques in his usual forest. He summoned his sacred gear and struck tree trunks, slashing, kicking, and launching throws from a distance. He was not cloaked in battle aura. The encounter in Miltan's room had given him a brief, strange sense of unity with the world that seemed to have improved his spiritual sensing mastery slightly, whether he liked it or not. If he unleashed an attack with battle aura now, he might cut down a tree without proper technique, a realization that felt like wanton destruction of nature. Still, the improvement in his basic physical abilities was encouraging. With enough power gap, even poor compatibility could be overcome. He stopped practicing sword forms and switched to hand-to-hand movements, drawing inspiration from karate while channeling his aura. The next moment he was suddenly pinned from behind and let out a sharp sound of surprise. He had been using spiritual sensing to scan the area constantly. He had no idea how she had managed to sneak up on him. A woman pressed something cold and sharp against his neck and ordered him not to move. Her voice was calm but firm. She said she had come ahead to scout the area because she had been told that trouble would be coming, and she asked how he had learned spiritual sensing and what faction he belonged to. He realized she was operating under a massive misunderstanding. He explained that he was not affiliated with any faction and that he had learned the skill on his own, though he had no proof to offer. He asked what it would take for her to believe him. Pinned as he was, he considered his options. Talking was his best chance. He could try to use his one-strike technique, but only at the cost of revealing more. Self-destruct was out of the question. He had not fully learned that move and did not want to test it. After about 10 seconds he heard her exhale. She said she did not sense any malice or deception in his aura and would trust him for the time being. She stepped away from his back. From her ability to sense aura and her confidence, he deduced that she was also a skilled spiritual sensing practitioner, likely more experienced than he was. That explained how she had bypassed his detection and gotten the drop on him so easily. He had been riding high, thinking he had improved in senjutsu, and then he was knocked down a peg. He stood up and turned around, only to find someone he recognized all too well. A loosely worn black kimono, long black hair tied up, cat ears, golden eyes, and striking looks. This was Kuroka, an upper-class Nikomata Yukai and an SS-rank stray devil. Kuroka meowed playfully and asked if something was wrong when she noticed him staring. His thoughts were still a little scrambled, and the words slipped out as a sincere compliment. He told her she was really cute and beautiful. Kuroka's expression shifted from surprise to amusement, and she laughed, saying it had been ages since anyone had complimented her so sincerely and teasing him for saying such a thing in the middle of a situation like this. He felt his face heat up at the embarrassment. Kuroka poked fun at him in a teasing, sisterly way. Frustrated with his own awkwardness, he blurted out the compliment again, shouting that she was cute and beautiful. Kuroka laughed again and admitted she might have teased him too much. That finally snapped his brain back into focus. He realized two things. First, he would probably be mortified later over how flustered he felt. Second, when she had said earlier that she had come to scout ahead because someone was arriving soon, she must have meant her younger sister Kaneko Tuju and the rest of the Gremory peerage. They were supposed to transfer to Kuo Academy around the spring entrance ceremony and would likely arrive within the next few days. Given that Kuroka had become a stray devil because of her sister, it made sense she had been keeping tabs on Kaneko ever since the younger girl had been taken in by the Gremory family. Even if the Gremorys were known for their strong familial bonds, no older sister would simply accept things at face value. She would want to verify matters herself. If Kaneko still believed her older sister had gone berserk using senjutsu, killed their master, and abandoned her, that trauma would have left the younger sister with a strong aversion to senjutsu. Kuroka must have thought this scouting mission would be a formality, only to stumble upon him instead. It was not hard to guess what she would want from him next. Kuroka's expression grew sharp as she told him that he must not teach senjutsu to anyone else. She explained that improper control could allow malicious energy to enter a body, and that was why she was cautious, especially since he was self-taught. She warned that if he tried to teach someone and made a mistake, it could ruin them. He agreed and admitted he wished he had a teacher but had no contacts. Kuroka shook her head at his request for referrals and said she did not know anyone she could recommend. He felt a little disheartened, but then Kuroka made an unexpected offer. She could help train him. Kuroka outlined two reasons for her proposal. First, she did not completely trust him yet and wanted to keep an eye on him. Second, she needed a base of operations in town and would like his help securing one. In exchange, she would oversee his training. He accepted supervision but protested that he was just an ordinary guy without money or influence, so helping her establish a base might be difficult. Kuroka said his room would be fine for her purposes. He objected strongly, and Kuroka teased him about his reaction while warning him not to be overly formal in his speech. She introduced herself as Kuroka and asked him to drop honorifics and formality. He introduced himself as Arima Ikki, and she insisted on calling him Ikki. He reluctantly agreed. With that arrangement, he felt that middle school was going to be an eventful time. He went home with that uneasy excitement. A month later, things had settled into a routine since he had met Kuroka and officially become a middle school student. At first there was awkwardness among classmates, but over time people formed their own friend groups. He had secured a coveted seat in the back row by the window, an ideal spot. One day a few classmates passed around photos they had developed recently and gossiped excitedly about a popular girl's appearance. The boys compared notes and admired how photogenic she seemed, trading the prints around with animated curiosity. "Burn it into my memory and put it to use tonight," the narrator thought, and a classmate shouted at the top of his lungs to be quiet. To his right sat the original story's protagonist, Issei. In front of him was Motohama, who had a reputation for inappropriate behavior. Diagonally ahead was Matsuda, a member of the photography club known for taking intrusive pictures. It felt like a seating chart arranged by the cruel hand of fate. Even meeting the original characters did nothing to make the situation pleasant. He felt the pitying stares of his classmates and imagined the same disgusted looks the girls directed at those three being cast on him by association. Motohama loudly urged him to stop holding back and drew attention to a magazine he had, but the narrator turned away and told him to stop bringing that stuff around the girls. Motohama defended his tastes loudly. The narrator snapped back that it was inappropriate, and the conversation quickly fell into noisy, uncomfortable banter. God, he thought, these guys never talked about anything but the same thing. Sometimes they discussed manga and games, but they almost always steered those conversations into crude territory. Later that day, school finally ended. Mentally exhausted as usual, he finished his daily physical training and returned to his room to practice life energy blasts under Kuroka's guidance. Even so, he found it hard to concentrate. The presence of the beautiful woman in the room kept distracting him. His room had been turned into a near fortress, with perception wards, soundproofing, and anti-intruder traps, in case anyone other than Kuroka or his family entered. She had taken the bed, and he slept on the floor wrapped in a blanket. At first he worried he'd be too conscious of her presence to rest well, but the draining effects of his one-sword Azura meditation sent him to sleep almost immediately. Kuroka did not hover over him constantly. She offered tips here and there or answered questions when he got stuck. The life energy blasts he worked on were not highly destructive, but they could disrupt an opponent's internal energy from a distance. Kuroka's fighting style combined energy techniques, spirit arts, and magic. She would first use an energy technique to throw off an enemy's life energy, then inject poison or curses via spirit arts, and finally add magic for real firepower, a terrifyingly efficient combination. No wonder she ranked so highly even among dangerous beings. After a break in training, he asked why she had made his room her base. He wondered why she hadn't chosen an abandoned building or a secluded apartment for a hideout, since that seemed more sensible for a secret base. Kuroka considered the question and explained that surveillance was not the only reason. Abandoned places were often patrolled, and hiding too well could bring unwanted attention from other shady people. Choosing a place that blended in and was easy to secure made more sense to her. She had described herself as a former supernatural being turned freelance devil and had mentioned being pursued by troublesome people. He doubted she would be caught easily. What mattered to him now was gaining the strength to deal with anything that came his way. He finished the day with one-sword Azura meditation and let exhaustion carry him into sleep. Just before he drifted off, he thought he heard a quiet, lonely voice. Kuroka watched him fall asleep. It had been a little over a month since she met him. At first she had no real intention of seriously watching over his energy training. She had needed a secure base and planned to stay mostly hands-off. For someone learning energy techniques, that was a risky approach, but he had shown an incredible knack for sensing and controlling life energy within himself. She remembered the first night they met, when he muttered the name of his meditation and his power surged explosively. If she had not known what it was, she might have mistaken it for an attack and reacted harshly. At first she had assumed it was the power of a sacred item he carried, but it seemed to be something he developed naturally. For 1 minute, he could massively amplify his senses and physical abilities. That heightened perception made him naturally talented at energy techniques. When he told her the ability could not be stopped once activated and left him completely drained afterward, she was stunned by how risky it was. He had not trained in disrupting or stabilizing others' life energy before, but his foundation in sensing life energy was solid. With just a few tips from her, his proficiency had grown at an impressive pace. As for Shirwan, Kuroka had quietly observed her from school hours to her nighttime activities. There did not seem to be any major danger, but Shirwan had changed. She used to be cheerful, now she barely showed emotion. Watching that was painful. Kuroka let out a sigh and hoped quietly that someday he would forget about her burdens and be able to smile like he used to. Ikki had been in junior high for a year and a half. He had grown comfortable with Kuroka during that time. She agreed to spar with him occasionally, monopolized his bed, and spent more time on the games in his room than he did. What made him happiest, however, was that he finally outgrew Kuroka in height around the time he became a second year. He had first met her when he was still classified as an elementary student, so it was natural that he had been shorter back then. Still, that mismatch between his adult mindset and his height had bothered him, and he had even started drinking milk more regularly without thinking about it. At school, he had somehow ended up in the same class as the three pervert idiots again in his second year. He suspected the teachers had grouped the troublemakers together to contain the chaos. The girls in the class had not been pleased. One had even been seen crying when the roster was announced. Ikki's role that year fell into keeping those three in line. The girls often looked to him with pleading expressions, asking him to do something about the troublemakers. Fortunately, he had trained enough to handle all three of them at once, and his senjutsu let him sense their locations so he could catch them before their mischief went too far. The girls appreciated that, though it wasn't the sort of recognition he aimed for. He had doubts about using senjutsu that way, but his conscience would not allow him to ignore the situation, so he accepted it. At first, the trio resented him for always catching them during their antics, but their attitudes softened over time. He sometimes bantered with them in a light-hearted way, and they began teasing him with silly nicknames. One time, when they asked an odd question about his tastes, Kuroka came to mind and he gave a vague answer about enjoying small mysteries. After that they kept up the teasing. The past year and a half with Kuroka and the Gremory household had been relatively peaceful. A few stray devils had appeared, but the Gremory team handled them before they became a problem. Tomorrow was the school trip to Kyoto, a major location from the original story and somewhere Ikki had visited on a school trip in his previous life. He had been too young to appreciate the city then, but now, older and more aware, he hoped to enjoy it properly. He asked Kuroka if she wanted anything brought back. She asked for some traditional Kyoto sweets, and he agreed. On the morning of the trip they gathered at school, took a bus to the station, and boarded the bullet train to Kyoto. The groups were mixed gender as usual, but none of the girls wanted to be grouped with the four troublemakers. Matsuda complained to the teacher that their group was the only one without girls, but the appeal was ignored. They played a fierce game of daifugo on the train, sitting opposite one another with the seats reversed. They wagered a silly prize just for fun, and the game grew competitive. Motohama declared a revolution in the cards, surprising everyone, and his loud exclamation drew looks from other passengers. Ikki and Issei ended up facing off in the final rounds. Issei vowed not to lose, and Ikki accepted the challenge. Ikki resolved to keep a closer eye on his classmates to prevent any trouble during the trip. They arrived in Kyoto after an announcement asked passengers to watch their step and check their belongings. Ikki grabbed his bag and stepped off the train. The station buzzed with other school groups, and they made sure not to lag behind. They passed through the ticket gates, completed a roll call, and followed the teacher to the hotel, a standard, modest place rather than any grand establishment. In the lobby the teacher issued the usual reminders, to be considerate of other guests and to avoid misusing emergency equipment or else face disciplinary consequences. Once everyone had dropped their bags in their rooms, they were free to go out in their groups until 5 in the afternoon, and everyone was instructed to take at least one photo of the sites they visited. Failure to do so would require a report after the trip. With those instructions given, the students headed to their rooms. Ikki noted the other groups would go sightseeing once they dropped their bags, and that would be their window to explore as well. They joked about scouting the city's hidden spots and sightseeing before setting off. He almost stopped them, but since they weren't actually causing trouble yet, he decided to step in only if they crossed the line. He told them he would be waiting in front of the hotel and to hurry back, warning that if they fell behind, they would have to help with his report. When he stepped outside, a woman in a black kimono was standing there. He froze in surprise. She had been with them that morning and he had not expected to see her again. She smiled playfully and explained that things at their base in the nearby town seemed mostly settled, so she had come to keep the place on standby but didn't want to stay cooped up. In plain terms, she said she had come to have some fun. He reminded her that he was on a school trip. She laughed and said that was precisely why she was here, to tease him a little. She said she could have wandered on her own, but when there was a fun event nearby, she preferred to join in. It had been about a year and a half since he had met her. She had always been whimsical, but today her mood felt even lighter than usual. Before he could collect himself, loud shouting and a cloud of dust announced the arrival of Issei and his two friends. Issei called out in surprise and mock outrage at seeing him talking with the kimono-clad woman. The others echoed his astonishment, making brusque, jealous remarks and demanding introductions. One of them made a lewd comment that only added to the narrator's embarrassment, but it passed quickly. Kuroka had smoothed her kimono into a more conventional arrangement and behaved as if trying to blend in. The trio dropped to their knees in front of the hotel and bowed deeply in an exaggerated show of respect that bordered on absurdity. Kuroka laughed at the spectacle, clutching her stomach as if it amused her to no end. He asked what they should do next. She thought for a moment, then suggested they go on a date while they were already there. She slipped her hand through his arm and leaned close in a friendly, possessive gesture that caught him off guard. The three boys erupted in a chorus of jealous protests and fled toward the city, shouting that they wanted to meet such women too and accusing him of betrayal in a flurry of childish outrage. He made a mental note that he had the disposable camera issued to each team and planned to use his spiritual technique before the 5 o'clock deadline to locate the three and bring them back to the hotel. Kuroka teased that she could accompany him on the date, praising his strength and abilities and noting that he had divine-like qualities. He had been told before that his sacred gear granted him some uncommon power, so her comment made sense. She spoke half in jest about practical advantages and half in challenge, and he promised himself he would try to make her take him more seriously. He reflected on the nature of his sacred gear, the Virg Avesta, falsely transcribed creation. It did not contain a literal god, and the figure that inspired it in another mythos was an existence born from people's wishes rather than a historical deity. Having some divine attribute felt similar to that sort of influence. It was not identical to a true god but suggested shared kinds of power. In those terms, his attribute would be modest. They strolled through the late afternoon, finishing their sightseeing early. Then, without warning, the world around them felt abruptly sealed off. He realized that a barrier had appeared, cutting off the area. He and Kuroka reacted immediately to the sudden change. I didn't feel anything. Two users of spiritual techniques, including one of the highest class, had failed to sense the warning, and that realization sent chills down his spine as he moved into a combat stance. Then a voice spoke from somewhere, saying that he seemed stronger than before but, as a cat spirit, he was still a step short. Kuroka appeared visibly unsettled and wondered if it could be Magari. Soon a seven-tailed calico cat spirit descended before them. Magari remarked that Kuroka still called her Grandma Magari and wished Kuroka would show some growth. Kuroka gave a bitter expression and asked why Magari was there. Magari replied that she might answer, but first asked Kuroka to introduce the young man beside her, noting a strong mixed scent and assuming they lived together. He thought it was amazing that a beast-type spirit could tell that by scent. Such yokai were intimidating. Kuroka introduced him as Arima Ikki. Ikki explained that he had been receiving spiritual technique training from Kuroka and asked Magari to take care of him. He felt awkward using formal manners, but he tried to be respectful. Magari acknowledged the effort and commented on his manners with a teasing remark about the other black cat in the area. She then explained why she had come. There was a serious problem brewing in Kyoto involving an earth spider that had broken its seal and was attacking several yokai villages as it moved, and it had now come into the city. Magari shook her head and explained that the earth spider only cared about strong opponents, so the public parts of the city remained peaceful. The hidden communities were on edge, and several experts besides herself had been sent to work with the shrine's princess to handle the situation. She added that earth spiders had a special concealment technique that allowed them to hide in spiritual veins like a fiery carriage. After causing trouble once, one would likely be resting in a spiritual vein by now. Magari warned that he should not face an earth spider one-on-one in his current state. He would need to be able to maintain his 7 tails constantly to have a chance. Kuroka bristled at being compared to Magari, insisting she was not naturally able to keep 7 tails like Magari could. Magari apologized for interrupting and suggested he should make the most of his current relationship, then vanished before he could notice the exact moment of her departure. Kuroka muttered that Magari was quite a presence. She admitted privately that with her current strength, she wouldn't win under such conditions, which implied even powerful demons like her would struggle. After that, Kuroka decided not to get involved further. She had no obligation to risk herself against such dangerous foes and would leave it to others. With that settled, they parted ways for the time being. Ikki regrouped with the 3 classmates who had been punished for their earlier misbehavior and returned to the hotel. Kuroka had checked in as a regular guest at the same hotel, but because her presence would unsettle the others, they agreed to enter separately in exchange for a free meal at the hotel restaurant. At the hotel, Kuroka was bombarded with questions, and Ikki did his best to deflect them until they quieted down. He physically intervened to stop any attempt to peek into the women's bath and to put an end to their inappropriate, late-night talk. Thus ended the first day of the school trip. On the second morning, after breakfast and leaving the hotel, Ikki wasted no time putting the 3 on notice. He told them that on the third day they would only stop briefly at a souvenir shop and head straight home, so today they should take the tour seriously. He had never heard of anyone spending an entire day hitting on others. Matsuda and Motohama responded angrily, and Issei, with his usual shameless grin, suggested that as best friends they deserved introductions and that if Kuroka was interested she might join them later. Ikki admitted he didn't want to hear the phrase, best friends, coming from Issei, and he wasn't sure whether Kuroka would join them. When he tried to sense her spirit, she was still in her hotel room, likely reluctant to get up early. Issei declared he would try to get close to her if she joined. The others immediately slipped into their usual exaggerated romantic fantasies, joking about their ambitions in a way that Ikki found ridiculous. They continued their shouting and boasting, one of them making a childish claim which the others met with groans and laughter, and then they moved on. They visited Kayamiza Temple, known for its dramatic stage, and then went to a nearby matchmaking shrine. The 3 classmates charged ahead, driven by their desires, and Ikki worried the gods might not be pleased with their behavior. The narrator mused that there might be some lecherous gods around, so maybe they had a chance. Motohama then made an inappropriate remark, and the other tourists' smiles turned to scorn. Unaware of that reaction, the 3 continued their exaggerated prayers, apparently trying to improve their luck with romance. Afterward, they tried the shrine's famous love fortune stones, a pair of stones set about 10 meters apart. The legend said that if you could reach the opposite stone with your eyes closed, your love would come true. The 3, however, kept falling, bumping into passers-by, and sabotaging one another just when they were about to make it. They tried over 10 times and never reached the other stone. If you keep pulling each other down, you are never going to make it. Matsuda insisted they try the fortune slips next, boasting that he would draw a great blessing, promising a girlfriend and instant success. The 4 of them drew fortunes, but their hopeful voices quickly turned to groans as they compared results. The 3 friends received great curse slips, while the narrator ended up with a minor blessing, a modest fortune that said things would improve gradually. Issei demanded to trade slips, but the narrator refused, predicting Issei would find happiness in time. Kuroka dismissed trading as pointless and advised that anyone with a great curse should tie it properly to the shrine's string. After visiting a few more spots and having lunch, Kuroka finally joined them. The narrator noted that the dream of a double romantic triumph had not come true, and the 3 tried energetically to impress Kuroka. Kuroka replied that, if she had to choose a boyfriend, she would pick Issei over the others. The others protested at first, questioning what was appealing about his gloomy demeanor, while Kuroka explained that people were naturally drawn to strong individuals and that Issei showed considerable potential. The narrator reflected that Issei, Matsuda, and Motohama had become far more capable in physical contests than expected. Although Motohama was not athletically inclined, Issei and especially Matsuda had made dramatic improvements. Matsuda, who might look scrawny at a glance, had become surprisingly athletic, breaking several records in PE and being encouraged by a teacher to join the track team. The narrator silently resolved that if Saji ever took on leadership roles at Kuo Academy, they would hand things over without complaint. By late afternoon, after visiting Fushimi Inari Shrine and preparing to return to Kyoto Station, the sky unexpectedly sent rain despite having been clear moments before. The narrator complained about the rain, and Issei looked puzzled, saying he saw none. Then, in an instant, everyone except Kuroka and the narrator vanished from sight. Someone exclaimed that a barrier had appeared and that they had been transported to another dimension. Kuroka and the narrator were stunned when a deep, violent aura surged up from the ground ahead. Another voice suggested that someone had spotted a powerful earth spirit and sealed the area so it could not escape along the ley lines, creating a barrier that only those with sufficient aura could enter. A massive earth spider emerged, towering 12 to 13 meters tall, with a demonic visage and 6 arms. It fixed on the two of them and lunged without warning, clearly intending to crush anyone in its path. It targeted Kuroka specifically and attacked. Kuroka split left and right and barely avoided the initial assault. She created over 20 clones in an instant and launched a barrage of attacks that mixed hermit arts, sorcery, mana, and conventional magic. A few of the clones were real, and every strike hit with tremendous force. The earth spider, enveloping its arms in potent spiritual energy, smashed through the barrage. Its sweeping strike produced a shockwave that blew away nearby structures and wiped out the clones. Kuroka's shield flickered and then shattered, and she was slammed away and left unconscious at a distance. The narrator surged forward in fury, unleashing the technique One Sword Azura and slashing at the spider's back with rapid, precise strikes. The spider continued to charge toward the fallen Kuroka. The narrator cut past the beast to stand between it and Kuroka. The spider acknowledged the challenge and decided to finish it personally, delivering a devastating blow whose shockwave tossed the narrator more than 20 meters. When the narrator landed, Kuroka lay nearby, knocked unconscious but apparently protected by her shield from serious harm. The spider was already preparing another charge. The narrator noted that One Sword Azura would last for only about 40 more seconds and that a desperate, high-risk technique called Vergavesta, falsely transcribed creation referred to among them as self-destruct, would be lethal if it missed even slightly. The narrator was uncertain how much wider the range of that technique had become since the last time it had been used. If he kept his distance, the spider might kill Kuroka first. Waiting for reinforcements was no longer an option. The spider's toughness was overwhelming. His slashes had barely affected it at first. Even if it stood still, he probably would not defeat it in time. Running away alone was not an option either. The answer was clear. He would pour every last second of Itsushura into a single strike. Standing up, he focused his killing intent through his right Fong grinder, Zarek, and aimed at the spider. He announced that he would cut down the earth spider and charged forward like a bullet. The spider taunted him to bring the blade, and he invoked Itaresetsu. He sprang, but the spider had already read his move and counterattacked with a powerful blow. The creature moved with near-instinctive ferocity, its gaze not even fixed on him. They met midair. He knew that even if he disabled one of its limbs, he might lose the use of both his own arms. Still, he took one more step in the air, crossed his arms, and struck with all his remaining force. The impact severed the spider's head, and he landed behind it, using a ki blast to spring into a double jump. The head fell right in front of him. The sight was uncanny, but before he could relax, the detached head spoke cheerfully and introduced itself as the Earth Spider, asking his name. The head added that it was done for now but would be willing to fight again. The head then mentioned that it would see him in a few hundred years before vanishing. He worried that such a time span would be longer than his life, and wondered about reincarnation and whether they might meet again. He decided to leave the cleanup to Lord Magari and collapsed into unconsciousness. Sunlight filtered through his eyelids. Still groggy, he thought it was already morning and buried his face deeper into the soft pillow. A soft purr right next to his ear startled him awake. He made a startled noise and pulled his face away to open his eyes. Kuroka was beside him, wearing a thin white robe meant for recovery. He realized that he had been asleep too close to her and immediately felt embarrassed, flushing and freezing. Lord Magari entered the room and sighed at the sight of them. He explained that he had been worried when their minds had seemed clouded, but that they were simply flustered. He also said he had business to attend to and would return in an hour, then left. Kuroka muttered that his interruption had spoiled the mood, and he told her to put on proper clothes. After she dressed and he stepped out of the room, he asked why she had slept beside him. Kuroka cheerfully explained that it had been for his treatment. She said she had woken up right after the barrier broke to find him covered in blood with broken bones and torn muscles. Grandmother Mikaniko had been there, so they had brought him back quickly and given him a medicinal bath. The bath alone would not have healed him completely in 2 days, so Kuroka had added her immortal healing arts as well. He asked why his injuries had been so severe when the attack hadn't looked like an ordinary wound. He explained that the damage had been the backlash from using an advanced technique of Itsushura. He had used the technique to unleash his full power for a short time. When Kuroka had been knocked away, he risked everything and poured the remainder of that power into a single strike, invoking Itarusetsu. Arima Ikki admitted that, if he could strengthen his body and muscles perfectly, he might avoid that kind of damage, but after trying it he realized the power could not be controlled that precisely. He thought that, with enough training he might get there, but it would require activating it hundreds of times, meaning he would need an impossible number of phoenix tears to heal all the injuries and exhaustion. Kuroka thanked him gratefully and noted that if it had been only her, she probably would have died. Ikki returned the thanks, reminding her that she had stayed with him all night to treat his wounds. A fox-eared maid announced that breakfast was ready, and they paused to eat. Afterwards they were led to the room where the Yasaka princess waited. Though it was morning, the room was dim and sealed deep within the mansion, lit eerily by a mysterious blue lantern that looked like foxfire. At the back of the room stood a beautiful fox-eared woman with 9 tails. Yasaka, the legendary princess Ikki had seen in stories. Her attire was an ornate, traditional-style outfit reminiscent of an oiran, with exposed shoulders in a fashion common among some yukai. Maguri-sama and a sharp-eyed Tengu attendant were also present. Beside Yasaka stood a small blonde fox-eared girl with 6 tails. It was unmistakably Kunu, who looked like a young elementary school child and watched the newcomers with curiosity. Yasaka introduced herself as the one who oversaw the hidden Kyoto and presented Kunu as her daughter, asking them to remember them. Kunu shyly introduced herself in turn. Ikki identified himself and thanked Yasaka for the treatment he had received. Kuroka, with a touch of reluctance, acknowledged that her actions had led to the trouble they had been caught up in. Maguri-sama scolded Kuroka briefly, and Kuroka reacted with a half-defiant, half-apologetic expression. Maguri-sama teased that he could call in a certain influential contact if she did not behave. Kuroka made a disgruntled face and relented. Yasaka assured them that this time the yukai owed them thanks and apologies, and that no particular formalities were expected from the two of them. The Tengu's glare softened at her words. Maguri-sama warned against spoiling Kuroka too much, but fell silent once the princess had spoken. Yasaka bowed deeply with Kunu to thank Ikki and Kuroka for dealing with the earth spider. She explained that had the earth spider continued its rampage, the damage would have been severe. They had intended to send elite troops, but it was not an easy opponent. She added that Kanto would also wish to offer a reward to save face, meaning both the yukai and Kanto organizations intended to repay them for their help. Ikki was surprised and a little overwhelmed at the prospect of rewards from both sides. When the princess asked if they had any requests, Ikki and Kuroka both said they had none. Maguri-sama then proposed that, from Kanto's side, they could be trained under him. He had heard that Ikki was an ordinary human and offered to bring him over via a transfer technique when the time was right, with Kuroka training alongside him. Ikki realized this was an opportunity he could not refuse. He had no way to measure Maguri-sama's true strength, but he suspected it was formidable and felt he should accept. Kuroka, at first stunned, agreed that she would not simply stand by and be defeated by the earth spider either. With Kuroka's approval, it was settled. Yasaka then mentioned a formal arrangement concerning Kunu to be considered later. Kunu reacted with visible shock and demanded to know what her mother meant. Yasaka explained that, since they had expressed a desire to meet the human who defeated the earth spider and training under Maguri-sama would make him stronger, she was only suggesting they consider future plans carefully and postpone any formal decisions until they had a chance to get to know each other better. Kunu asked if that meant they would have time to become acquainted first. Yasaka explained that those Kanko foxes were a bit special. Normally they were low-level spirits, But their power grew in response to the wielder's life force, the aura, so Ikkei's familiar would be stronger than a usual one. Issei thought that sounded great but had a question. He asked how they were fed, recalling that Kanko foxes tended to multiply rapidly. Yasaka confirmed that Kanko foxes tended to multiply uncontrollably and could end up consuming the caster's resources. He added that this one was unique. There was only one inside the tube, it could split into up to 75 copies, and it was omnivorous, able to feed on the caster's energy or ordinary food. Issei felt relieved at that and accepted gratefully. The idea that the fox could draw on his energy meant it would not burden his wallet further, especially since Kuroka had already been using up his savings. Yasaka offered to leave a copy behind so Issei could contact it anytime. Issei had no reason to refuse, so he opened the bamboo tube. A palm-sized fox spirit emerged, lacking limbs as Kanko foxes did. Issei named it Izuna and instructed it to make a copy and follow Yasaka's orders while ignoring any strange commands. The fox duplicated quickly and jumped onto Yasaka's palm. Yasaka said everything was settled and offered to teleport Issei to his hotel. As soon as Yasaka indicated that, panic hit Issei. He worried about school, realizing he had been missing part of the trip and fretting about possible consequences. Yasaka reassured him and explained that he had suggested a plausible cover story to Issei's parents, so Issei should return as if nothing unusual had happened. Issei was amazed at how effective the suggestion had been. Yasaka teleported Issei to a point near the hotel, and Issei returned with Kuroka. Kuroka had been sulky at first, but after Yasaka whispered something to her before they parted, she seemed cheered up. Fortunately, the others were still at breakfast and had not seen them together. Back in his room, Issei waited while the trio returned looking thoroughly roughed up. Issei asked what had happened to their injuries. Matsuda claimed they were battle scars of honor. Motohama insisted they had merely been trying to get to an off-limits area and failed. The others maintained they had no regrets, though Issei wished they would reflect on their choices. Later, the girls confronted Issei tearfully, upset that he had stayed at a friend's house while they had to deal with trouble. Issei could not explain. After that, the group left the hotel, bought souvenirs, and the boys impulsively bought wooden swords. That marked the end of Issei's first school trip. After the trip, Kuroka and Issei started visiting Magari on weekends for training. Magari praised Issei for having a solid foundation in controlling his own ki, but said his ability to sense other beings' ki was only average and his attunement to natural ki needed much work. Magari joked about how twisted Issei's prior training must have been to produce such imbalances. Because it was necessary for learning, Issei demonstrated and explained his Itashura technique, which only seemed to exasperate Magari further. Magari acknowledged that while the training was unconventional, it was not entirely wrong. Balance was key. He told Issei to continue the Itashura practice while Magari focused on helping him sense and control the ki of nature. Issei thanked him enthusiastically. Thinking back, Issei winced at his own optimism. Magari's methods were relentless. Issei endured dramatic, anime-style training sequences standing under winter waterfalls, swimming in freezing water, being buried in soil as a test of endurance, clinging to rocks, meditating beside intense bonfires, and even being dropped from high altitude to practice composure and recovery. The exercises were harsh but framed as exaggerated, stylized trials rather than realistic brutality. Meanwhile, Kuroka worked on spatial techniques as an extension of barrier magic and began studying time manipulation, which proved even more difficult. Issei often found her clutching her head, muttering about concepts she could not wrap her mind around. Their training pressed on, uneven but steady. Issei later reported to Kunu that Magari had dropped him from 5,000 meters again. Kunu, who had become friendly enough to call him Issei, expressed surprise at how harsh Magari's training could be. Izuna's clones shared information instantly, allowing them to imitate phone calls. The clone Issei left in Kyoto usually stayed with Kunu, and they chatted a few times a week. Kunu said goodbye cheerfully and used the nickname Issei. He returned the greeting and ended the call. Kuroka then surprised Issei with a friendly hug from behind. Since the school trip, she had become more physically affectionate. Issei noticed her increased closeness but reminded himself to take things slowly. He preferred a deeper, mutual bond to something shallow, and he resolved to keep clear boundaries. A year passed with Issei maintaining those boundaries. During New Year and other traditional seasonal festivals, he visited Kunu a few times when she asked him, tearfully, whether long-distance relationships always ended in breakups. He could not refuse her earnest plea. One day, Kuroka asked which school Issei had applied to. He answered that he had applied to Kuo Academy. Kuroka reacted with surprise and dropped her game controller in shock, muttering about why he would aim for a place full of demons and monsters. Issei admitted that his practical reasons, proximity and acceptable grades, were partly true, but confessed that he had also been drawn by his admiration for the original setting of the story. Issei asked Kuroka if she wanted to change her preferred school now. Kuroka answered that she did not know why he was asking and said she only had a strange feeling. Her eyes darted nervously, and Issei guessed she was thinking about his sister. Kuroka gave him a sharp look and then, apparently misunderstanding, offered to confess why she had come to town. She explained that their parents, especially their father, had been involved in a troublesome organization and had died early. To protect his younger sister Chiron, Issei had become a contracted demon under the high-ranking demon Nibirius, who had promised not to harm Chiron. The other familiars and families had been forced into strange experiments, and suspicious deaths had followed. The Mao had tried to force Chiron, who was very young at the time, into dangerous spiritual training. Issei had confronted and defeated the Mao in battle and tried to flee with his sister, but hunters had been sent and had separated them quickly. After they were separated, Chiron suffered persecution and came close to execution, a fact that haunted Issei with guilt. Issei had come to the area to make sure his sister, now a Gremory familiar, was not being harmed. She now used the name Kaneko Toju and attended Kuo Academy's middle school, and Issei feared that his presence would be discovered once she entered the high school. Issei already knew these facts, but hearing them directly from Kuroka, who wore a dark expression, gave them a weight that no text could convey. Kuroka laughed bitterly and said she had made many mistakes, including relying on the organization their father had belonged to. Issei reflected that it was understandable to rely on adults when one was a child. Kuroka countered that Issei was still protecting Chiron, despite everything. Issei protested that he had failed to protect her. Kuroka insisted that if he had not acted as he did, Chiron might have suffered far worse in the experiments or at the hands of the Mao, and that Issei's efforts had been meaningful even if the outcome had not been perfect. They glared at each other for a while until Kuroka gave up and decided to go to bed. She wrapped herself in a blanket and fell silent. Issei lay down on the floor with his own blanket and drifted off. Just before losing consciousness, he thought he heard Kuroka murmur a soft thanks. The new year arrived. Issei made a quiet visit to a shrine in Kyoto and arranged for Kuroka to conceal her presence when Chiron entered the high school division of Kuo Academy. 3 of their classmates studied for entrance exams with fierce determination, spending their sessions joking immaturely about romance and the attention they expected at a school with a large female student body. Issei passed the exam and entered Kuo Academy. A few days after enrollment, someone called from behind him. Kaneko Toju, Issei's sister, asked if he kept a cat or knew anyone named Kuroka. Issei was stunned to realize Kaneko was already around the high school division. Kaneko appeared in front of him and addressed him with a pointed question. Issei suspected she already suspected something about him and that she could sense it on him. Issei reminded himself that Kaneko's presence in the high school area was not entirely unexpected. Her master, Rias Gremory, was based in the occult research club at the high school, so it was natural for Kaneko, even as a middle schooler, to linger around after school. Issei wondered whether Kuroka knew Chiron spent time in the high school occult club and whether Kuroka had been careless, or whether some other factor in the Toju family was at work. He also worried that if the truth about Kuroka's status came out, both Kaneko and Rias could end up in serious trouble for harboring a wanted fugitive. The thought of a capture team being dispatched made him tense. Issei wiped his sweaty palm on his pants and felt something hard in his pocket. He decided that, even if it was only a bluff, he had to steer the situation on his terms. He declined to answer Kaneko's direct question and instead suggested they discuss matters more calmly. A short neutral pause bridged the moment as he prepared his next move. The narrator could not believe Miltan had defeated rogue exorcists. 10 of them had been involved, and that was not something an ordinary person could pull off. The narrator asked what had happened next. Miltan explained that she had been badly injured, so she brought the narrator back to her apartment to recover. She said that on a previous trip to another world she had defeated a villainous snapping turtle that had kidnapped a princess and obtained a vial of its healing elixir. A DLVY man who had fought alongside her had told her that the elixir could heal any injury and cure any disease, and she insisted the narrator was completely healed now. The narrator struggled to accept it. Miltan had been to another world and had what sounded like a whole adventure. The narrator checked a shoulder wound and found it already closed, and wondered how a miraculous cure could exist. Miltan went on to describe how she had brought the bad guys back and tried to understand why they had done such cruel things. She decided it was because they had never experienced love, courage, dreams, or hope, so she gave them an earnest lecture about the values Milky stood for. According to her, they were moved and admitted their mistakes. The narrator was skeptical. They suspected the enemies had fled. Miltan claimed the former villains had volunteered to make amends by filling in a hole on the school grounds. The narrator concluded privately that they had probably run away instead. When the narrator asked why they had been in the same bed, Miltan said that she had stayed nearby to keep watch while he recovered. Later, the group shifted to talk of a promised reward. Yasaka-sama explained that the arrangement was only an engagement and told the narrator not to overthink it. The narrator muttered uncertain agreement. Yasaka-sama cut off the narrator's protests with a spirit spell and nudged her daughter forward. The daughter, Kunu, stepped up blushing but trying to remain composed. Kunu introduced herself as the person who would be engaged to the narrator and added that she was still young and might have shortcomings, asking politely to be treated well by her future husband. She bowed deeply, likely to hide her nervousness. The narrator found himself unable to respond properly and looked around for help. Magari-sama averted her gaze. Princess Yasaka seemed to be enjoying the moment. The Tengu beside her issued a look that warned against embarrassing the princess. Kuroka regarded the narrator with a sharp side-eye. No one offered rescue. Kunu, still bowed, looked up with tears in her eyes and asked if she was no good. The narrator hastily reassured her that she was not and offered a shaky greeting. Kunu's face brightened instantly, and the narrator felt a growing unease despite having preserved her smile. After Kunu stepped aside, the narrator and Yasaka-sama had a proper conversation. Yasaka-sama assured him that they would not dismiss the reward because of a scam. The narrator simply wanted the matter settled quickly. Yasaka-sama then handed over a bamboo tube and explained that it contained a scout fox spirit. She asked if the narrator knew what a scout fox was. The narrator replied that scout foxes were low-level spirit familiars used by spirit practitioners. He tried to channel the vibe of a fearless final boss and threw out the line about business. He told Kuroka that it was business and that he wanted to make a contract. Kuroka stepped back at his words. He reassured her that he was just a normal human and that he planned to summon her with a summoning card he had kept as a memento. He explained that he wanted her to come alone and not to tell her master, warning that things could get messy if Rias Gremory got involved. He boosted his presence and slipped behind her, reminding her who would have the upper hand in a fight and repeating the request to come alone. Then he vanished. Later, in his room, he performed an exaggerated bowing apology, insisting that he had panicked and had been out of his mind. He apologized, earning an exhausted, deflated look from Kuroka. He admitted it was partly his fault for being careless and asked what she planned to do next. Kuroka said she had told her sister as well and that she wanted to make a contract. A simple conversation in the room with the condition that Kuroka would not share anything she heard or saw with anyone. She seemed suspicious, but he pointed out that he had not yet given anyone proof that Kuroka existed. If they could seal the contract first, things might settle down. Kuroka said she would go away for a while and asked him to handle things smoothly. She summoned a magic circle at her feet to teleport. He destroyed the circle at the last moment and embraced Kuroka to stop her leaving. He held her firmly to keep her from teleporting away. He insisted he could not fix things without her and that this was their chance to make up. Kuroka protested that she did not know how to face her sister and staged an emotional complaint. They argued until night fell, and it was time to summon Kaneko. Kuroka agreed to meet Chiron and warned him that if her sister hated her she would leave town and take him with her. He told her to hide for the moment while he summoned. After she left the room, he focused on the summoning card and called Kaneko Tuju. A magic circle appeared in the center of the room, and Kaneko emerged, immediately scanning the surroundings with sharp, cautious eyes and keeping her distance. She asked if it was only him present, clearly on alert. He stayed in his performance, adopting the controlled, commanding tone he had practiced. He told her not to be so wary and proposed a peaceful conversation. He explained again that demons grant wishes and that his request was simply a conversation under strict confidentiality. Nothing that happened here was to be shared with anyone else. Kaneko remained silent, her expression hard, and he noticed the tension and anxiety in her features. He offered to answer any question honestly if she accepted those terms. She agreed under those conditions. Just after she accepted, the door burst open and Kuroka rushed in, delivering a sharp reprimand to him for scaring Kaneko. Kuroka scolded him for suggesting a contract as a way to gain knowledge and compared his theatrics to a theatrical demon. The two Nikomata sisters were finally reunited. He explained to Kaneko everything Kuroka had told him. Kaneko asked why Kuroka was still living in that town. Kuroka replied that she had simply ended up there and it felt comfortable. Kaneko pressed for the point, cutting through any lingering jokes. The sisters bickered briefly, Kuroka half defensive and half apologetic. Kaneko then asked if he knew about a particular matter. He confirmed that he knew, but questioned what he should do about it. If Kuroka remained quiet, should he be the one to speak? Kaneko said she would listen. He admitted he had gone a little overboard when trying to take control of the conversation and apologized. He then relayed Kuroka's concern. Kuroka had feared that her younger sister, now the head of the Gremory clan and supported by followers, might be treating her harshly. For that reason, Kuroka had chosen to live quietly in this town for the past 3 years. At one point, Kuroka had expressed the wish that her sister would forget about her and be able to smile like before. Kaneko reacted with surprise and emotion. As they talked, Kaneko looked down and quiet sobs began to escape her. Kaneko was about to say she should just disappear, but Kuroka stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Kaneko, bringing their faces close. Kuroka flailed awkwardly at first, then hugged properly, and for a moment it seemed like things might be all right. Arima Ikki told them he was going to step out for about 30 minutes and asked Kaneko to make sure Kuroka did not run off while he was gone. Kuroka pleaded for him not to leave, but Ikki ignored her and left. 30 minutes later Ikki returned to find the cat sisters sitting side by side on the bed. Kaneko looked very happy. Her ears and tail were relaxed and a wide smile was on her face. The two of them looked strikingly similar, their faces nearly the same if not for the slight difference in age. A pillow suddenly thumped into Ikki as Kaneko asked if he had been thinking something. Her intuition was sharp, and he decided not to overthink it. Ikki introduced himself as Arima Ikki, a first year in Class C at Kuo Academy High School and a practitioner of immortal arts. Kaneko hesitated over whether to introduce herself as Chiron or Kaneko, and Ikki suggested calling her Kaneko since she was still in the middle school division and they probably would not meet often at school until next year. He explained that using the wrong name might cause trouble, especially if Kuroka found out. Kaneko accepted and asked if she could call him Senior Ikki, which he agreed to. When Kaneko asked what he actually was, Ikki replied that he was just a normal guy, but Kuroka immediately denied that. Kuroka insisted Ikki had ties that made him anything but ordinary, and Ikki found his claim to normalcy taken away without warning. Kaneko reacted with disbelief and scorn at the revelation Kuroka offered, and Ikki protested that there was nothing shady about the situation and that there had been unavoidable circumstances. Kuroka then demanded that Ikki tell everything, including how he had reacted embarrassingly the first time they met. The sisters whispered to each other, and Kaneko reminded him that he had promised to answer any questions sincerely as the condition of their arrangement. Reluctantly, Ikki endured an hour of pointed questioning, leaving him flushed and exhausted. Over the next year, Once Kaneko had overcome her fear of immortal arts and reconciled with her sister, she asked Kuroka to train her. The sisters renewed their agreements with summoning cards and practiced explanations of immortal and demon arts, meditation, and practical combat disguised as exercise. Kaneko grew stronger by leaps and bounds and developed into a top-tier combat breed. Rias Gremory, Kaneko's mistress, believed Kaneko had finally shaken off her doubts at the start of the new term, but Kaneko still felt troubled that she could not tell her kind and gentle mistress about having reconciled with her sister, and that made her a little down at times. The seasons turned, and the new school term arrived. Ikki was now in Class 2B with the same 3 mischievous friends he had known for years, and walking home after school with them felt nostalgic. None of them were in clubs anymore, so they simply headed home together, trading jokes as they always did. As they walked, Ikki sensed a familiar presence just beyond the surface of the street, a fallen angel. A short distance from the school, a girl in a different uniform approached him with a shy, nervous air. The girl introduced herself as Amano Yuma, saying she had seen Ikki walking home a few times and that she had something to ask him. Ikki felt flustered at the unexpected encounter. A sudden confession left all 3 of them shouting in stunned unison. The other 2 could not accept it and dashed off in tears. Issei, finally understanding what a confession meant, broke into an embarrassed grin and gladly accepted. He introduced himself to the girl as Yuma and told Ikki that he had things to discuss with her, asking Ikki to leave them alone. Ikki warned him not to get carried away, then turned and went home, deciding to keep an eye on the date from a distance. Issei's perspective followed like a private diary entry. He wrote that he had his first girlfriend, an attractive girl with black hair and amethyst eyes, and that he was thrilled. He planned the perfect weekend outing and hoped the date would go well. When the girl suggested a day out, he felt hopeful and nervous in equal measure. Suddenly Yuma's expression shifted to something cold and distant, and she asked him a chilling question about whether he would die for her. A glowing spear of light formed in her hand and she lunged forward. Issei reacted instinctively and managed to dodge, creating some distance between them. When he looked up, she was hovering with jet-black wings and a smug smile. The sky above them had warped into a swirling indigo pattern, and Yuma taunted him as she floated. She warned him that a barrier surrounded the park, preventing escape, and that she would end his life quickly if he remained. Another spear slammed into the ground nearby with an explosive force, creating a smoking crater. Issei sprinted for the park exit but slammed into an invisible wall. Yuma landed behind him and advanced, spear in hand, blaming the god who had placed a sacred gear inside him. As danger closed in, Issei's mind raced through memories and wishes for a better outcome. At that moment, a glowing red card slipped in his chest pocket began to shine, and a magic circle appeared between him and Yuma. From within the light stepped Rias Gremory, who had answered the call. Yuma sneered and hurled another spear, but Rias countered with a surge of power that dissolved the attack instantly. Rias made it clear she would not allow her contractor to die, and the 2 stared each other down. The barrier shattered and Ikki stepped through, calling out to Issei. Yuma scoffed at the interruption and decided to retreat, muttering that she might return. The distorted sky returned to normal. Issei was left shaken and confused by the sudden confrontation. Later, Ikki returned home and updated Kuroka on what had happened. He explained that a fallen angel had tried to approach Issei under the pretense of a confession and that he intended to observe the situation rather than interfere immediately. Kuroka questioned whether it was safe to leave Issei alone given the sacred gear that was beginning to awaken, and Ikki admitted that it was a precarious situation. The conversation ended with the uneasy realization that the 3 of them were growing stronger and that new dangers might be closing in. Earlier, he had been observing from the rooftops. He thought that if the gear was battle-based, it would make sense for it to awaken as his physical specs improved. He could hardly believe it could be that simple. He reminded himself that Asia Argento's gear had awakened when she prayed to save an injured puppy, and he scolded himself for missing the implication. He quickly cast a detection spell and detected Issei and Rainier at the park near the school. He wondered whether he should head there immediately, but before he could decide he sensed a spike in her power and a barrier rose. He cursed, realizing he was too late. Grinding his teeth at his own carelessness, he told Kuroka that he was going. Concealing his presence, he dashed toward the park faster than any car. I couldn't see what was happening inside the barrier, but the fact that it was still active meant I was probably not too late. Still, there was no guarantee Rias Gremory would appear as before. My heart racing, I arrived and smashed through the barrier. Rias shouted to Issei, asking if he was all right. Scanning the scene, I saw Issei seemed unharmed. Rias was shielding him, standing protectively in front. Rainier glared at me cautiously, then after a moment flew off. Good, Issei was safe. Now came the awkward part. Rias was glaring at me. I should probably explain myself. I introduced myself as Arima Iki, a second-year student in Class B and a freelance Taoist, and explained that I had sensed Issei was in danger and had come as fast as I could. I acknowledged I had been a little late, and I thanked Rias for protecting him. Rias observed that I seemed to understand the situation well, and then pointed out that Issei was just an ordinary person who had been dragged into this. She proposed that we come with her, and she led the way. Issei looked completely bewildered but still nodded his agreement. Instead of opening a magic circle, Rias led us on foot to the old school building, probably to show us the route to the Occult Research Club. That worked in my favor. I silently summoned my pipe Foxazuna and had it possess me, then I received Kaniko's voice in my head asking if something was wrong. I explained that my friend had been attacked by a fallen angel, that Rias had already been summoned and kept him safe, and that because I had broken through the barrier I could not pretend to be a normal student. I had introduced myself as a freelance Taoist and we were heading to the club. Kaniko asked if I wanted them to pretend we were meeting for the first time to cut off any threads connected to Kuroka. I confirmed that was the plan, and Kaniko agreed. Not long after that exchange, we arrived at the Occult Research Club. Rias opened the door and led the way. Issei and I followed. The room was filled with unnecessarily luxurious furniture, eerie statues, and magic circles carved here and there. There was even a shower room for some reason. Candlelight only made the atmosphere more mysterious. On the couch sat Kaniko, eating an entire block of sweet bean jelly with the same gluttony she always showed. Kuroka, her sister, was also a big eater. Across from her, the black-haired Himejima Akino sipped tea gracefully, while Yudo Kiba stood by the wall reading a book. The narrator felt a quiet swell of emotion at seeing all the main characters gathered like this. Rias introduced the newcomers, explaining that the two were second years Hayudu Issei and Arima Iki. She said she had been summoned by Hayudu in time to save him from an attack by a girl with black wings. Issei stammered his name and asked if Rias had really said fallen angel. Rias acknowledged his shock and told him they would cover the details later. She then introduced Arima as someone involved in the supernatural and a friend of Issei, who had broken through the fallen angel's barrier to rush in. Arima bowed politely and introduced himself as Arima Iki. Rias then asked the others to introduce themselves. Akino smiled and introduced herself as Himejima Akino, third year and vice president of the Occult Research Club. Kiba gave his name and year, and Tuju Kaniko stated she was a first year. Once introductions finished, they all sat around the table in the middle of the room. Rias set aside formalities and asked if she could call the two by their given names. Issei brightened at her casual address and accepted enthusiastically, while Arima did not object. Rias and Akino said the older students would use their given names as well. Rias shifted to a serious tone and confirmed that Issei had no idea what was happening. Issei admitted he was overwhelmed and unsure what to think. Rias described the girl who had tried to kill him as a fallen angel, an angel who had fallen into the underworld after succumbing to sin. Issei reacted with disbelief, and Rias pointed out that denying the existence of a black-winged attacker would mean denying the fact that he had almost been killed. Rias asked if she could continue, and Issei nodded. She asked whether the fallen angel had mentioned anything called a sacred gear. Issei repeated the phrase in confusion. Rias explained that sacred gears were extraordinary powers bestowed upon certain humans. Most were harmless, but a few could be dangerous even to supernatural beings. She said the fallen angel had tried to eliminate Issei because she feared his sacred gear might be one of the dangerous kinds. Issei reacted in shock and asked whether the explanation really meant beings like them existed. Ria stood and the others followed, revealing their demonic wings as she confirmed they were devils. After a short break so Issei could process the revelation, Akino served tea with a warm smile. Akino prepared the tea and the others praised its aroma and balance. She offered to brew coffee next time if anyone preferred. The conversation relaxed for a moment before Rias returned to the matter at hand and asked if Issei understood so far. He admitted he still struggled to believe it but had seen their wings and understood enough to continue. Arima indicated he was following. Rias instructed Issei to attempt summoning his sacred gear by standing and raising his left arm. Issei hesitated but complied. Rias encouraged him to imagine his strongest form, saying it was acceptable to mimic something if it helped. Issei gathered himself, called out the name of his gear, and activated it with a surge of energy. Arima laughed at Issei's dramatic display and teased him, and before anyone could react further, Issei's left arm lit up and a crimson gauntlet materialized. Issei realized in that moment that his sacred gear was one of the 13 Longinus, the boosted gear, the gauntlet of the Red Dragon Emperor. Issei stared in disbelief as a gauntlet revealed itself, and he realized it was a sacred gear. Rias explained that it had worked and identified the artifact as a dragon-type gear known to double its wielder's power for a limited time, and warned that even possessing such a thing could draw dangerous attention from the fallen angels. Issei slumped in disappointment. Ikki decided it was the right moment to nudge him and suggested that Issei try activating the gauntlet, asking Rias for permission. Rias approved. Issei asked how to use it, and Rias replied that sacred gears responded to their host's will and required a strong desire. Issei acknowledged the instruction and struck a dramatic pose, then shouted the activation words with exaggerated flair. When Ikki laughed, Issei stormed over in mock anger and demanded an apology. Ikki apologized and offered a bit of advice in return, asking Issei to focus on a single, strong desire he truly cared about. Ikki moved them to a corner and used a minor Taoist technique to muffle their voices from the devils nearby. He explained that a strong desire did not have to be rage or combativeness and encouraged Issei to concentrate on something meaningful to him. Issei hesitated but then accepted the suggestion and rose to try again, asking Rias for a second chance. Rias consented. Issei fixed his gaze on Rias with fierce concentration, holding her image in his mind to steady his will. After a brief moment, a clear sign that the gauntlet was responding appeared. He shouted with fierce determination. The gauntlet itself then proclaimed the Welsh dragon and the dragon booster. Rias and the others were stunned. The awakening they had all feared and hoped for had manifested before their eyes. The power to threaten even gods had just surfaced. Thus Hayate Issei, the Red Dragon Emperor, finally awakened. Issei looked bewildered by the terminology that followed. Rias and the others clarified that the gauntlet housed the power and soul of a legendary dragon and that such artifacts known as Longinus or god-slaying tools were among the most potent sacred gears. Rias explained that when the gauntlet activated it had invoked the Welsh dragon, referring to the Red Dragon Emperor, Draig, whose power and spirit were contained within the gauntlet. Rias then asked Ikki to explain the boosted gear's mechanics. Ikki protested at first, but accepted and described the two primary abilities. First, the gear multiplied its wielder's power exponentially over time, doubling every 10 seconds, and second, it could transfer the accumulated power to another target, such as a person or a weapon. He noted he did not know all the specific details in this world and that the dragon sealed within the gauntlet might reveal more as Issei grew stronger. Issei, thrilled at the thought of communicating with the dragon inside the gauntlet, tried to speak to it eagerly, but the gauntlet remained silent. Ikki suggested that the dragon spirit was likely still dormant and that it would awaken fully only after Issei learned to use the boosted gear and grew in strength. Issei looked dejected at the answer, and Rias acknowledged that Ikki's explanation had covered the basics. The narrator expected the question and had nothing to hide. The narrator explained that they were not officially affiliated with any group but had connections to the yokai and had been taught the basics of senjutsu by someone who had trained them. Magari had given valuable lessons during training and had once warned that she would not forgive complete cluelessness. Rias confirmed that the narrator had ties to the yokai and said they had met by chance. The narrator had been an ordinary person before that. Rias then moved to the final topic. Both Issei and the narrator reacted with surprise when Rias asked whether Issei remembered what the card with the magic circle had said when he summoned her. Issei recalled that it had promised to grant his wish. Rias explained that devils existed to grant human wishes, but that every wish carried a price. Issei paled and worried that the price might be his soul. Rias laughed softly and said that claiming his soul would be pointless after saving his life. She clarified, however, that the offer she had in mind was still significant and asked whether Issei had ever considered becoming a devil. She produced a red chess piece, a pawn, and explained that the piece was an evil piece used by high-class devils to reincarnate other beings into devils. Rias described what that meant: a rebirth as a devil under her, Rias Gremory, as a member of her household like Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko. She warned that becoming a devil would mean being expected to fight in battles from time to time, but pointed out that Issei possessed a sacred gear, and danger could come again. As her servant, she could protect him directly. She also mentioned that devils could live for extremely long PRDIS, over 10,000 years, and asked what he would decide. Issei reacted with shock and asked what would happen if he refused. Rias reassured him that she would help him find a good job with decent conditions if he declined and that, as long as he worked diligently, he would not have a terrible life. The narrator, asked for a third-party opinion, advised Issei to accept for 2 reasons. First, the protection of the Gremory family, one of the most prestigious devil houses, meant that even if others learned he possessed a Longinus-class sacred gear, few would dare threaten him. Second, the narrator pointed to how Issei felt around Rias and her servants. None of them seemed cruel or oppressive. Those observations were the narrator's reasons in favor of accepting. Issei took a breath, looked at Rias, and agreed to become her devil. Rias said she looked forward to working with him. A magic circle glowed on the cleared floor of the clubroom, and Issei stood at its center, a mix of anticipation and nervousness on his face. Rias assured him that the reincarnation would take only a moment and would not be painful, but Issei remained tense. Rias placed the pawn piece into Issei's open palms, one after another until all 8 pieces had been set. The pieces began to glow faintly. Rias noted that she had expected to use all 8 pawn pieces for a sacred gear classified as a Longinus and had briefly worried the reincarnation might not take. Stepping outside the circle, Rias began the rite. She called upon her authority as Rias Gremory and invoked the ceremony to make Issei her servant devil, welcoming the beginning of his life as a devil. The glowing pawn pieces rose and flew into Issei's chest one by one. Moments after the light faded, a pair of devil wings manifested on his back, confirming the ritual's success. The others acknowledged the change and welcomed him. Issei answered energetically at first, but then his expression twisted in sudden pain. He clutched himself and showed clear distress, reporting that his body felt as if forces inside were grinding and that it hurt. He dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by intense internal pressure and surging energy that left him stunned. One of the other members of the group urgently offered to use a spiritual energy technique to check his condition. I placed my hand on Issei's forehead and traced the flow of his energy. The cause revealed itself almost immediately, and I realized what was happening. A member of the group reported to Rias that Issei's body could not handle the power of all 8 pieces and suggested sealing about 4 of them to stabilize him. Rias instructed everyone to step back. We did, leaving Issei in her care. She summoned a magic circle into her palm and pressed it gently against Issei's chest. A gust of wind briefly swept through the room before it died down. Rias then asked how Issei was feeling. Issei checked himself for any lingering discomfort and confirmed that he was okay. Rias expressed relief and embraced him warmly. I could not see his face from my angle, but I noticed the relieved smile he wore. In the original timeline, Issei had been sealed as well. Even with 1 pawn, promotion to queen should have been possible, but early on he could barely manage rook. He claimed it was because he was newly reincarnated and couldn't handle it yet, though that was probably an excuse. He had to undergo intensive training from morning till night just to unlock. Enough of his power to become a queen before the riser battle. That seal must have been seriously tight. Still, for someone whose talent was said to be unusually weak, it made sense. Even if he was stronger than in the original, his base potential remained limited. It looked like he hadn't yet reached the level to exceed the value of 8 pieces, which was a relief. It would have been tragic if the protagonist had ended up stuck repaying debts as a human in the very first arc. Issei stood and showed everyone he was fine. Rias smiled warmly at him and then turned to me, thanking me for my help. Issei echoed his thanks as well. I downplayed my role, saying that Rias would have figured it out anyway and that I might have only gotten in the way. Rias replied that intent mattered more than necessity and that whether it had been needed was something that could only be judged afterwards. Rias then asked if I would consider becoming one of her servants, noting my actions and my senjutsu abilities and saying she would like my strength on her team. I declined and explained that I could not go into detail but was currently involved in something that made it more convenient for me to remain human. That was the primary reason. Rias asked if being a devil would be incompatible with that, and I said I could not entirely rule it out, but I needed every advantage I could get. Rias appeared a little disappointed but did not press. She said she would not want to interfere with someone who had a clear goal and that if things changed and I became interested later, I should reach out. She teased that her offer would stand only if she still had a spot in her peerage, and then winked in a way that made me realize she really could pull off that expression. After all, she was a devil. Rias announced the end of the meeting and asked Issei to bring a form with him after school the next day. She handed him a piece of paper, and Issei asked what it was. Rias explained that it was a club application for the Occult Research Club, which she used as a public base for their activities. Membership was mandatory for her servants. She then asked if I would participate in the club's public-facing activities. I asked what the Occult Research Club actually did. Rias described how they investigated cryptids and UFOs, created exhibits from their findings, and sometimes interviewed local legends. On quieter days they relaxed with tea and snacks. I agreed to join without hesitation, and Rias signed the form for us both. That concluded the day. The afternoon after handing in the club applications, Matsuda and Motohama rushed over in dramatic fashion, upset that Issei and I were joining the Occult Research Club. They reacted with mock betrayal, noting that Kuroka was on my side and that they felt abandoned. Issei struck a boastful pose and made a remark that left them momentarily speechless. Issei suggested that they should go, and we walked out of the classroom together. Along the way, Issei thought he might have heard girls whispering things about the new pairings, but he dismissed it as his imagination. As we made our way to the old school building, Issei noted that Matsuda and Motohama did not remember Yuma at all. I reminded him that whether demon or fallen angel, non-humans often erased all traces when they were done. Issei admitted he had not fully believed it until he saw it happen. We arrived at the clubroom entrance and stepped inside, announcing our arrival and presenting our applications. Everyone was already there. Rias took the forms, signed them, and congratulated us, officially welcoming us as members of the Occult Research Club. The night before joining, Kuroka had pinched my cheek teasingly and commented about me joining the same club as Hain, which left me wondering whether the gesture was familial or flirtatious. I hoped it was the latter. After Rias and Juno gave their welcoming remarks, Issei announced that he wanted to introduce someone. Rias asked curiously if he was introducing someone. Ikki moved out his left arm and called the artifact into action. A green orb shimmered on his knuckles, and the artifact's voice introduced itself as Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, pleased to meet his partner. Everyone stared in shock at how quickly they were conversing with Drake. Rias Gremory introduced herself as Issei's master and asked Drake why he had been silent when Issei had called him the previous day. Drake explained that he had not been silent. He had awakened when his host activated the artifact, but the host had been too weak for him to make himself heard. Rias asked whether that meant Drake could speak now because Ikki had become a demon. Drake confirmed that he had begun awakening even while his host was human, and that the host's transfiguration had finally allowed them to communicate. Rias asked whether Drake had learned anything about the artifact's transferability yesterday. Ikki replied that it had been late and that he had only learned that Draig and another artifact had gone on a rampage long ago before being sealed. Draig noted that the artifact granted power and that a strong host with a small catalyst could activate it, asking to be trained well as a partner. Ikki looked puzzled and then explained there were 3 keys to mastering an artifact: the strength of one's resolve, the host's own strength, and communication with the artifact. When Draig asked whether the bond could produce results beyond a simple doubling of output, Ikki said he had asked his teacher the same question and that while output might remain around double, activation speed, duration, and bodily strain could vary greatly. Ikki recalled his teacher Magari's instruction and reflected that meditating with both the false reflection of all things and the artifact on his lap had produced subtle shifts in his divine attribute. He acknowledged that building familiarity through dialogue with the artifact was crucial. He greeted Draig once more, and Draig replied that the relationship might be good for both of them and that he was pleased to meet his partner. 10 days later, encouraged by whispers from other demons urging him to become a top-ranking demon and form strong bonds, Issei rode his bicycle around handing out flyers again. The club had recently traveled to Ikebukuro to interview a headless Dullahan who now rode a motorcycle. They had been chased for riding without lights. Rias had officially declared herself club president Rias and insisted on the title. Rias welcomed Issei back as he arrived. Issei thanked her and asked if he could take a contract. Rias explained that the flyer campaign was to spread awareness and that it was time for Issei to take a contract. She noted that 2 summons for Koton had overlapped and assigned one of them to Issei, asking if he had the manual memorized. Issei affirmed that he had memorized the manual. Juno acknowledged Rias's instruction. A teleportation circle appeared beneath Issei's feet as he stood in its center and attempted to leave. The circle glowed, but Issei's magic proved too weak to teleport, and the group decided they could not leave the client waiting, so Issei would have to walk. Issei felt embarrassed about the situation. Koton chided him gently, and Issei protested that clients might reject a demon who appeared at their door. Rias considered whether they could use Draig's power from the artifact to boost Issei's magic. Rias told Issei that was a good point and instructed him to boost himself with Draig and try again. Issei called for Draig, and Juno redrew the magic circle to facilitate the boost. With the circle completed, Issei teleported to the client's location, but he still failed to secure the contract. Issei reflected that it had been a rough day. Morisawa had greeted him and immediately asked him to change when she caught him summoning Draig. They had talked about Draig until late, but the contract had slipped away. They had gotten along, but that did not translate to success. When asked what his strengths were, he had been unable to answer. Even with Draig's artifact he would be strong, but not enough. On his day off, Issei went to pick up a rare disc from a hidden collector and wandered the town. He heard someone exclaim in surprise and turned to see a blonde nun who had tripped nearby. He hurried over to help. Issei asked if she was all right. She smiled and took his hand to steady herself. A breeze had loosened her veil. Issei caught it and handed it back, revealing a kind face with green eyes. She thanked him, and he noticed she was carrying a large amount of luggage. She explained that she had just transferred to the local church and was still learning the language, so she had been grateful for his guidance. Issei offered to guide her to the church since there was only one in town, and she accepted with gratitude and a short prayer of thanks. He found himself thinking that she seemed gentle and sincere. As they walked through a park, they encountered a little boy who had scraped his knee and was crying. The nun rushed to comfort him and a faint green light glowed from her palm, closing the wound quickly. Issei realized she carried a healing artifact, something uncommon and perfect for someone in her role. The boy thanked her and ran off, and she turned back to Issei with a warm smile. They continued toward the church. She expressed that she had been surprised by his initial reaction but was pleased that he appreciated the gentle nature of her power. Issei noticed a subtle loneliness in her expression but did not ask about it. When the church came into view, Issei felt a chill run down his spine. The nun asked if he was all right, and he awkwardly covered up his reaction, pointing out the church and recalling childhood visits there with a boy who had since moved away. He reminded himself that, as a demon, he could no longer go inside. She invited him in for tea to express her thanks. Drake warned Issei against going inside unprepared, explaining that a church was hostile territory for demons and that the chill he had felt was dangerous. Issei apologized and said he had remembered something he needed to do, and they parted with her introducing herself as Asia Argento and Issei introducing himself as Hayuda Issei. She waved until he was out of sight, and he found himself wishing he could get to know someone like her more. Later, Rias admonished Issei and insisted he must never go near that church again. She explained that for a demon, a church could be a place of lethal danger, and that if he entered unprepared it could escalate into a serious conflict with divine forces. Issei asked why there would be divine involvement if the church housed fallen angels. Rias responded with confusion at the notion of fallen angels being in a church. Rias detected them through her sacred arts. The church was under a barrier, so she could not see inside, but she sensed 4 fallen angels moving in and out, plus at least 20 humans. If anyone else was holed up inside, she could not sense them yet. Rias immediately grew tense and tapped her chin in thought. She noted that fallen angels in a church suggested renegade exorcists, and that a sister with a sacred artifact stationed there raised further suspicion. She decided to investigate further. He could not help but attach himself to her and demanded to know about the sister, insisting that he should go rescue her right away. Issei worried aloud that she might be in danger and urged immediate action. Rias cautioned him that they had not confirmed the sister's danger or association with the fallen angels and reminded him that the 3 powers were in a delicate balance. Acting rashly could spark a larger conflict. She promised to investigate as soon as she could and asked him to trust her for the day. He nodded quietly. Senior Aquino arrived and reported that the Duke had ordered them to hunt down a rogue demon. They headed to an abandoned building where they had been told a single sighting had occurred. Issei had insisted on staying to witness the strength of the Gremmery familiars, claiming some combat experience even though most of his encounters had been with fallen angels and earth spiders, and the rest had been simulations. As they entered, Rias began explaining chess analogies she used to describe demon ranks. She asked Issei if he understood chess. He replied that he had played a bit after school. She used the comparison to teach him. She had reincarnated him as a pawn, and other pieces included king, queen, rook, knight, and bishop. High-ranking demons considered themselves the king and reincarnated familiars into roles and abilities based on chess pieces. In the netherworld, demons held monitored contests that functioned like team matches, presenting an opportunity for a rookie demon to observe how demons fought. They heard a voice echo from deeper inside, commenting on the strange mixture of scents within the building. A twisted creature emerged, a serpent-headed humanoid with a woman's torso that recalled the yokai Issei had seen in Kyoto. Rias identified the creature as the rogue demon Visser and accused it of betraying its master and rampaging for greed. She declared that, in the name of Duke Gremmery, she would stop the threat. Visser laughed, then unleashed an unexpected hazardous attack that forced everyone to react. Issei was shocked, and Aquino glared. Rias immediately moved to shield him. At Rias's command, Yuto dashed forward, weaving around Visser's assaults while keeping his distance so Issei could learn. Rias explained that Yuto's piece was the knight, swift in movement, and that his weapon was a sword. Yuto engaged Visser with controlled strikes. He could have defeated her instantly but restrained himself to demonstrate technique for Issei. Yuto struck and disabled both of Visser's thick arms, leaving her unable to continue close-range attacks. Visser roared in pain and staggered backward. Aquino then closed in. Rias noted that Aquino's usual role combined overwhelming strength and resilience, and that she could deliver decisive blows. Aquino met Visser's attempted stomp and countered with a powerful uppercut that sent the demon crashing into the ceiling. Aquino stood firm, demonstrating her capacity to subdue the threat. She then moved to finish the confrontation, her role blending the versatility of multiple pieces on the field. A brief calm settled as the familiars maintained their positions and readied themselves for the next phase of the operation. Aquino summoned a bolt of magical lightning, calibrating it so Visser would survive a little longer. His screams still echoed as she glanced back at them. Issei protested that he considered himself the strongest piece but not the strongest familiar. Rias admitted with a pained expression that the observation was true, even for her. Issei asked what that meant, and Yuto explained that the strongest among Rias's familiars, including Rias herself, was Akino. Yuto described Akino as a nekishu, a higher form of Nikomata, adept in sacred arts similar to Issei's partner. Yuto added that about a year earlier her talent had blossomed and that within 6 months she had surpassed both Rias and him. Akino, as she adjusted the patterns of her lightning, acknowledged that they had been training but still had room to grow. Yuto noted that he had trained as well. Issei thought back to how Akino had been developing. Recently, with her cat ears and tail revealed, she had been using a dual form, and Kuroka had learned time magic to attain a triple form. Even training during contracts had pushed them forward. He remembered the first time Akino used cat mode level 2. She had stood before a mirror with tears on her face, clutching at her chest, overcome by the experience. Akino then hurled a chunk of debris with tremendous force. In anime-like fashion, it smashed into the area with a dramatic impact, scattering rubble and sending a shockwave without lingering on injury. Rias asked Issei if he had been thinking anything odd. Issei went quiet, and Rias accepted that it could not be helped. Rias then told Akino to finish the matter as they faced the screaming Visser. Akino admitted she had taken enough pleasure from the spectacle and that it was time to end it. Akino asked Visser if he had any last words. Visser begged to be killed. Rias ordered Visser to vanish, and then used her disintegration magic. Visser dissolved and disappeared without a trace in a quick, non-graphic flash. Yuto mentioned that Akino had a particularly intense streak in combat. The group acknowledged this in agreement. Issei felt that no one seemed able to defeat her now, and if Akino allowed that intensity to surface fully, he would have no chance. Rias then informed Issei that she would pick him up at his house before 5 in the morning starting the next day. She explained that in the demon world strength was everything and that Issei lacked magical talent. To master his greatest weapon, the Red Dragon Emperor Gauntlet boosted gear, he would have to train his body. Rias added that there had been worrying movements among the fallen angels in town and that power mattered in dealing with such threats. If Asia were in danger, Rias said she would not complain about rescuing her by confronting those foes. Issei pledged to do his best. Rias adjourned the meeting and commended Akino, Yuto, and the Nekishu for their efforts. They dispersed for the day. The next morning, after they had defeated the stray devil, Issei went for his usual run and stretching routine in the park near his house. He felt 2 familiar presences approaching. Rias outlined the plan for the morning. Next they would do stretches and push-ups in the park, and after that they would run back to Issei's house. Issei confirmed that he would comply. 2 of the group then noticed him and called out greetings, surprised to see him up early in training. Issei explained that he had switched to morning sessions after joining the Occult Research Club, since the clubroom was not suitable for workouts. He had been doing light morning exercises, stretching and meditation, but realized he could no longer afford to hold back. Rias offered to train together since they were all there, and Issei eagerly accepted. Training with familiar people felt more motivating than training alone. Later into the session, Rias exclaimed in amazement that Issei's stamina seemed to exceed hers despite her being a devil. Issei explained that he had been exercising since before elementary school and that, devil or not, he would not lose to someone who had only been training seriously for a short time. Issei thought that even if devils had better base stats, being overtaken that easily would be soul-crushing. He had been training for over a decade. One of his friends reacted with surprise and said that explained why he had been hard to hang out with after school, that it had been because of his training. Issei apologized for blowing people off, and the friend insisted they were not blaming him. Rias then announced that they could not let this stand and that they would have to push the schedule and train even harder. Issei registered Rias's determination and begged for mercy, then slumped in defeat. The morning training had been brutal. Issei reflected that the past few days of sprints mixed with jogs hit, as Rias had taken to calling Ikki's routine had left him exhausted. They ran to and from the park using that method, and Issei had severely underestimated how intense it would be. He was stunned to learn that Ikki had been doing 20 kilometers of the routine every day on top of other exercises. It felt inhuman, and Issei reminded himself that he was no longer strictly human either. Regarding Asia, Issei thought they were close to confirming that the fallen angels had acted independently. Once that was certain, the team would be allowed to confront them, since the troublemakers were operating in Kuo Town under Rias's jurisdiction. Issei resolved that when the time came he would save Asia. On the devil job front, there was still no progress. Issei had not secured a single contract yet. The previous day he had only watched an anime called Milky with someone calling himself Miltan, who claimed to be an apocalyptic warlord. Tonight, with Ikki already gone home and Kaneko having double-booked herself, Issei had been assigned one of her requests. He was determined to meet Rias's expectations this time. When the scheduled time arrived, Issei used a magic circle to teleport and found himself standing in front of a house. For a second he suspected he had botched the teleport, but the nameplate confirmed he was at the client's place. He pressed the doorbell and announced that he was a devil from the Gremory household there for the request. There was no answer. The door clicked open on its own, and Issei noted that it was unlocked and not very safe. He offered a brief apology for entering and stepped inside. All the rooms were dark except for one at the end of the hallway where candlelight flickered faintly. Issei chuckled to himself about the moody atmosphere and moved into the lit room, again announcing his presence as a Gremory devil. His foot landed in something wet and slippery. Startled, he glanced down and, using his enhanced vision, saw a spreading pool of dark liquid on the floor. Following the trail back, he found a man suspended against the wall in the shape of a cross, his clothing torn and the man motionless, as if placed there in a dramatic, violent tableau. A message had been carved into the man's back. The sight hit Issei like a gut punch. He staggered, barely keeping his composure. If he had eaten, he felt certain he would have been sick. Issei reacted with outrage and horror as he took in the scene. A cheerful voice called from behind him. Fried Selzen rose from the sofa with a smug expression and announced that he had borrowed a line from a holy woman about naughty children getting punished. Fried introduced himself as a foot soldier from an exorcist organization, his tone light despite the situation. Issei demanded to know if Fried was responsible. Fried answered without hesitation, saying the man had been summoning devils and that he had punished him. Fried mocked the victim and then turned his attention to Issei, accusing him of being a devil and threatening to kill him while brandishing a glowing sword and a strange light pistol, taunting his opponents with flamboyant attack names. Alarm bells rang in Issei's head as Fried prepared to attack. Issei activated the boosted gauntlet. The gauntlet acknowledged the boost, and Issei felt the surge of power. Fried lunged with his sword in a manic assault while firing his light-based pistol. Issei managed to dodge the blade, but a shot from the pistol struck his leg, sending a fierce burning pain radiating outward. Fried boasted that his exorcist ammunition burned with holy light. Issei remembered Rias informing him that light was harmful to devils. It explained the intense burning. Draeg's voice echoed from within the gauntlet, explaining that stronger devils resisted light better and advising Issei that the wound would not heal quickly. Draeg urged him to run or stall to build more power. Issei understood, but he also knew Fried would not let him go. Issei kept boosting to dull the pain when a scream split the air. Both Fried and Issei turned toward the sound. Asia stood there, shocked and staring at the corpse. Issei was stunned to see her. He had not expected her to be here. Fried mocked Asia, calling her his assistant and teasing the possibility of a forbidden romance between a devil and a nun. He declared devils monstrous and unredeemable, ridiculing the idea that some could be good. Asia began to cry, questioning Fried in a trembling voice about what she was seeing and addressing Issei with disbelief. She looked at him as if he were something she could not reconcile with her beliefs. Akino stepped in front of Issei, spreading her arms to shield him. She pleaded with Fried to stop and insisted that there were good devils, that killing someone simply because they were a devil was wrong. Fried scoffed and shouted back that no good devils existed, calling them vermin and ordering Akino to get out of the way. When Akino stood firm, Fried's expression went cold. He admitted he had been told not to hurt her, but claimed he could no longer hold back. Fried swung his light sword toward Akino with brutal intent. Issei moved behind Akino, pulling her close with his right arm and using the gauntlet on his left hand to block Fried's strike. The sword clashed against the gauntlet with a ringing impact. A tense standoff followed as Issei braced against the force and prepared for whatever came next. I had gathered enough power to react in time and mentally thanked Drake. I wanted nothing more than to strike him, but Akino's safety came first. I pulled her back and shielded her with my body. Just as our eyes locked again with Fried, a magic circle activated in the corner of the room and Kiba appeared, sword in hand. Kiba announced that he had come to help Issei. Issei acknowledged Kiba's arrival. Fried observed that the situation looked serious. Issei recognized Kiba as an exorcist. Akino and Kaneko appeared one after another, and finally Rias teleported in as well. Rias apologized for being late and explained that they had not expected an exorcist at the client's location, then asked if the girl was the one named Asia. Issei confirmed that this was Asia. Fried interrupted the exchange with a gleeful, taunting tone, moving to a place where he could see all of them and continuing his mockery. He jeered about the gathered devils and tried to coax Asia back to his side, mocking her supposed betrayal of the church and the fallen angels. Despite his clownish manner, Issei noted that Fried clearly had plenty of combat experience. Fried went on to tell the story of how Asia had awakened healing powers at a young age, healed countless people, and had been revered as a saint. He described, with bitter amusement, how she had healed a wounded devil one day and was branded a heretic and cast out of the church for it. Fried laughed and accused the church and God of hypocrisy for condemning someone who had shown compassion to an enemy. Issei could hardly believe that someone as kind as Asia would be treated that way. Asia hung her head, and the others looked visibly furious. Fried then taunted Issei directly, mocking his earlier expression and threatening to take pleasure in Issei's anguish. With a filthy grin, Fried lunged forward. Seeing Fried move, hearing his words, and thinking about what Asia had endured, Issei's rage snapped. He swore under his breath. Drake shouted the activation word. For the power, and energy surged through Issei's entire body. The unstable force he had been struggling with suddenly stabilized. Everything clicked into place. He felt ready. Before Fried could even finish swinging his sword, Issei's fist connected with Fried's face and sent him flying. Fried crashed into a pile of furniture across the room and groaned, showing he was still alive. When Issei relaxed after taking Fried down, pain in his injured leg surged back. Asia noticed the wound and reached out, healing Issei with a soft, glowing aura that closed the wound in seconds. Issei and Drake both recognized how rare and powerful that level of healing was. Issei thanked Asia and she replied that she was just glad he was safe, giving a gentle smile that made Issei pulse with frustrated admiration. Kaneko then warned that a fallen angel's presence was approaching. Rias ordered everyone to retreat, activating a magic circle on the floor. Issei pleaded for Asia to come with them, but Rias explained that the magic circle only worked for her familiars and that Asia was still considered part of the fallen angel organization, so she could not be brought along. Issei protested that Father Fried had tried to kill Asia. Asia, looking toward Issei with a forced smile, explained that Father Fried had said the fallen angels had told him not to harm her and that she would be okay. As the magic circle flared, Issei cried out, but the teleportation took them back to the clubroom before he could reach Asia. Once back, Issei begged Rias to let him return to rescue Asia. Rias became angry and warned that attempting a rescue could easily escalate into a war. Issei understood that she was right and apologized silently, then offered to be removed from her peerage so he could go alone. Rias began to respond when the clubroom door opened and Ikki entered. Rias asked why Ikki was still at school that late. Ikki explained that he had felt Issei's boosted gear releasing a rough aura and had come to investigate after sensing everyone moving to the clubroom. Akino arrived next and reported that they had confirmed the situation with the fallen angels. Rias asked for details and Akino stated that the fallen angels were acting independently and plotting something behind the scenes. Rias concluded that they no longer needed to hold back. Kaneko called out to the president, and Rias admitted she had not been calm either before rallying everyone. Their destination was the church, and they intended to put an end to the troublemakers there. The group prepared to move out, determined to reach Asia. They could not teleport directly into the church because of a barrier, so they arrived at a nearby grove. Rias affixed fading Gremory crest to them so the teleportation glyph would allow all of them to travel together. From the energy in the air, it was clear the battle with Fried had already taken place. The decisive clash had coincided with their return to the clubroom, so they arrived to find the confrontation underway. Rias checked if everyone was ready and then told Issei about the soldier piece's special trait. Issei, puzzled, asked what that trait was. Rias explained that the biggest ability of a soldier piece was promotion. When a soldier reached a key location marked by the king, they could promote to any piece except the king. Issei eagerly thought about becoming a queen like Juno, but Rias cautioned against choosing queen now because the sustained power from the boosted gear combined with promotion could overwhelm his body. For safety in this uncertain fight, she advised that he promote only to a rook. Issei groaned but agreed, and Rias encouraged him that strength would come with time. They stepped onto the church grounds. Rias asked Kaneko and Ikki for a situation report. Kaneko replied that there were 4 fallen angels and 30 exorcists, and that she could not sense Asia but Rainier was down in the basement. Rias narrowed her eyes and concluded that the enemy had gathered in the sanctuary, so they would go in head-on. Kaneko kicked the church doors open. Inside, exorcists brandished weapons and glared with hostility. One of the men sneered about manners when the demons entered. Issei recognized the man as Fried and shouted his name. Other exorcists mocked Issei quietly about Asia and braced themselves for a fight. Rias took in the scene and issued orders. She told Issei to manage the situation with Asia, asked Kaneko to support him, and said that she and Juno would handle the fallen angels. Rias instructed Juno to split the sanctuary with a barrier once the fight began. Juno acknowledged and carried out the plan. Issei and Yuto raced forward to engage the exorcists and prevent them from interfering, while the others moved toward the back of the sanctuary. With Juno's command, a barrier split the sanctuary in two, simple and efficient. Light flashed as the barrier formed and the battle began. Issei moved through the fray with focused, non-lethal strikes that sent opponents flying and put them out of the fight without inflicting visible injuries. Yuto engaged Fried directly, trading blows and shifting the momentum. Fried hissed a threat, but Yuto answered with a decisive strike that turned the tide in their favor. But then a deafening boom and bright flash shook the place. Rias's destruction magic struck the fallen angels, defeating them before the group. Silence fell as they collapsed, dust and feathers filled the air, and Rias's spells had simply overwhelmed them. Looking back at Yuto and Fried, Issei realized Fried had fled. Yuto confirmed that Fried ran the moment the angels fell. Issei muttered that it was a smart move, begrudgingly impressed. The group regrouped and decided they were done there and would move on to the basement. With that, they descended silently. A short time earlier, in the underground passage, Issei followed Kaneko down the stairs hidden behind the altar. Kaneko could sense Asia's presence and led the way as they hurried. Along the way, a few people leapt out and tried to stop them, shouting threats, but Kaneko knocked them aside effortlessly with a single punch before Issei could react. Issei thought that he should never make Kaneko angry, imagining he would end up immobile like a mounted decoration. Kaneko indicated that Asia was just behind one last door and Issei acknowledged it. As they reached the door, Issei noticed that one of the fallen angels had teleported into the room. Kaneko lunged forward and shattered the massive door, and the two of them stepped into the chamber beyond. A brief flash of a magic circle had flared as the door broke, but Kaneko tore right through whatever barrier it had been. The room was surprisingly large. At the very back stood an enormous cross-shaped restraint equipped with shackles and chains. Asia stood near the cross, and the fallen angel who had been posing as Yuma was with her. Issei rushed to Asia and asked if she was all right. Asia, surprised, asked why he was there. Rainier, who had been using the name Yuma, expressed irritation that they had gotten in despite what she thought had been a sealed barrier, and she revealed that Yuma had been a temporary alias and that her true name was Rainier. Issei confronted Rainier, demanding to know what she was planning and why she had lured Asia here and hidden her away. He pointed out that isolating Asia made her a key part of whatever plan they had. Rainier said she intended to take Asia's sacred gear, Twilight Healing, for herself. She explained that Asia's ability could heal even fallen angels and devils, being supposedly cut off from divine blessings, and that the church had branded Asia a heretic because of that anomaly. Rainier claimed she would relieve Asia of that burden, take the sacred gear to use it to rise in power among the fallen angels, and then return Asia to them apparently unharmed. On the surface, the offer sounded like it might free Asia from a strange burden. DxD's voice warned Issei internally that he should not be fooled. Rainier was hiding something important. Issei asked in his head what that could mean. DxD explained that a sacred gear was fused with its host's soul and that removing it would be equivalent to ripping the soul apart. In other words, it would kill the host. Issei reacted in shock at the idea that Asia would die. Issei turned furious toward Rainier and demanded whether removing Asia's sacred gear would kill her, pointing out that her claim to hand Asia back unharmed made no sense if that were true. Rainier responded with a cold certainty that the ritual would leave no outward physical marks, so Asia would appear to be unharmed afterward. Asia, still in Rainier's arms, looked frozen. Issei had heard Rainier's words and felt a surge of anger. Even if their relationship had been a lie, part of him had hoped she was not so heartless. Issei asked Kaneko to let him handle the situation, and Kaneko agreed, warning that she would step in if things became dangerous. Issei thanked her and stepped toward Rainier. Rainier chained Asia's arm to the cross behind her and turned to face him, taunting that a newly reincarnated low-class devil with barely any magic could not stand against a fallen angel destined for greatness. Issei activated his sacred gear, calling upon Tank, the boosted gear of the Red Dragon Emperor. Rainier froze in disbelief at the presence of that infamous gear. Rainier launched a spear of light. Issei dodged, but the explosion from the strike sent him flying and the shockwave left him reeling. Rainier warned him that the boosted gear took time to power up and began spamming dozens of light spears. Issei braced himself and used Tank's boosted defense to block and withstand many of the impacts. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring his vision. Two thick spears of light then struck his legs, immobilizing him and sending searing pain through his body. He struggled to stay conscious. Without boosted gear he might have blacked out. Asia was visibly worried. Rainier mocked him and snapped her fingers to make the spears vanish. When the spears disappeared, Issei's wounds reopened and he staggered, his strength draining. Rainier coldly advised that when stabbed it was better not to pull out the weapon unless the wound could be treated. She formed a massive spear of light and hurled it at him, aiming for his head. Issei dropped forward and, using Tank and his remaining strength, drove his arm into the floor and launched himself in a single explosive motion. He struck Rainier with a decisive blow, sending her crashing into the wall at the back of the room. Asia rushed over as Kaneko freed her from the chains. Kaneko had removed the fetters and tossed the broken cuffs aside. Asia moved to heal Issei's legs, speaking with relief and gratitude as she held him close. Issei felt relieved and proud that he had protected her. Kaneko scolded him for being inappropriate, making her disapproval clear. Upstairs, the exorcists had been disarmed and bound by Juno's magic. Issei asked Rias what would happen to them. Rias explained that the exorcists would be sent to the infernal courts to face judgment, with grim options awaiting them. Once everyone was restrained, Issei and the others returned downstairs carrying the captured exorcists and fallen angels. Issei dropped the captives to the floor. Juno secured the bindings while Rias splashed water over Rainier's face. Rainier sputtered and, when Rias asked for her name, she gasped out that she was Rainier. Before more could be learned, Rainier vanished under Rias's power and was taken away. Rias then addressed Asia's situation. She explained that Asia would be expelled from the church and could not return under the circumstances. The fallen angels would not take her either. Rias offered shelter if Asia gave up her life as a sister. Rias asked Asia what she wanted. Asia answered that she wanted to stay with Issei. Issei reacted with stunned surprise, and Rias offered Asia the choice to become a demon while keeping her personality and holy artifact intact. Asia, having considered the options, accepted that choice with determination. Rias used her power to reincarnate Asia as a bishop-class familiar, and the Occult Research Club welcomed her into their circle. Rias instructed Issei to take care of Asia as her senior, and Issei agreed. Rias ordered Juno to send the exorcists to the infernal courts. Issei requested permission to handle their fate himself, since the matter had become personal for him. Rias considered the request and then allowed it, noting that Issei had already subdued most of them. Aquino responded, and the student council president and her staff entered the clubroom. Aquino excused them as they entered. At the front stood Sona Citri, followed by 6 girls and 1 boy. Rias wondered why the whole student council had shown up. Sona explained that since both their households had taken in new servants, she thought it was a good time to formally introduce everyone. Issei quickly realized they were talking about servants. Aquino smiled and clarified that Sona Citri was an elite devil and the next head of the Citri family, and that all the student council members present were her servants. Issei was surprised to learn there were other devils at the school. Rias explained calmly that all the devils attending the school were gathered here now. I noted to myself that Gasper was technically present too, but sealed in a room under heavy barriers, so his presence was nearly undetectable. I had once asked Rias what that sealed room was, but she had dodged the question. Sona asked whether this was the one Rias had mentioned before. Rias confirmed that this was a Rima Iki, not a servant but someone who knew about the supernatural world and had joined the occult research club. Rias introduced her 2 new servants, Hyude Issei as a pawn and Asia Argento as a bishop. Sona introduced her new pawn, a second-year student named Genshuru Saji. Saji stepped forward and introduced himself, saying he had just become Lady Sona Citri's pawn and looked forward to working with everyone. Issei responded enthusiastically that having a classmate and fellow pawn was great and that they should get along. Saji sighed that being the same type of servant as one of the infamous perverted trio bruised his pride. Issei took offense and the 2 quickly began trading barbs about their relative worth as pawns, each trying to outdo the other. Sona stepped in to break up the argument and asked them to settle down. Sona apologized to Issei and asked Saji to get along with him going forward. Issei immediately deflated under Sona's calm, graceful presence and admitted he had overreacted. Asia introduced herself brightly and extended her hand. Saji took her hand eagerly and greeted her warmly. I introduced myself in turn, and Soi reluctantly let go of Asia's hand to shake. I noticed the brief disappointment on his face at having wanted to hold Asia's hand a little longer. As the only male student council member, I then asked Saji a favor. Saji looked genuinely confused. I requested that, given his new position, he do something about the perverted trio who had been causing trouble around the school. I explained that the council had been all women until now, so it had been difficult to handle those kinds of complaints, and that with a male council member now their efforts would be more effective. I admitted that since Issei was a devil now, I had expected another devil like Saji to take the lead instead of a human like me, and my voice wavered slightly as I spoke. Saji protested at having the responsibility move on him. Sona interrupted and said she could not allow Saji to take on the role alone. She explained that the student council had discussed the perverted trio before but found their movements too unpredictable to stop. At one point they had considered recruiting me, but concluded that managing both council duties and the trio would be impossible. I was surprised to learn I had almost been scouted by the Citri household. Saji jokingly asked about mastering special training, and Sona pleaded with him to hang in a little longer for the sake of the female student's peace. I accepted the task with resignation. I then asked Issei if he had anything to say. Issei gave an immature retort and was quickly scolded by the student council, which brought the chaotic moment to a close. After both masters had reprimanded their servants, the group fell silent for a while. Our first meeting with the student council ended on that note. Soon after parting with the student council, we teleported deep into a forest. Rias explained that this was the familiar forest, where many creatures suitable for becoming familiars lived. I thought about how newly turned devils usually could not travel to the underworld unless they were formally registered, so this must be a protected area in the human world. A voice suddenly called down from above. Issei squealed and Asia hid behind him. A man standing on a tree branch announced himself as Zatuji from Madara town, intending to become a familiar master. He looked like a laid-back middle-aged man, but Rias said he was a professional when it came to familiars and asked for his help in choosing familiars for the 2 new members of her peerage. Rias placed a hand on Issei and Asia's shoulders as she explained this. Issei asked who Zatuji was, and the upperclassman smiled and confirmed his expertise. Zatuji cheerfully asked what kind of familiars they wanted: strong ones, fast ones, or venomous ones. Issei then made an awkward request that revealed his immaturity. The upperclassmen laughed and shook their heads at the amateurish comment. Zatuji moved on to guide them in finding familiars that would best suit their needs. Zatuji explained that the ideal familiar compensates for its master's weaknesses and that looks were secondary. He sighed in exasperation, but when Asia said she would like a cute familiar, Zatuji immediately changed his stance. The group walked a short distance from the teleportation point to a lake, where Zatuji stopped and pointed out that a water spirit called an Undine lived there. Issei reacted with obvious excitement, though the narrator suspected what would come next. The lake shimmered, and an Undine rose from the water, its form resembling a heavily muscled warrior. Zatuji remarked that such a rare, brawler-type Undine could be useful, while Issei, disappointed, had apparently been imagining something more delicate. The narrator admitted that they had not wanted that sort of Undine either, but something else nagged at them. The narrator asked Zatuji whether he really thought that Undine was cute, and Zatuji replied that a true familiar master finds beauty in all familiars. The narrator noted that was an impressively all-encompassing affection. They left the Undine behind and moved deeper into the forest. Zatuji told everyone to look up, and they saw a small, plush-looking blue dragon perched on a branch. Zatuji identified it as a young sprite dragon, one of the Azure Thunder Dragons, and warned that once it grew up catching it would be impossible, so now was their only chance. Issei immediately declared it adorable and claimed it as his familiar, noting his own dragon heritage as if fate were favoring him. Their attention shifted when screams came from the girls behind them. Issei went into combat mode instantly, a display of the strength he had gained from previous battles. A green slime fell from above and began interfering with the group's clothing, creating chaos. It was not a normal creature but seemed like a manifestation of nature itself. Kaneko attacked, and both Issei and the narrator were sent flying by her strikes. The narrator tried to protest that he had only been analyzing the slime and had not intended anything inappropriate. Zatuji explained that the slime had an unusual property that disrupted clothing, and he was struggling to see through the mess. Yuto, also affected, swung his sword blindly, creating a dangerous situation. Rias and the others freed everyone from the slime's influence, and Akino used a wide-range lightning attack to neutralize the remaining slimes. Issei, undeterred, declared his intention to make the slime his familiar and insisted their meeting had been fate. Akino warned him that he could find a better familiar, but Issei pleaded all the same. Issei's power surged as the boosted gear on his arm began to transform. He activated the gift of the Red Dragon Emperor to bolster the slime's resistance, channeling a green light that enveloped it just before Akino's lightning struck. The slime survived the attack thanks to the transferred resistance, but Rias quickly erased the remaining mass with demonic magic. Issei reacted with anguished frustration, and Draig, the dragon within the boosted gear, commented dryly that it was an unusually foolish level up. Meanwhile, the young sprite dragon had already formed an attachment to Asia. She named it Rasei, and it officially became her familiar. Issei, still upset over losing the slime, vowed to obtain an extraordinary familiar someday. When the narrator asked what kind he meant, Issei answered that he wanted an amazing one. A few days later at lunch, Issei found himself cornered by Matsuda and Motohama, who were glaring at him. They complained that his bento looked overly cute in comparison to Asia's. Issei recalled that just seeing Asia in an apron had been enough to bring them peace of mind, and the two reacted emotionally, declaring they could no longer forgive him for keeping such comforts to himself. They begged him to introduce them to at least one girl, even offering a rare collector's DVD set as a reward. Issei agreed and immediately called someone. After a short conversation, he told Matsuda and Motohama that one girl had agreed to meet them after school and that she would be bringing friends. He revealed her nickname as Miltan. After school, the Occult Research Club had no mission scheduled, so they simply hung out. The narrator was playing a game of chess against Issei using the set in the clubroom, hoping to at least secure one win after losing to Akino and drawing with Yuto. Great. Time to make the call. It was late but done. Their friends agreed to come about 4. Juno teleported the others to hell. Issei, Asia, and the narrator carried the rest to a nearby apartment. They were panicking, crying, praying, and demanding death. They reached room. Issei asked whether this was really the place. The narrator confirmed that the summoner had fled after calling them. They rang the bell. A deep voice invited them in. Rias blinked at the sight. The former exorcists were straining against magical ropes. The narrator announced their presence and the door opened to reveal Miltan, with 4 towering friends behind her dressed in gothic magical girl outfits. At over 2 meters tall each, they were intimidating. Even Kaniko's ears and tail reacted to their aura. Miltan greeted them energetically and reported that the troublesome brothers from before had not reformed and were causing trouble again. She declared that her training had been completed but that they had failed to learn her methods. She would ensure they understood her way and could not escape. The other girls nodded in agreement, and the narrator felt safer. Rias instructed Miltan to teach them hope, dreams, and compassion. Miltan accepted eagerly, and their return to the right path was swift. The narrator stretched, satisfied, but everyone stared. Someone asked whether the narrator was a demon, and another reacted with surprise, suggesting the demon might be someone else. Kaniko muttered that the narrator sometimes lost his mind. The narrator asked Rias whether the handover had been all right, and Rias confirmed that it had. They wrapped things up. After the fallen angel incident ended, the narrator returned home to a scolding from Kuroka, who complained that familiars from the Gremory household had suddenly appeared in front of the house and she had feared a hunting squad. The narrator resolved to repay Kuroka next weekend. The former exorcists underwent several days of intensive persuasion and Miltan's teachings. They came to the occult club to apologize sincerely and left preaching Miltan's ideals. Asia prayed that love was powerful and then promptly complained of a headache. Meanwhile, Miltan and her associates formed a squad of 15 muscular magical goth girls. The ex-exorcists were set to train in Miltan's methods and build their strength day by day. About 10 days had passed since they defeated Rainier and her group. In that time, Asia had begun staying at Issei's house and had transferred into Kuo Academy. She even helped Issei hand out flyers after school. One day after classes, Asia hesitantly asked whether they were done with flyer duty. Rias explained that distributing flyers was normally a familiar's task and that familiars could also be used for reconnaissance or tracking. Rias decided it was time for the new members to get their own familiars. Issei asked what counted as a familiar. The others introduced theirs. Rias presented a cutesy, cartoon-style bat. Aquino produced a palm-sized green goblin that appeared in a magic circle. Kaniko introduced a white kitten that had appeared in her arms. Yudo let a small bird perch on his shoulder. When the narrator's bamboo tube rattled, the narrator opened it and a long, slender yellow creature emerged and wrapped around the narrator's neck. The narrator introduced it as Azuna, a pipe fox. Issei reacted with surprise that the narrator had a familiar, and Rias explained that most people involved with the supernatural had familiars. Asia then asked where they could get a familiar, and a knock came at the door. Later, Asia sat next to Issei and cheered him on while Kaniko watched quietly beside the narrator. They were playing chess. Issei had been playing a lot of chess at home during downtime and proudly said he was not the same as before. When asked whether he played with Asia or a computer, Issei revealed that he sometimes played with Drake. A green gem appeared on the back of Issei's hand as Drake joined the conversation and explained that some past Red Dragon emperors had been fond of board games, so he had taken an interest too. Issei recounted that one host had eventually spiraled into despair after a losing streak and had destroyed everything in a rage, and everyone reacted with shock at the scale of that breakdown. Kaniko rested her head gently on the narrator's left arm and soon fell asleep from exhaustion. They had been up late training again the night before. The narrator kept the fact that they had been summoning Kaniko for extra training to themselves. After all, even Miltan, one of Issei's special contacts, used an alias on her surveys, so a false name seemed acceptable. Aquino observed that Kaniko dozing off while leaning on a gentleman's shoulder was a rare sight. The narrator noted that they had known each other for a year and had even trained with Kuroka. Issei complained about being jealous that Kaneko could relax so easily, and Akino teased that if he wanted, she could sit closer next time and offer comfort. Issei lit up like a kid at Christmas. Akino conceded that pampering familiars was part of her role, but added that any reward would have to wait until he secured his first contract. Asia scolded Issei for making a silly, giddy face and asked the president and Akino not to tease him. When Akino withdrew the promise of a reward, Issei wailed, and their day came to an end. The next morning the narrator arrived in class to find Matsuda and Motohama already there, radiating anger. Moments later Issei entered and was promptly ejected from the room by the two in synchronized fashion. The narrator described the scene as chaotic and humorous. Issei forced a nervous smile, clearly aware of what was coming. Matsuda and Motohama raged about a bizarre encounter. They complained about being dragged into a group outing dominated by gothic Lolita fighters who turned out to be unnaturally muscular. They recalled being corralled into discussions about Milky World and a strange, magical world Therapenia, then being led to a river where someone introduced themselves theatrically as a water spirit while bathing. The pair described the experience as overwhelming and exhausting, and the narrator thought it best not to probe further into how that spirit had appeared female-shaped to them. After morning chaos, classes ended. The narrator lingered in the hallway waiting for Yuto. Just as Yuto arrived, the narrator sensed a powerful presence coming from the old school building. President Rias, Akino, and Kaneko were already there and appeared calm, so the narrator assumed it was not an immediate threat and shared the concern with Yuto. Yuto noted that the presence was unusually well suppressed, something only someone highly skilled could manage. He suggested that if someone of that caliber had come to the school, they should check the clubroom. They hurried there and found a striking silver-haired maid already inside. Graphia introduced herself and prepared to speak, but before she could finish a magic circle flared in a corner of the room. Flames erupted and a confident man with flamboyant manner stepped through. Yuto recognized the summoning and tensed. Graphia explained that the newcomer was Riser Phoenix, a high-ranking noble of the Phoenix House and the betrothed of Rias. The narrator made a mental note that Rias must have had reason to be displeased. Riser announced his arrival with theatrical charm and accepted the tea offered by the household, praising its aroma. Kino responded with a cool, unreadable smile. Riser then sat beside Rias and openly acted entitled in her presence. Rias stood up to assert her boundaries and reiterated that she would not marry him and that she intended to choose her own partner. Riser replied that he had responsibilities tied to his family name and implied that he could not simply withdraw. He attempted an aggressive gesture to intimidate Rias and close the distance between them. Issei exploded at that behavior, protesting loudly that no one, rich or not, should behave that way toward someone else. The narrator, already predisposed to oppose Riser, joined in the taunting. The narrator reflected that despite Kaneko's strong defensive techniques, Riser was far from an opponent she could easily overcome. He was like a one-man army in ranked matches, able to recover thanks to a regenerative ability, and the outcome would depend on disrupting him before he could exploit distance tactics. To diffuse the tension, the narrator suggested somewhat casually that Issei and Yuto head out for yakitori after club at the new grilled chicken place near the station. Issei and the narrator took the offer with relief. Yuto smiled wryly. Riser bristled at their casualness and issued a blustering threat to rough them up, sparing only Rias. Rias responded firmly that he would not intimidate or control her. Rias warned that if anyone laid a finger on her beloved servants and club members, she would destroy them first. Anger surged between Rias and Riser, and it felt like they would clash, when Graphia stepped in and asked them to restrain themselves. Her calm words alone were enough to cool their magical auras. Graphia explained that she had come by command of Surzex. Riser, shrugging as if unfazed, admitted that the presence of the queen of the Phoenix family frightened even him. The others noted that Graphia's devilish mastery over fire resistance posed a mal-level threat. Riser, born after the Great War, had not faced that kind of power before and was ill at ease. Graphia added that they had also prepared a final measure in case things truly broke down. Rias, curious, tilted her head and asked what the final measure was. Grafia proposed deciding the matter with a ranking match. Riser scoffed at the idea, saying he had played many official matches and won major titles, while Rias had not even qualified to participate yet. He was confident of the result. Grafia, as Rias's senior, reminded them that only mature devils may enter ranking matches. Rias reacted indignantly that anyone would toy with her life so much. She resolved to beat Riser in the game. Riser smiled smugly and glanced toward the clubroom, asking whether the servants Rias had brought were everyone. Rias questioned whether the humans present would be counted. Riser replied that he had invited them, but as humans they had other priorities. After a moment, he conceded that the humans could join the match as well. Rias protested loudly, but Riser pointed out that he had a full roster of pieces while Rias was a rookie and that some handicaps were reasonable. He added that the human who had mocked him needed to regret it. Rias called out, clearly worried. The narrator, Issei, thought inwardly that this might be a good chance. Riser turned toward Issei and challenged him, calling him a coward if he refused to stand and then quietly retire. Issei accepted the challenge and agreed to fight. Rias reacted in surprise, and Issei immediately asked to join, saying it was Rias's call but he wanted in. Rias supported Issei's participation and vouched for his strength. Issei declared his backing of Issei, even if his actual accomplishments remained modest. Riser warned that if the match became dangerous, the judged player would be forced to retire. Issei agreed. He did not want the shame of a broken engagement. The terms were set, a ranking match in 10 days. Riser accepted some handicaps so they would not overtrain before the game, then boasted that he would be gentle in showing Rias how to lose. Rias responded sharply that they would see how long his confidence lasted once play began. Riser left by teleportation without an entourage. Rias dismissed everyone until Grafia and she finalized the details, promising to contact them soon. After the meeting broke up, Issei skipped dinner at home and joined Issei and Yuto at a yakitori restaurant. Issei ate as if preparing for battle, much to their amusement. Back home, Issei updated Kuroka and Kunu telepathically about the upcoming match and the family sacrifice for Rias's future. Kuroka replied that she understood, called Riser insufferable, and promised to take him down for both their sakes even if she was not directly involved. Kunu responded that Kuroka had been her benefactor and that she would cheer for both of them if she joined. Kuroka agreed and wished Kunu good night. Kunu returned the greeting to Issei and Kuroka ended their exchange with a playful good night. Issei wondered how much they could level up in the training tomorrow. Kuroka telepathically answered that they would find out, and Kunu echoed the good night wish. They turned in early, ready for the next day's workouts. In hell, the four great Maos convened at the Devil Castle throne. Surzek's Lucifer sat on the throne and listened to a report from his confidant and queen, Grafia Lucifigus. Surzek's noted that their father insisted on interfering in Rias's wedding despite promising not to meddle until she graduated, and he suspected Rias would rebel. He admitted he understood his father's excitement at the thought of grandchildren but insisted that, as Devil Lord, Rias must earn her future by her own will. He asked Grafia how Rias's servants were performing. Grafia reported that Rias's servants were growing well. Head-on, their win rate was under 30%, but with proper strategy it might reach 50%. Surzek raised an eyebrow. Few devils ever reached that threshold, let alone a human high schooler like Issei. He observed that Issei had not hidden his strength intentionally, only that he had not yet had the opportunity to display it. He hoped Issei would remain just a friend to Rias for now. The next day, Issei and the others made their way up the mountain toward the Gremory family's private villa for training. They teleported to the mountain base and then hiked on foot, refusing to skip the climb because the effort was part of the training. Surrounded by serene wilderness far from the city, they stopped at a natural spring along the path to refresh themselves. Issei exclaimed that water tasted better in a place like this, and Rias encouraged him to try it. Issei responded wearily but agreed. Issei volunteered to carry the gear that Kaneko usually would, and the others took turns with luggage. Issei trudged up steadily while Yuto, who had stopped at a convenience store earlier, easily passed him on the trail. Asia offered to help carry something, but Rias declined, insisting it was unnecessary and urging Issei to hang in there. Several minutes later, They arrived at the Gremory Villa, a massive Western-style mansion by the lake. Even 7 people seemed too few for the space. Rias explained that it was the Gremory family's vacation home and suggested they head inside to change and start training. Issei groaned that he was already exhausted from the climb. Rias warned that the training would be even more intense. Ikki exclaimed in disbelief. Leaving the slumping Issei behind, the group entered the mansion. After sorting the luggage, the boys and girls went to their respective shared rooms to change into tracksuits. It was practically summer, but since they were up in the mountains, they opted for long sleeves. Technically, with a mansion that big they could each have their own room, but sharing was meant to foster camaraderie. Once changed, everyone met outside for some basic training. Issei and Yuto were first up, sparring with wooden swords. Issei charged forward, urging Kiba to fight, and swung wildly, but Yuto easily deflected every blow. Yuto criticized Issei's form and demonstrated how to watch the opponent's whole body instead of focusing only on the sword. He then swept Issei's legs and pointed his wooden blade at the fallen opponent, and Issei conceded defeat. Ikki stepped forward to take Issei's place. He announced that he had brought his own Bakken and then drew a Sanskrit character in the air with his spiritual energy, summoning a wooden sword. The character he used was called Taraku, meaning storehouse, and he had tucked the item away in that spiritual space. Ikki explained that since Sanskrit symbols were a form of senjutsu, he had picked up a few useful tricks along the way. Issei muttered that it looked like a cheap souvenir, but Yuto did not seem to notice. Ikki claimed the sword's true name was Starbuster Star Blaster and struck a confident pose, pointing the Bakken at Yuto. Ultimately remaining on his side of the bath. A short, quiet break passed while everyone relaxed separately. The girls in the other bath relaxed and chatted quietly, encouraging one another and finding comfort after their long day. By the 5th day of training, they had been alternating between basic drills and mock battles. Akino was preparing to learn simple barrier casting, and Issei had been slipping away at night to practice his technique with her. That night they cut training short to rest and attend a lecture on demon society given by club president Rias. Rias explained the reasons devils reincarnated humans and then, seeing that Asia was present, invited her to speak. Asia stepped forward prepared with holy water and a Bible to begin her demonstration and lecture. Ikki recalled the fight with Riser and how Asia had used boosted holy water with the boosted gear gauntlet. He reflected on the limits and potential of human combat against powerful opponents and considered tactical approaches used by historical strategists like Cao Cao. When Ikki proposed a possible strategy for the fight with Riser, he suggested including Issei, Akino, and Asia in the preparations. After he finished explaining, the room reacted in various ways. Some faces showed discomfort, others amusement, and a few expressed outright disbelief at the audacity of the plan. Several members accused him of being heartless or twisted, while Akino reacted with intrigued excitement. Despite the mixed reactions, Ikki argued that if they lost, Rias would be forced into an unwanted marriage and they had to use the most effective plan available. Rias considered the proposal carefully, then nodded and said she would adjust her own strategies to include new ideas. With a decision made, training intensified. Issei pushed his power, at one point releasing a massive energy blast that dramatically reshaped a mountainside during practice. In short order, the decisive battle drew near. On the night of the final battle, just after 11, the Occult Research Club members waited in their own ways for the match to begin. Shortly before 11:30, Grafia appeared through a magic circle and announced that everyone was present and ready. She explained that once the time came they would be transported from the circle to the battlefield and that the match would be observed by the heads of House Gremory and House Phoenix, as well as Lord Lucifer himself. The revelation that the Mao would be watching left Issei stunned. Yuto clarified that Rias's brother was Surzex Lucifer, the current Mao and heir to the name of the former, deceased Satan. Ikki grew serious and told the group they needed to inform Grafia of their opening strategy, because the Mao and other high-ranking nobles would be observing the match. Grafia responded calmly that there was no problem and asked if Ikki had a concern. Ikki replied that it was a big concern and that they should share the plan with Grafia to ensure. Everything went according to their intentions. The others looked uneasy at the tone of his voice, and President Rias finally closed her eyes, considered, and silently agreed that the strategy should be revealed and coordinated. Issei thought that could have been bad. After explaining the opening move to Graphia, she gave an unreadable expression and agreed to handle preparations before teleporting away. Not long after, the time came. The group was transported to the battlefield via a magic circle. They arrived in a space that looked exactly like their usual clubroom. Issei tilted his head and wondered if the teleport had failed. The school intercom then crackled to life. Graphia of House Gremory introduced herself as referee for the match between the Phoenix and Gremory households and explained that a replica of Kuo Academy had been created for the battle. Issei repeated his surprise at the replica. Rias gestured to the window, and Issei opened it, stunned to see a green sky and shimmering auroras outside. He marveled at the extent of devil technology. Graphia announced that each team had been transported to their base. Rias's base was the Occult Research Club room in the old school building and Reiser's base was the principal's office in the new building. She explained that the objective was to promote pieces to the area around the opponent's base, that teams had 30 minutes to plan and set up defenses, and that the battle would begin at midnight. Strategy time began immediately. As planned, Yuto, Kaneko, and Akino went around the old building setting up traps and barriers while wearing magically enhanced earpieces. Meanwhile, Issei focused and allowed more of the evil pieces sealed to be released. Everyone returned to their positions and Graphia announced that time was up and the game had begun. The school bell rang. Rias rallied the team to move out. Issei powered up to his limit and transferred boosted energy as ordered. Akino confirmed over the comms that the signal came through loud and clear and noted that the amplification would carry across the campus. Rias nodded her approval, unable to hear anything herself because of the earpieces. A massive magic circle conjured above both school buildings amplified the recitation. Issei recited the prepared verses with the amplified power, invoking sacral words meant to influence the field. The verses spoke of life and death, forgiveness and judgment, delivering a marked presence that resonated through the replica campus. After the recitation, Akino dispelled the amplification and removed the earplugs. Graphia's update followed. 8 pawns, 2 knights, 1 bishop, and 2 rooks of Riser Phoenix had retired. The unexpected outcome stunned both teams. Issei, Yuto, and Asia stared blankly. Kaneko shook her head with a resigned sigh. Ria stammered that the retirements had been exactly as planned but that the result exceeded expectations. Rias composed herself and outlined the next phase. Explained that Riser and his remaining familiars were clearly worn down and that now was the time to press the attack. She decided the formation: Yuto and Kaneko in the front, Akino in the midfield, Asia and Rias in the rear, and Issei assigned to protect Asia and Rias for the moment. Rias added that Issei had just maxed out his power signature and should stay in the rear until they redirected him as needed. Following Rias's orders, the team moved toward the new school building. On the field between the buildings, Riser and his familiars stood waiting, pale and ragged but ready. Rias noted her surprise that Riser had chosen not to hunker down in the main camp. Riser insisted that he had everything under control despite his condition, and he claimed to have seen through their plans. Rias observed that he still had sharp wits even while unwell. Riser called his familiars to action and ordered them to crush the opposing team. His teammates Yubaluna and Ravel prepared to engage. Rias assigned roles: Akino as queen, Yuto and Issei as knights, Kaneko to handle Riser with Asia in support, and everyone else to join Riser after his opponents fell. The sides took their positions and the battle began. Kaneko and Issei faced a queen in a pink dress with blonde twin curls and polished aristocratic bearing. Issei recognized the queen's formal fighting style from footage of official matches. He also realized that Riser was a personal rival who had already surrounded himself with admirers, including his own sister, and he felt determined to confront him directly when the opportunity arose. Kiba brandished his sword and remarked that he had always expected Issei to struggle against a pretty opponent. Issei replied that he had no choice and wanted to beat Riser flat. Kiba agreed, and Issei wondered briefly whether Kiba was jealous of Riser's familiars arranged like a harem. The thought passed quickly. As they closed, the enemy smiled wryly and announced that, though not at her very best, she was not weak enough to lose to both of them. Flames bloomed behind her in wing-like shapes, and she introduced herself as Revel Phoenix, Riser Phoenix's sister, adding that she was immortal and would not lose. Issei was shocked to learn she was involved with Riser's entourage, and Revel shrugged off his reaction as if it were nothing. Revel explained that defeating a Phoenix required Demon King-level power or mentally breaking them through repeated defeats. Issei noted that their team specialized in ground combat while she had aerial and ranged advantages, making her hard to take down quickly. They agreed on a plan. Kiba would hold Revel off and support Kaneko while Issei waited for an opportunity to strike with a secret skill. Kiba tossed his sword aside and, slamming his palm onto the ground, activated his sacred gear, Sword Birth, causing swords to spring up and draw air at their tips. He explained that he could generate swords at will. With Revel struggling to maintain flight, Kiba's maneuver opened a window for Issei. Issei leapt and struck Ravel's shoulder with a palm attack. A faint magic circle glowed as he connected. Revel first dismissed it as laughable confusion, but the strike disrupted her composure enough that she became visibly flustered and chose to retreat from the battlefield. Kiba suggested Issei be more restrained about his techniques now that the situation had turned in their favor. No matter what, victory was the goal. As Issei moved to support Kaneko, two large explosions rang out, and Akino's attack took down another opponent. With two opponents defeated, only Riser remained. When Issei looked over, both Riser and Kaneko appeared battered, though Riser somehow seemed unusually vigorous despite his injuries. They regrouped at Rias's position. Rias checked on everyone while Issei expressed concern that Riser still seemed active. Rias pointed to a small empty vial on the ground and explained that it was Phoenix Tears, a Phoenix family remedy that provided full recovery. Issei protested that it was allowed in the match. Rias acknowledged the oversight and admitted it had been a miscalculation on her part. Riser taunted them, insisting that only Kaneko could land a valid hit on him and implying the rest of their efforts would not change the outcome. Issei forced his anger down and set a new plan in motion. Rias ordered Kaneko to fall back and be healed, instructed Sona and Yuto to harass Riser, and told Issei to charge his power for a coordinated transfer. The team agreed to Plan B. They would share the Red Dragon Emperor's power among them to create an opening. Sona filled the area with lightning and ice while Kiba used ice-infused swords to restrain Riser. The jewel on Issei's Red Dragon Emperor gauntlet flared, and a voice in his mind, Drake, explained that the glow meant his in-combat proper doubling had completed and that both he and his sacred gear were growing stronger with use. The effect eased the strain on Issei's body and accelerated their plan. Under Rias's direction, Ikki unleashed a barrage of energy blasts to keep Riser from closing in while Issei focused on transferring power to his teammates. As Akino, Kaneko, and Kiba passed by the source of the Red Dragon Emperor's power, they channeled its energy so that it could be shared. Although each recipient received slightly reduced effectiveness, the collective boost was still formidable. Empowered by the transferred energy, Akino struck Riser with a massive bolt of lightning while Ikki's projectiles kept him immobilized. Riser crashed to the ground, and Kiba followed with a rapid flurry of elemental sword strikes ice, lightning and explosive bursts combined that overwhelmed him. Riser dropped to his knees, and Kaneko delivered a powerful Senjutsu-infused body strike that sent him collapsing, beaten for the moment. The team closed in, certain the engagement was over. Rias breathed a sigh of relief and accepted that the match should be finished. Before she could fully relax, a massive wall of fire erupted out of nowhere, sending Akino, Yuto, and Kaneko flying. Issei, stunned, demanded to know how Riser was still standing. Riser produced a small vial and revealed that Phoenix Tears could be used twice in a single match, declaring that they had underestimated him. The battlefield shuddered as the confrontation continued. Riser admitted that he had given tears to Yubaluna and Revel, but their failure to retire had been pure luck. The president froze in shock. The president ordered everyone to heal while Kaneko scrambled toward them. Riser, however, was not about to let that slide. He hurled a torrent of flame at the fallen trio. Aquino conjured a barrier just in time. Observers noted relief that they remained standing, but it was clear Aquino was drained and would not last long. Riser turned his attention to Issei. He taunted Issei about a special dress break technique he had developed to exploit opponents' weaknesses, boasting that it was the product of his constant training and creativity. Issei countered by dismissing Riser's arrogance and insisting he would protect Rias's smile and her happiness. The exchange grew louder as both of them claimed they would win Rias's favor, trading challenges and bravado rather than anything cruel. The president was flustered by their anger and embarrassed by the spectacle. Issei shouted for a clear answer about who would earn the president's favor. The president blushed deeply and met his gaze, promising that if he could defeat Riser she would grant him a special favor. Asia then declared that if Issei won she would reward him as well. The promises were spoken in earnest, neither XPLCT nor suggestive, just impulsive declarations driven by emotion. Issei activated Boost. The boosted gear gauntlets surged again, a green aura expanding as the sacred gear matched his determination and backed his resolve. Dreyg urged him on, saying the sacred gear responded to his thoughts and that any increase in power counted. He warned Issei that the power-up would only last about 30 seconds. Issei pushed himself to the limit. The sudden surge of power let him strike Riser hard, sending him flying. Issei chased him through the air and landed a flying kick that smashed through a building. He used the momentum to burst through another opening and called a promotion, driving Riser back. The clash sent them tearing through the school's structures in a dramatic, anime-style display of force. Issei attempted a finishing move, a magical cannon blast that slammed Riser into the ground. Dust and debris swirled as Riser trembled, trying to rise. Issei prepared to press the attack, but then a new strain hit him. He felt his strength drain suddenly and coughed, dizzy and in pain. Someone nearby Aquino warned that he had pushed past his limit by stacking multiple power-ups. She said there was nothing to be done about that now, but the battle had been decided. Riser was outmatched and his allies were intact. Issei struggled to his feet. The president ran to him when he called weakly for her, but he insisted he would finish Riser himself. The president moved to intervene, but Issei firmly held her back and persuaded her to let him finish the fight. She withdrew her power and nodded in agreement. Step by step, Issei approached Riser, who was barely able to stand and offered little defense. Issei told him that bloodlines and politics did not matter to him. Protecting Rias's happiness was reason enough to fight. He landed a decisive blow, and Riser collapsed in a flash of light. The game registered Riser's retirement and declared victory for Rias Gremory. They had won. Like Riser before him, Issei nearly collapsed. The president caught him and held him tightly. Dazed, he glanced around. Aquino and the others were there as well, and the fiery prison that had trapped them earlier had vanished. The president thanked Issei for his effort and smiled a smile he had longed to see. Rias then said, with a little laugh and sincere intent, that she would come live at Issei's house. Asia immediately declared she would not back down and would seek the same closeness. The two of them sparked an energetic, competitive exchange in their own ways, and Issei drifted off to sleep amid the warmth of their company. Ikki reflected on the aftermath. The confrontation had ultimately been a family squabble between the Gremories and the Phoenixes rather than a full-scale battle. He had been ready to intervene if necessary, but had held back. For now, he thought, they should savor the victory and face whatever came next one step at a time. He also noted with wry amusement that Issei was making bold moves with the president, and Rias was beginning a new path of her own. He hoped they would both find what they wanted. A few days had passed since they defeated Riser. That night, the group gathered in an abandoned factory. Issei and Ikki chased a stray devil that had slipped into Rias's territory during training camp while Aquino, Asia, and Kaneko went to investigate another disturbance and Rias and Yuto held the perimeter outside. Issei reported over comms that the stray devil was fleeing up the third-floor emergency stairwell, and Rias ordered them to keep pressure on it. They coordinated, firing energy to herd the creature toward the stairs. The devil bolted into the stairwell. Rias descended the stairs, declaring that the devil, having fled its master, would face justice in the name of Duke Gremory. With Rias and Yuto closing in and Ikki and Issei guarding the exit, the devil tried to break the barrier with a magic circle, but Rias dismissed the attempt and shattered the circle with her annihilation magic in a flash. The devil continued to struggle until Rias directed Yuto to incapacitate it just enough. The creature then collapsed and was restrained. Akino, Asia, and Kaneko arrived behind them. Kaneko threw a small, brown, psychedelic familiar that dissolved into harmless bubbles on impact. Issei reacted with visible disgust at the familiar, and the others exchanged amused, teasing remarks about the oddity and the day's events. Rias ordered the devil sealed and banished to the underworld, and the creature vanished in a burst of light. She then instructed the team to split up and inspect the building and the surrounding area for any further anomalies. They found what looked like a devil's laboratory in the basement. Rias and Issei recovered only the most critical data and banished the remainder, agreeing to analyze the recovered information later before dispersing for the night. Back at the dorm, Issei and Ikki talked quietly about the previous day's events while others began to tease them about how often Rias had been around Issei lately. Motohama mentioned that several students had been leaving early or absent lately and claimed he had tracked attendance and noticed a pattern among the missing students, though he did not specify details. The others shifted to discussing the troubling rumor and their concern for classmates rather than idle speculation. Asia and Kiryu Aika joined the conversation to support the idea that rude or crude comments were unhelpful. Aika, who acted as a pragmatic voice, reminded the group to focus on facts rather than gossip. The chatter calmed, and the students moved on to more practical worries about the recent disappearances and strange occurrences. After school, everyone except Yuto and Kaneko gathered in the Occult Research Club room to view a 3D holographic briefing from Graphia. Graphia reported that the stray devil they had encountered had been an alchemist of magical creatures and that the alchemist had released an underworld carnivorous plant and a dragon-based chimera into Komeo town. The team discussed the threat. Plants could spread and corrupt, and a chimera combined dangerous traits from multiple monsters. At that moment, Kaneko and Yuto returned and informed the club that their investigation suggested someone was targeting the school's female students. The team exchanged concerned looks and agreed to prioritize protecting the students and following up on any leads. They moved toward the forest to investigate further. As they entered the trees, they sensed an unnatural fusion of plant and creature ahead. One member of the group mentioned that a classmate had left early that day and exhibited strange traces of magic when she left, suggesting a connection to whatever they were now confronting. Issei had Yuto and Kaneko investigate. They pressed on until, in a small clearing, they saw a giant rose with something living inside. Before long it bloomed, and a long, serpentine neck emerged like a dragon. Rias remembered Graphia's earlier warning and stepped forward, determined. Rias declared that there was no need to hesitate and ordered the creature destroyed. Yuto sensed two humans approaching from the woods, and everyone was told to hide. They crouched, and soon two classmates, Murayama and Keitase, stumbled toward the creature in their pajamas with vacant expressions. They stood before the plant-like monster. Vine-like tendrils from the chimera extended and latched onto the two girls' torsos, pressing in as if drawing life from them. Akino warned that the creature was draining their life force, and Rias stopped Issei from rushing forward. Rias explained that, based on what they had seen, the draining did not appear immediately fatal and advised the group to observe for a moment. Kaneko added that the victims would likely feel sluggish the next morning. Moments after she spoke, the tendrils retreated and the two classmates staggered away toward home. Ikki noted that the students were unsteady but alive. Rias stated that a spell had drawn those students to the clearing so the chimera could feed on their life energy, and being caught by them had broken the creature's advantage. Rias walked forward alone, her aura flaring with resolve. She declared that as Duke Gremory she would erase the threat. A muffled roar answered her, and tendrils burst from the ground, quickly ensnaring her. She cried out as the vines coiled around her legs and pinned her in place. Ikki lunged forward, but Akino's composed voice reached him from behind, commenting on the predicament. Yuto cut the tendrils that bound Akino, and Ikki moved to free Rias. They drew their weapons. Issei summoned his right like eater and left like eater familiars, but the creature shifted and used Akino as a living shield. Issei complained about the creature taking hostages. Issei told him to focus. The tendrils slid again, this time positioning themselves to use Rias as a shield. Yuto explained that if they attacked while the president was being used as a shield, the tendrils would simply regenerate, severed vines healed quickly. They recognized that the chimera performed far better in this environment, drawing on the local air, soil, and the life force of nearby students. When asked why Asia or Kaneko had not been targeted, the group could not immediately identify a clear reason. Kaneko admitted quietly that she had not been noticed by the creature, and Asia offered a brief, comforting remark to lift her spirits. For the moment, corrosive slime from the chimera had begun to damage clothing and gear, making the situation awkward and difficult for Rias and Akino to maintain their concentration. Issei struggled to steady himself and was scolded by Rias to focus on the fight. The tendrils tightened again on the two girls in front of the creature and siphoned more energy, leaving them weaker. Rias reported in disgust that the tendrils' invasive behavior was alarming and degrading, and Issei vowed to protect everyone by burning the chimera if necessary. Issei told Issei not to let emotions override the plan. At that moment, a magic circle shimmered into existence before Rias, and Graphia's face flickered within it. Graphia rebuked them for their unbecoming noises and explained that the chimera dragon had a known habit of draining life from certain victims. Graphia added that the creature also possessed another troubling ability. Its fruit caused unpredictable physical transformations in those who consumed them. Rias reacted with alarm at the idea that anyone could be altered by the fruit. Graphia recited the chimera's stated rationale calmly. It sought to spread its transformations because it believed doing so would bring a new kind of happiness to some people. The chimera's plant then blossomed with several strange fruits, their uncanny appearance heightening the group's unease. Issei, surprised and emotionally affected, appealed to Rias to spare the chimera if they could control it instead. He proposed that, if the chimera became a controlled familiar of the Gremory family, it could be managed and kept from harming innocents. Moreover, he suggested that having experts analyze the fruit could allow them to prevent unwanted transformations and possibly turn the situation into something beneficial. Rias hesitated, uncertain that simply enlarging or altering people's bodies was a solution to the problem. She blushed with the strain of the moment more from the pressure than anything else. Issei argued that they could not allow the chimera to continue creating victims. Issei urged restraint and persuasion first, asking Issei to use logic in negotiation while he appealed to emotion. Issei considered Issei's plea and agreed to attempt diplomacy, with the understanding that they would act decisively if anything went wrong. Issei then suggested involving Citri House, renowned for their medical expertise in the underworld, to analyze the fruit and determine safe options. Rias responded with wary concern about involving outside parties and the implications for privacy and protocol. A short silence followed as the team braced for the next move. Rias breathed and apologized to Akino, saying she had probably heard something she should not have. She paused, distracted by thoughts of her friend Sona. After a moment of consideration, Rias told Issei that they would accept the creature as his familiar, but warned that if it ever harmed civilians it would be removed at once. Issei beamed, though he still felt embarrassed. Issei managed to tame the chimera dragon, and both Rias and Akino were freed, thankfully still clothed though their garments were threadbare. Issei pondered a name and settled on Tatsuko, grinning at his own choice despite its silliness. Later, Tatsuko shrank and was placed in a large planter in the Occult Research Club room. The creature adapted surprisingly well to human air and soil and thrived on simple rations, including meat or milk. Scenes of club members watering the planter with milk became a common, if odd, sight. The Gremories and Citrus were excited and began planning joint research. Kaneko felt a bit jealous, and Kuroka laughed before offering a teasing remark. Kaneko responded with a playful smack. Kunu was the sort of secret they agreed not to share with. Rias then moved to the business of the day, reporting the month's contract numbers for the Gremory peerage. Akino had 11, Kaneko had 10, Yuto had 8, and Asia had 3. The others complimented Asia on her results and praised the newcomer. Rias held the meeting in Issei's house because the old school clubroom was closed for cleaning. She had obtained permission from Issei's parents to use his room for club activities. At the end of the report, Rias turned to Issei and announced that he had 0 contracts. Issei stammered that he had no excuse. Rias noted with a wry smile that the road to becoming a high-class devil would grow longer that way. Issei vowed to aim for the top spot next month. Rias reminded him that if he remained at 0, she would not be able to grant him his promised reward. Issei reacted with shock and eagerness, and Rias folded her arms, smiling with the authority of a leader as she asked what he might want as a reward. Issei tried to decide what to ask for, and Rias encouraged him to aim high. If he managed to earn the top spot, she hinted that greater rewards would be possible. Issei erupted in an exuberant, unintelligible cheer. At that moment, Issei's mother entered with a tray of cookies and a request that they keep their voices down so as not to disturb the neighbors. Issei hurried to apologize for the noise. The club explained that the occult research club studied local beliefs and folklore and that their work was closely tied to history and culture, presenting the club as a legitimate academic pursuit. Issei's mother sighed and, holding a thick photo album, mentioned that she had brought pictures from Issei's childhood. Rias moved quickly to see them, pleading to be allowed to look. The album contained many childhood photos, and the group gathered around, enjoying harmless, embarrassing moments from Issei's past. Issei reddened with mortification as they laughed and teased him in good humor. The girls teased him with playful chants, and the atmosphere turned to light-hearted ribbing. Akino smiled fondly at a photo of Issei crying after a broken toy, and Kaneko noted a few middle school pictures that brought back memories of their shared past. As they flipped through the album, Yuto quietly asked Issei if he recognized a particular sword in one of the photos. Issei, distracted and embarrassed, said he did not remember much about the child who owned it and suggested it was probably just a replica. Yuto, however, murmured to himself that the sword looked like a holy sword, as if confirming a thought that had been nagging him. That night, Rias contacted the club with an urgent request to meet at an abandoned factory. She reported that a dangerous stray devil had infiltrated the town and that the higher-ups had ordered it to be neutralized immediately. The narrator noted that, while a member of the occult research club, he was not part of the Gremory household and therefore not obligated to join stray devil hunts. In these cases, he was usually treated like a part-time mercenary. He would never dream of demanding big money from friends, so it was more like a well-paying side gig. To be safe, he had gotten permission from Rias to make sure it would not be an issue, since peace had not officially been declared yet. Issei returned from his previous job and apologized for being late. Rias apologized for calling him right after his mission. Issei said it was fine and asked whether the stray was inside that factory. Kaneko confirmed that she could sense and smell it. Rias explained that they had received orders from the Archduke to eliminate it that night. Rias said that meant the creature was dangerous and gave orders. Asia was to stay in the rear. Akino and Rias would wait outside. Kaneko, Yuto, and Issei were to lure the enemy out, and Ikki was to protect Asia and pursue immediately if the stray tried to escape. Kaneko, Yuto, Issei, and Ikki all acknowledged the plan in turn. Because he was human, Rias often treated Ikki as a backup, probably due to her pride. He could not blame her for that. Rias noticed Yuto's silence and called his name. Yuto responded belatedly that he understood. Issei rallied the group and called to Kiba and Kaneko. Kaneko and Yuto followed. Kaneko forced the door open with a single strike, and the three of them rushed inside. The interior they entered had once been a facility. Most of its contents had been removed before abandonment, leaving a surprisingly spacious area. Issei scanned the space and voiced doubt that anything remained, but Kaneko shook her head and indicated that the creature was hiding in the shadows. A pale, silver-haired figure stepped out from behind some pipes. Issei reacted with hopeful excitement, mistaking the appearance for something delicate. Kaneko snapped at him to stop fantasizing and warned that it was coming. The figure's gentle expression shifted, revealing a mouth of sharp teeth, and its lower body transformed to move like an enormous spider. The upper body remained humanoid while the lower half moved with spider-like agility. Issei froze for a moment and wondered if it was an arachne. He began channeling his power through the boosted gear. The stray raced across walls and ceilings, moving like a spider to throw them off balance. Their tactics were clear. Issei would build power from the rear, Yuto as the knight would suppress the enemy's mobility, and Kaneko as the rook would deliver the decisive blow. Kaneko called for Yuto to act, but he remained oddly unresponsive, as if in a daze. When Kaneko raised her voice, Yuto finally snapped out of it, but the creature seized the opening and fired a stream of corrosive fluid at him. The distraction left Yuto momentarily motionless. Kaneko dove in and pushed him out of the way, taking the hit on her left arm instead. Thanks to her immense defenses, the damage was not severe, but it left her briefly slowed. The stray lunged, attempting to finish them. Issei stepped up and unleashed a dragon shot, striking the creature and forcing it back. He yelled at Yuto to snap out of it. Jolted by the shout, Yuto struck from behind and disabled one of the creature's limbs, then stumbled over debris and fell to the ground. The creature pounced and pinned Yuto briefly. Kaneko recovered with a burst of strength, immobilized the creature's remaining limb, and with a powerful motion sent it flying out of the building. Outside, the crashing of broken glass announced that the creature had been hurled through the skylight and into the open air. Rias ordered Aquino to act. Aquino, holding a pre-charged lightning spell, struck the airborne creature with a searing bolt. Stunned and disabled by the impact, the creature crashed to the ground, barely able to move. Rias declared that a creature which had abandoned its master and rampaged for its own pleasure deserved no mercy, and then unleashed a concentrated wave of destructive magic. The spell overwhelmed the stray and dispersed it in a blinding flash, ending the threat. Issei, Kaneko, and Yuto emerged from the building as Aquino descended to join them. Issei commented that the creature had lost all sense of itself and could no longer be called a devil. He shuddered at the thought of becoming like that. Rias noted that the situation had warranted the emergency extermination order. Asia quickly noticed Kaneko's wound and healed it. The injury was minor and fully mended within seconds. Rias struck Yuto across the cheek and scolded him for freezing and endangering everyone. From where he had been standing, Ikki had not seen the whole battlefield, but Rias had. It became clear why Kaneko had been hit when she would normally have dodged. Yuto's hesitation had set off the chain of events. Irritation bubbled up inside Ikki, but he restrained himself. He already knew Yuto had not been feeling like himself lately, and Rias had reprimanded him. Blowing up at him now would only make things worse. Yuto apologized and admitted he was not feeling like himself that day, and he said he would take his leave. Yuto thanked Kaneko for protecting him, his tone distant as he turned to leave. Issei grabbed Yuto's shoulder and followed. Issei scolded Yuto, asking what was wrong and pointing out that Yuto had never spoken to the president like that before. Yuto replied that it did not concern Issei. Issei insisted that it did, that he was worried. Yuto scoffed at the idea of Issei worrying about him and then admitted that he had been out of line that day. Issei asked what he was talking about, and Yuto finally turned back. His eyes were cold and distant, hollow in a way Issei had never seen. Yuto said he had just remembered something important, the reason he existed. He explained that his purpose was connected to the holy sword Excalibur and that destroying it was his purpose. The night ended with a bitter aftertaste. The next morning, just before 7, Issei checked his school supplies when Kuroka suddenly frowned and voiced her unease, adding a soft mew. She said she did not like the feeling and thought she sensed a holy sword. Issei focused his senses and detected a sharp, condensed presence of energy coming from the direction of the old church at the edge of town. He realized he had not sensed it during training earlier because it had been hidden behind the church's barrier. Kuroka added that there were not just one but 2 high-grade holy swords there, and that it smelled like trouble. Issei understood that this was likely the beginning of Kokobeel's invasion, essentially a declaration of war. He tracked the holy sword presence for a while and saw that the group had stopped at the front gate of Kuo Academy, where they had encountered the presences of President Sona and Tsubaki, the vice president, before turning back toward the church. Even if they did not cause trouble during the day, Issei felt uneasy at the thought of holy sword users coming into contact with their devil allies. Issei asked Kuroka what she thought. Kuroka warned that church-related trouble was about to hit the town. Issei sighed and wished the church would leave their peaceful town alone. He knew Kuroka could not act openly right now, and the real worry was that if Kaneko got dragged into this, they would already be in a bad position. Still, Issei told himself that whatever happened, they would handle it. Kuroka teased that she would be watching. After school, in the clubroom, Kaneko briefed Rias on the holy sword wielders she had sensed that morning. With Kaneko's spiritual sensing skills and Kuroka's support, they formed a sharp duo, detecting holy sword energy with sensitivity humans could not match. Rias asked whether two holy sword wielders had made contact with Sona and the others. Issei confirmed that he had sensed them as well and that their energy seemed to be moving through the town on foot, though he could not tell where they were heading yet. Scouting ahead of a potential showdown seemed sensible. Rias expressed concern. Since seeing the photo at Issei's house, Yuto had been consumed by thoughts of the holy swords. If Yuto ran into them by chance, they might have a sudden confrontation, and Yuto was already unstable. Someone asked where Yuto was. They reported that he was not at school that day and had gone silent, hiding his presence from everyone, even from Kaneko and Issei. His energy was not detectable in the area, so he must be farther away. Rias took a steadying breath and prepared to explain the link between Yuto and the holy swords. She recounted that the church had carried out a secret holy sword project in which they created more wielders of sacred blades like Excalibur to combat demons. Yuto and a few others had been deemed mismatches for the project. When the leaders concluded those subjects were defective, they chose to dispose of them. Asia reacted with disbelief. Rias emphasized that the project had been top secret, known only to those who climbed very high within the church, which was why Asia had never heard of it after leaving. Rias continued that when she had found Yuto, he had been barely alive but burning with vengeance. His friends, the others involved in the experiment, had been killed in a brutal attack. Yuto had been determined to survive and to avenge their betrayal. Issei slapped his knee and cursed that whether it was Asia or Yuto, the church only did harm, and he wondered what the gods were thinking. Rias sighed and explained that this only proved gods were not omnipotent. Even perfect deities had beings that could evade them, and that was why fallen angels existed. Asia bowed her head quietly and insisted that God would never allow the church's evil. Silence filled the room under the weight of those words. Akino arrived late, escorting the student council president Sona and vice president Tsubaki. Sona reported urgently that the church's sword wielders had requested a meeting with Rias. Everyone reacted with disbelief. Rias shook her head, but Sona confirmed the meeting would take place at the academy the next day after school. Rias looked hesitant and hoped there would be something useful in it. Sona added that there would be no contracts that day and told everyone to go home early. She also said Issei should not attend. Rias explained that the meeting might involve politics and clashes between church and devil factions, so it would be safest if he were not present. Issei protested it being left out but then accepted the decision and asked to be informed afterward if there was anything he should know. Rias promised she would tell him what she could. They dismissed the meeting and went home early. The next afternoon, Issei stayed in the library and kept an ear out in case the meeting escalated. When nothing alarming happened, he headed home as the sun was setting, checking that nothing seemed active. In the fading light, a tall, silver-haired figure appeared ahead, carrying a quiet, dangerous charisma. Issei recognized Valle, the White Dragon Emperor, and his mind raced remembering that Azazel and Valle were in town hiding from Kokabeel. Valle had remained hidden during the Kokabeel invasion to survey strong opponents, including the Red Dragon Emperor, before making an entrance. Issei panicked at the thought of being trapped on a single road with no escape, but Valle walked past without appearing to notice him. He breathed a little easier and started to move on. A thunderous roar cut through the air as a runner passed on the nearby jogging path. Valle had caught Issei's presence in that moment, and now his icy gaze locked onto Issei. Valle observed that he had not noticed Issei earlier and that Issei hid a refined, intense aura well, saying that the encounter would be entertaining. Issei froze. Valle inferred that Issei belonged to the club with Rias Gremory and, recalling Azazel's words, suggested trying a match with him rather than facing Kokabeel. Issei protested that a fight here would risk collateral damage. Vala produced a glowing device and tossed it between them. A magic circle materialized at their feet and the world shifted. In an instant they were somewhere else, an abandoned raiding game arena. Vala explained that arenas used in the underworld were tossed into a dimensional gap after they were done and that the device had teleported them to one of those discarded arenas. He added that someone who acted as his guardian had made the gadget for him as a kind of recycling project. Issei mentally wondered if Azazel had supplied the device and scolded him inwardly for lending such toys. Vala mentioned Kokabeel again and clarified that he had no intention of interfering with him yet. He simply wanted to see what kind of opponent his destined rival was and to measure his strength. Issei thought Vala moved at his own pace and was selfish, though he could admit he was not so different himself. Vala proposed they begin. Issei wished they could keep talking until morning to avoid fighting, but Vala insisted it was a rare chance and urged him to enjoy the battle. Vala activated Vanishing Dragon Balance Breaker, enveloping himself in silver armor and radiant blue energy wings, an imposing, almost mechanical aura that pulsed with dragon energy. The scene felt like an intense, stylized duel out of an action anime. Issei summoned Zarek and Torich and put distance between them. He noted that Vala's divine dividing ability halved and absorbed power on direct contact, so taking even a single strike could be disastrous. His plan was to attack from range with ki blasts and avoid letting Vala land any direct blows. He considered that unleashing his full technique immediately would be a mistake until he could gauge the opponent's limits. The exchange began with large magic blasts from Vala and a volley of more than a dozen ki shots from Issei. Vala's blasts carried heavy force, but Issei's numbers and speed made dodging and countering possible. Some of Issei's attacks slipped through, but Vala's dragon armor absorbed most of the impact. Vala taunted confidently that such feeble attacks would not pierce his dragon armor. Issei answered with fierce determination and continued the assault. The two charged into a dramatic clash in the abandoned arena, their energies colliding in a fast, stylized duel. Vala vowed to prove it and unleashed a volley of pale blue magic bolts that detonated forward. Issei had not been surprised. He leaned into the barrage and moved with a deadly ballet of dodges and grazes, inches from defeat. Vala noted that Issei's evasion surpassed most and wondered how he could consistently avoid every shot, having lodged a few bolts into his own armor for reference. Issei admitted that he was just a fragile human and every attack felt like a mortal threat, especially when aimed at someone wearing such grand armor. Issei whispered to Kuroka that he would trap their opponent and told her to move when she saw an opening. Vala warned that fighting without watching the enemy was reckless and that he was not a soft touch. An impact rang out as Vala's fist struck Issei's midsection, knocking the wind from him. Issei gasped and gripped his stomach, but managed a grim smile, saying the blow was his opponent's own fault. Issei's vision blurred, but he summoned his energy and announced that he would show what self-inflicted meant. He activated his sacred gear, False Mirror, copying a phenomenon called Verg Avestar. An intricate sigil glowed over his body. Vala staggered back from a ripple of arcane feedback. Kuroka moved into the circle and struck Vala's face with swift clawed blows. Vala howled in shock. Kuroka grinned at Issei and teased him to promise he would behave next time. They vanished and were sent back to Kuo Town. Issei thanked Kuroka, admitting he was not sure they could have won otherwise. Facing the White Dragon Emperor one-on-one had felt like clearing a raid boss solo. Kuroka sniffed and reminded him he had promised to handle whatever happened, asking where that promise had gone. Issei ran a hand over his bruised abdomen and admitted he felt like he had almost met his end. He collapsed onto the bed and immediately realized it was not his room. Kuroka had taken over his bed. He froze to find Kuroka lying peacefully beside him. She did not intrude. She simply allowed him to sleep, tended to him, and stayed at his side. Kuroka explained that her restraint was penance for leaving her without a presence at the teleport point and for the White Lizard's punishment. Issei protested that with trouble brewing over the holy sword he should recover fully, and Kuroka told him to rest for the day and heal unless they were forced to fight, in which case she would step in. He nodded. They spent the day together. Kuroka nursed him and handled worried calls from others. By evening, his bruises had faded. Azazel's gadgets tightened his hold on the situation, but combined with Kuroka's mischief, things worked out in an odd way. The next morning, as Ikki stepped into the classroom, Issei and Asia greeted him warmly. Issei apologized, explaining he had taken the day off because of a sudden stomachache. Asia expressed surprise that he would skip school for that, and Issei replied that it had not been a mild ache but a solid hit that forced him to rest. Asia admitted she had feared he might have been attacked by the church or fallen angels. Issei reassured her that neither the church nor fallen angels had attacked him technically, it had been the White Dragon Emperor, a rival. When Asia asked what he meant about fallen angels, Issei explained that he needed help related to that situation and then gave Ikki a quick rundown. To keep Yuto from going rogue, church warriors had been persuaded to cooperate by destroying stolen Excalibur swords, but the plan had been exposed by church leadership, and Issei and Saji had been punished. Kiba had faced an exorcist named Fried. Fried's speed had overwhelmed him until Irina and Zenobia joined the fight. Valper, Kiba's nemesis, had then called for a retreat, and Fried had used a flash bomb to vanish. Kaneko had reported that the flash bomb was designed to jam tracking spells and communications, making pursuit impossible. After that incident, Rias and Sona had intervened, and Issei and Saji had been disciplined. Ikki remarked that Fried sounded formidable based on that account. Issei asked if Ikki would help destroy Excalibur as well, warning that if they did not resolve the situation quickly, Kiba might act recklessly. Ikki hesitated at the classified nature of the information, but Issei said Rias had permitted him to mention the situation so Ikki could be on alert, though she had not explicitly asked for help. At that moment, Matsuda and Motohama entered the room and greeted everyone with their usual boisterousness. Their arrival shifted the mood into light-hearted banter, and the girls quickly took Asia aside for a lively interrogation. Afterward, the conversation returned to the missing contacts. Ikki confirmed he had not heard from Yuto either, and Issei acknowledged it was the same on his end. Akino observed that there had been no word from him since. She added that, with the two of them at his side, a stray priest should not have been a problem, but she had heard the priest received a massive power boost from the holy swords. She also noted that fallen angels were still hiding somewhere in town and that her familiars had been scouring the area without success. At that moment, a magic circle lit up by Rias Gremmery's ear. Rias announced that she would head there immediately and reported that one of her familiars had found a holy sword wielder collapsed at the hilltop park. Rias instructed Akino to contact Sona while she prepared a teleportation circle. Akino acknowledged the order, contacted Sona, and the group teleported straight away. At the hilltop park as night fell, they found Irina with twin chestnut pigtails collapsed on the grass. Her clothes were torn and she looked battered. Issei recognized her and rushed over, scooping her into his arms and demanding who had done this. Asia arrived moments later and began healing Irina with twilight healing, the serene smile of a saint on her face. The recovery magic worked quickly, the visible injuries were not deep, and in less than 10 seconds the physical wounds had closed. When Irina opened her eyes weakly, she thanked Issei for coming and confirmed that Kiba and Zenobia had gotten away while she had been left behind. She warned them to be careful before passing out again. President Sona, Vice President Tsubaki, and Saji arrived by teleportation shortly after. Sona knelt beside Irina and asked about her condition. Asia reported that Irina's injuries had been fully healed but that twilight healing did not restore stamina, leaving her very weak. Rias noted Irina's poor complexion and decided to take her to her house, which had proper medical facilities. Rias instructed Tsubaki to prepare for transport. Tsubaki gently took Irina from Issei and generated a teleportation circle, and then vanished with the patient. With the immediate crisis moved to care, Issei let out a breath and tried to relax, but the mood remained tense. Kaneko reported sensing a faint aura of a holy sword coming from the shadowed trees nearby, and everyone shifted back into alert. From the shadows, Fried made a mocking entrance and admitted that he was the one who had attacked Irina, taunting the group about the damage he had caused. Issei reacted with anger and accused Fried of the assault. Fried continued to jeer, also teasing Issei about missing a previous fight due to a severe stomachache. Suddenly a fallen angel descended from the sky above them. Rias and the others recognized him as Kokobile, an executive-class fallen angel distinguished by 10 wings. Kokobile introduced himself and addressed Rias by family name, prompting Rias to introduce herself in return and demand to hear his business on the spot. Kokobile dismissed pleasantries and made a cutting remark about Rias's red hair, then stated his intention to use Kuo Academy as a base for a rampage, explaining that provoking the Gremory family would draw Surzex and cause disruption. Rias countered that such an attack would collapse the balance between the three factions and drag them back into war. Kokobile responded with a laugh and said that was precisely his aim. The monotony after the three-way war bored him, and since other leaders preferred research over conflict, he sought war for its own sake. When Rias suggested he might take up research instead, Kokobile scoffed and rejected the idea, insisting he was a warrior at heart and not fit for desk work. Issei asked about the remark on hobbies, but Kokobile offered no further explanation. The assembled group fell silent as Kokobile declared that with demonic energy concentrated at the academy, including the presence of Lucifer's and Leviathan's younger sisters, the school made a promising battlefield. The threat hung in the air, setting the stage for the conflict to come. Vale laughed, remembering someone had once called themselves a fragile human and thinking the fight might be more entertaining than he had expected. It was after his battle with Chow Chow. Fighting fanatics tended to cluster. Valley urged them to go to the sword and to prove it was not just for show. A sudden black aura engulfed Valley. He charged, ignoring the pain and pushing himself to full throttle. Issei disengaged his limiter and entered his tuned reflex zone. He studied every twitch in Valley's movements, every shift and breath. When Valley swung his arm inward, Issei countered by trapping the right wrist with his left blade, slotting the other into the armpit, and executing a nearly shoulder throw that sent Valley yards away. They crashed into the once empty reception area. Follow-up key blasts slowed their retreat. With his limiter disabled, Issei knew he needed separation to play the long game. Issei acknowledged that evading that had been perfect and noted he had not experienced someone deflecting his strikes that cleanly in a long time, then asked for Valley's name. Valley asked whether Issei did not already know it and then said he wanted it to come from Issei. He straightened his gaze and formally introduced himself as Valley, the White Dragon Emperor, Vanishing Dragon. The other fighter gave his name as Arima Ikki, a Senjutsu user, and said he was pleased to meet Valley. Valley proposed that they begin their deathmatch. Arima Ikki reacted with surprise at the sudden escalation and protested that he thought they were friends and not here for a fatal duel. They clashed and tested each other for hours, each blow measured, calculated, and wary. Issei retreated to a makeshift bunker of scattered crates. Sweat ran down his sides, every dodge chipped at his stamina and his body ached from the strain. He paced himself and forced his breathing slow. Issei thought that long battles were not so bad, and observed that Valley tended to be too defensive when he closed in. Valley speculated it might be a trick. Issei replied that he would tell Valley only if Valley promised never to pick a fight with him again. Valley told him to solve it on his own. Issei tried to suggest calling it quits because he was starving. Valley did not care. Like many warriors, dragons craved the fight. As a token of thanks, Valley removed his helmet and mask and produced 2 small items from a magic circle. He tossed one to Issei, who caught it. It was a jelly drink labeled Complete Nutrition in 5 seconds, Demon Pharmagrate, and Issei stared, recognizing another invention likely from Azazel. Valley explained it was from the same person who had made the teleport device and added that it was useful if fast fuel was needed. Issei snorted and smiled grimly. They drank in silence, 2 warriors sharing a canned energy drink in a shattered warehouse. Issei nodded, winded but determined, and prepared to resume the fight. At that moment, a magic circle sparked nearby. Valley frowned and asked who it was. Issei twisted to shield the circle and recognized Azazel's summon. Kuroka appeared in a dark kimono with cat ears, and her voice carried a teasing purr as she asked what was going on. Issei tensed, surprised that his name had been let slip. Kuroka teased Valley for never thinking about others. Valley accepted the arrival as backup, eager for a 2-against-1 fight and warning that he would not hold back with both opponents present. Several members of the group shouted in disbelief at Kokabil's plan, one calling him a BSTRD and accusing him of attacking the academy for that reason, another declaring him completely insane, and a third commenting that he seemed unrestrained where restraint mattered most. Even if the fallen angels somehow won another 3-way war, they would be nearly wiped out and easy prey for the other mythological factions. The question of what he was thinking hung in the air. Kokabil declared that it was time for war against Rias Gremory and hurled several spears of light at them. From the small amount of power behind them, it was clear he was making a show rather than aiming to kill. The light spears struck the ground and kicked up a cloud of dust. Under cover of that dust, Kokabil grabbed Freed and fled at high speed. Someone cried out that the attackers were heading toward the school, and the group confirmed that they really were going to destroy it. Everyone agreed to move immediately. When they teleported to the front gate of Kuo Academy, Student Council President Sona Citri gathered her entire peerage and proposed that the Citri peerage handle the barrier. Sona noted that her peerage had more magic users and would focus on acting a barrier to minimize collateral damage, and she suggested that Rias contact Lord Surzex for reinforcements. Rias replied that Aquino was already contacting him and expressed frustration at not being able to handle it alone. Sona admitted the situation left them with no better plan. Despite the shadow in her eyes, Sona quickly had her team erect a massive barrier over the entire school. The narrator observed that the barrier focused almost entirely on containing threats rather than withstanding outside attacks, which, given the power gap with Kokabil, seemed the right call but felt a little fragile. The narrator offered to have their familiars support the barrier and released Izuna from a bamboo tube, creating about 60 clones and keeping 10 in reserve. The others reacted with surprise at the ability to multiply the familiar. Aquino commented that each clone carried the aura of a low-tier devil and was impressive. Aquino confirmed that Lord Surzex's forces should arrive in about an hour. The group noted that, with Arima's familiar supporting the barrier, they should be able to deflect most stray attacks from Kokabil. Saji asked aloud whether splitting the familiar into copies reduced its strength compared to remaining whole, and the narrator explained that Izuna could store a lot of power, but each clone could only release a small amount at a time, like a giant tank with many small faucets, and advised using them as needed. Gratitude was expressed, and the team prepared to head out. Issei then gave Saji a playful smack on the back, which left Saji wincing and tearing up a little from the surprise. The narrator and others teased each other about the moment, and Saji protested loudly as they moved toward the battlefield. Stepping onto the school grounds, the group saw a massive magic circle radiating a potent holy aura. Issei demanded what the light was, staring at the ominous sigil etched into the grounds, and the narrator realized. Kokabil was seated atop a colossal floating throne above them. Kokabil explained that he was merging 4 Excaliburs into one as a lifelong ambition and that the immense magical energy released would be used to obliterate the town. He taunted them about Rias Gremory's replacements and asked whether Surzex or Serafal would come. Before Rias could respond, Kokabil casually hurled a spear of light at the gymnasium, destroying it in a flash. Kokabil sneered that killing them and Serafal's little sister would draw the rest of their forces soon enough. A chilling prospect because light-based attacks were particularly dangerous to devils. He announced that, since they had accepted his challenge, he would start with his pet. A fiery vortex erupted below his throne, bringing forth a terrifying 3-headed hellhound, Cerberus, the guardian of the underworld's gates. The group recognized Cerberus as the beast from the underworld entrance and confirmed that Kokabil had brought it into the human realm. Oddly, the imposing creature sparked a strange, almost fond feeling in the narrator, like a schoolyard dare mascot. Issei eagerly wanted to tame the beast, but Rias judged that idea insane and warned that its expression meant it was dangerous, so Issei dropped the notion. Kaneko tugged at the narrator's sleeve and explained that she already had a cat and a fox familiar and did not need a dog, adding that she was not afraid but did not want to be outmatched. Rias urged everyone to focus. Time was short and they could not waste it on Cerberus. The narrator volunteered to handle the beast. Rias protested that there were 5 of them and that they needed to stall until Issei's gift charged, But there was no time to argue. Ignoring her concern, the narrator sprinted at the nearest Cerberus. With a swift, precise strike that manifested into a weapon, the narrator neutralized all 3 heads at once. Rias and Issei reacted with astonishment at the speed, and the narrator moved on to the second beast, which fell just as easily. The rest were dispatched in quick succession. The narrator declared that was the last one and stepped back into formation with allies. Silence followed until Kokabeel burst into laughter. Kokabeel laughed and conceded that he had thought Rias had brought a demon lord, but that the true trump card had been the human. He awarded them a point with obvious amusement. Issei half-mimicked that he was not impressed. Kokabeel added that the Cerberus they had faced earlier had not put up much of a fight. Kokabeel explained that the true Cerberus was the offspring of Typhon and the monstrous Echidna, titans by any measure, and that the copies guarding gates were weak replicas mass-produced by Hades. Then he snapped his fingers and summoned another fiery vortex. A new Cerberus erupted, massive and much larger than the last, its many heads towering and overwhelming. Issei reacted in shock, wondering aloud whether it had 50 heads. Rias confirmed that Issei recalled the legends and that the original Cerberus had 50 heads, as the oldest epics described. The creature's sheer size unnerved everyone. The narrator wondered how Kokabeel had planned to take on such a mythic beast or even the demon lord. He made it clear that he would not accept blame for the monster's presence and began to calculate his next move. He ordered everyone to fall back and announced that he was going in to test the creature. Focusing his ki, he launched forward and slashed at the leftmost neck, dodging a burst of flame with sheer speed. He nearly cut through it, only to watch the wound begin to close and reform. He swore under his breath and vowed to finish it, striking clean through the rest of the neck. One head toppled while the others prepared to unleash fire. His body ached from the strain, but he stayed on his feet. With 49 heads still to deal with, he realized he could not sustain the effort alone. The injured neck began to seethe with molten-like energy and reformed in an instant, faster than he could comprehend. Kokabeel mocked them, explaining that Cerberus shared the Hydra's regenerative nature. As long as one head remained, the rest could be reborn almost immediately. He taunted them about their options. Rias ordered Ikki to fall back, warning that brute strength alone would not win. He acknowledged that even activating his one-slide Shura would at best give him a 50% chance and would leave him unable to fight Kokabeel afterward, so he retreated to the group. Cerberus fixed him with a cruel, triumphant stare. Issei asked if he was all right. He replied that he had no physical wounds but that he had pushed his body into an extreme state and was strained. Rias told Ashia to heal him. Ashia rushed in and in seconds erased the structural damage from his body. He thanked her and noted that her speed never ceased to amaze him. Rias asked whether he could defeat the monster. He admitted that he could, but not without guarantees. He would need to deal with all 50 heads within the limit of his one-slide Shura and would be out of commission afterward. Rias agreed that they would handle Kokabeel themselves and turned attention to the monster. She and Issei discussed the Hydra legend. Hercules had burned each neck stump after decapitation to prevent regrowth. They resolved to use the same tactic. Issei reported that his red dragon energy was nearly at maximum and activated Boosted Gear's gift to build power. He then transferred that power to everyone except Asia. Following the plan Rias laid out, Issei would fall back with Asia while Rias, Aquino, and the narrators sealed the severed necks with fire-based magic, and Kaneko used her burning wheels to do the same. The boost surged through the group with a powerful, dragon-like aura. The narrator activated his one-slide Shura. An aura even stronger than Cerberus's flared from him. He thought that his ability felt like a simpler version of Issei's layered boosts, but with that thought still flickering he charged the beast. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko fell in beside him. Rias and Aquino gathered fire magic in their hands while Kaneko formed twin burning wheels to follow them into battle. Kaneko had not entered her full cat spirit level 2 adult state. She relied on those burning wheels to provide raw firepower. Cerberus's heads lunged to bite, but he ducked and wove between them, cutting at the necks with precise strikes. In perfect synchrony, Rias and Aquino unleashed combined flames while Kaneko pressed her burning wheels against the wounded areas to cauterize and seal them, preventing regeneration. Their coordinated efforts held. The creature began to recognize them as serious threats and attacked more aggressively, but he intercepted and cut heads the moment they moved to strike. When some heads attempted to regenerate, the team repeated the slice and seal cycle. One head even tried to reach a sealed area to force a return, but they stopped it before it could succeed. At last, all of Cerberus's heads were cut away. He delivered a final finishing strike across the beast's body to ensure it could not recover, then remained on guard until there were no signs of revival. His one-slide Shura faded. He staggered as the ability wore off, nearly collapsing. Kaneko called out urgently when a spear of light from Kokabeel shot toward him. Kaneko rammed a burning wheel into the side of the spear, knocking it off course, but the resulting explosion still threatened serious damage. Before the blast could reach them, someone grabbed him and dashed away at incredible speed. Yudo arrived, apologizing for being late. The group greeted Yudo with relief. The narrator thanked Yudo for saving him and asked to be put down, admitting that being carried in a rescue felt a bit much. Fried considered mass slaughter a given, but he hesitated over where to begin. As Fried began selecting victims, Valper casually walked toward the downed Yudo. Yudo, still unable to move from the explosion's impact and the backlash of holy energy, could only watch as Valper approached. Valper told Yudo that he was the survivor and that, despite Yudo having fallen to a devil's level, Valper owed him thanks. Thanks to Yudo and the others used as sacrifices, the experiment had succeeded. Yudo, confused, asked what had succeeded. Valper explained that all of the test subjects had the genetic factor necessary to wield holy swords, or at least fragments of it, and that normal methods could not amplify those factors. He said he concluded he needed to extract the factors and combine them. Valper produced a glowing crystal and announced that it was the last remaining crystal from that experiment, made from the extracted holy sword factors. He laughed and described earlier failed hosts for nightmare and invisible versions of swords whose bodies could not bear the burden and had died. Yudo protested that Valper had killed his own allies in the experiments. Valper brushed the accusation off and said that, rather than waste the results, he had had his own body implanted with the sword factors, nearly dying but surviving, which he presented as another durability test. Yudo realized then why Fried had grown stronger. 3 sets of holy sword factors had been implanted in him. Valper tossed the crystal carelessly at Yudo's feet and explained that the implants given to those chosen as holy sword users were meant to compensate for missing factors. Yudo accused the church and its leaders of hypocrisy for exiling Valper as a heretic while still using his research. Valper replied that Yudo and the others were merely test subjects in a top-secret experiment, disposable once used. After extracting their sword factors, they were nothing but useless scraps with no reason to be kept alive. Valper finished with a wicked grin, revealing that all he cared about was the holy swords. Those listening clenched their fists in anger. Asia even became tearful. Yuto, clutching the crystal, rose shakily to his feet and protested that they had believed they were helping the Lord, the Church, and humanity, enduring unspeakable pain for that cause, and now they were to be discarded. Grief and fury filled him, but the crystal he held began to glow. Aquino observed that the light was likely the souls of Yudo's comrades sleeping inside the crystal. She explained that the energy on the battlefield, mixed with Yudo's heartfelt turmoil, had finally set them free. Gradually the glowing light coalesced into human forms. Yuto, stunned, recognized familiar faces gathering around him and whispered their names. Tears welled in his eyes, not from despair but from gratitude and relief. A chorus rose, soft yet unmistakably powerful, filling the battlefield as Yudo's comrades sang a hymn. Asia recognized the song and was moved to tears. Although demons were usually pained by hymns, none among the group felt that. Instead, the hymn brought warmth. Issei teased Yudo about crying, and Ikki responded playfully that he was not bawling like Yudo. The moment dissolved into pure warmth, the voices of the comrades echoing words about accepting the holy sword, about not being able to do it alone and about remaining one even without God's gaze. Kaneko murmured that the light felt warm. Bathed in that comforting glow, Yuto opened his eyes. He addressed Valper Galilei, saying that his comrades had not wished him to seek revenge, but that he could not let Valper's malice go unpunished because allowing it to stand would cause more tragedies. He declared that, as someone who had suffered, he could not stand by. Issei and the others voiced their support, urging Yudo not to let their hopes die in vain. Rias and the others cheered, amplifying the encouragement. Yudo thanked them and vowed to become the Lord's sword and the sword of his comrades. He called upon both holy and demonic power to blend into one and performed demon sword creation, sword birth, channeling the combined energies into a holy demonic sword, which he named the Sword of Betrayer. He raised one hand to the sky as holy and demonic energy poured out and fused together. Fried reacted with disbelief at the idea of a holy demonic sword and stumbled forward, emotionally affected by the scene. Yudo warned that, because Fried had 3 holy sword crystals implanted, his body was resonating with the souls of Yudo's friends and that their influence might be controlling him. He added that they were not just fighting outsiders but being confronted by those very souls as well. Yudo pointed the Sword of Betrayer at Fried and advanced with Zenobia at his side. Zenobia called to Rias's knights to stand with them, and Rias expressed hope that they would. Zenobia declared they must stop Fried and plunged her destroyer version of Excalibur into the ground, summoning golden ripples and chains from the air to materialize a chain-bound, sky-blue sword. She invoked the names of Peter, Basilius, Dionysius, and Mother Mary to command the weapon and free Durandal. The chains shattered under Durandal's power and the sword was liberated. Valper reacted with audible shock at the sight of Durandal in Zenovia's hands. Valper then ordered Fried to capture Zenovia's body intact, saying the reward would depend on it. Fried grinned and advanced, but his aura faltered almost immediately. Yudo explained that the implanted crystals and the souls within were affecting Fried, interfering with his control. Fried lashed out, attempting to split the blade, but Durandal deflected and shattered the attack in a swift, high-energy exchange more like an intense anime duel than a gruesome battle. The clash continued in rapid swordplay. Yudo's strikes focused on disarming and incapacitating rather than maiming, and ultimately his attack broke Fried's sword and left Fried unable to continue fighting. Fried survived the encounter but lay incapacitated on the battlefield. Yudo addressed everyone, making it clear what had happened and what they had witnessed. Yudo declared that their will had surpassed Excalibur. He exhaled, faced Valper, and told him that it was time. Valper muttered that if light and dark could merge there must be a balance keeper, not just a Mao but a god as well. Before anyone could react, a gleaming spear of light struck him and Valper dissipated into particles of light before them. Kokabeel descended slowly and commented that Valper had been brilliant and deserved better. Issei felt Kaneko set him down, finally free of the Princess Carrie, and he sensed relief from the others as well. Rias demanded to know why Kokabeel had killed his allies. Kokabeel replied that he had used them and would now face Rias Gremory himself, landing and staring her down. Issei wondered why Kokabeel, a veteran, showed no fear. He considered that Rias had offered to stand in for the Mao but that Kokabeel lacked support and a trump card. If he were rational he would have retreated. Unless Kokabeel had something else planned. Issei realized Kokabeel's next target was the destructive spell Heaven-Earth Collapse and warned Rias. He explained that the magic circle was connected to Kokabeel and that once the aura reached critical mass, he could trigger it at will. Issei suggested that Kokabeel would wait for the Mao to teleport in and then detonate the spell to wipe out the town. Rias questioned whether the circle was truly aimed at the town. Issei clarified that the circle was meant to wait until energy peaked and then be detonated. Even if the demon army did not arrive in time, an explosion near them would still spark a war, intended as a grand signal for a world war. Rias's anger flared at the idea that Kokabeel sought to overthrow not just the 3 factions but the Mao as well. Kokabeel challenged her to destroy him and face him as an enemy, raising a sword formed of light. Rias asked whether Ikki could move yet and if Kaneko had healed him. Kaneko reported that he could barely move and had no spare energy for fighting. Rias instructed that they would handle Kokabeel and ordered Ikki to stay with Asia. Ikki acknowledged the order. Rias told Issei to stand ready to transfer power and ordered the others to delay Kokabeel as long as possible. following her instructions, Issei began building up power with doubling. Kaneko stepped forward. Issei found her ears and tail, and the intensity she showed in battle, quietly endearing. Kaneko declared she would not hold back. A pure white light bathed her, and she assumed an adult form wearing a white traditional dress paired with a short blue hakama that resembled a skirt. She looked mature and elegant, every bit as composed as Rias and Aquino. Issei flinched when her strike landed across his face and cried out in pain. Kaneko knew him well enough to provoke that reaction. From a distance, Asia fainted at the sight, and Issei felt a surge of protectiveness toward Kaneko, as if he were an older brother. Kaneko moved to start the battle. Ikki charged first toward Kokobile, with Zenobia and Kaneko quickly flanking him. Their combined attack pressed Kokobile, but he intercepted it, wielding a glowing sword in one hand and summoning another in the other. Kokobile found the combined holy and holy demonic sword assault interesting. Kaneko launched Kasha from behind while diving from above. I could barely stand, but getting carried like this in front of the Academy girls was asking for trouble in many ways. One of the Academy girls asked why, and I accused her of giving an innocent look while pointing out that the handsome prince was likely one reason the school was full of female fans of male-male pairings. He radiated gentlemanly charm to everyone. Kaneko asked Yuto to hand me over so she could heal me with a healing technique. Yuto agreed. Just like that, I was passed from Yuto's arms to Kaneko's, still princess style. I protested and asked Kaneko not to carry me like that. Kaneko replied that there was nothing wrong with a guy being carried by a girl. I argued that normally the guy carries the girl, not the other way around. Kaneko mentioned that her previous employer had her carry him like that, which made me wonder what kind of requests those had been. Zenobia observed that the Gremory devils seemed relaxed for the situation. Issei called out in surprise at her arrival. Given the tension between the three factions, it would not have been odd for Zenobia to sit this one out while devils and fallen angels fought it out, but she announced that she might be late and would join the fight from then on. She drew her sword, Excalibur Destruction, and glared up at Kokobile, who still floated on his throne in the sky. Kokobile laughed and said it was unexpected and delightful that mere humans could take down Cerberus, declaring that he lived for battle. He rose, made his throne vanish, and floated on his own wings. As everyone's attention shifted to Kokobile, another voice cried out that the ritual was finished. From the magic circle spread across the ground, 4 beams of light converged into one and coalesced into a single sword. Valper Galilei, dressed like a bishop, explained that he had made a deal and that when the 4 swords merged, the overwhelming power created would become his. He revealed that he planned to use that power for a world-ending spell and taunted them with a warning that the power would keep echoing inside the magic circle and reach critical mass in about 20 minutes. Yuto stepped forward, sword in hand, determined. He announced that he was a survivor of the Holy Sword Project, one of those Valper had killed, reborn as a devil, and that he could not die until he avenged his fallen comrades. He vowed to end Valper then and there and charged. Kaneko shouted for him not to, sensing Kokobile readying another light spear. Kokobile launched the spear toward Yuto. It struck the ground in front of him, burst with force, and knocked him back in a dramatic, intense exchange that felt like something out of an action scene. Kokobile grunted that Yuto had avoided a direct hit and told Fried to act. Fried acknowledged Kokobile with enthusiasm. Kokobile instructed Fried to use the merged Excalibur and wield its power as he saw fit. Fried admitted that the boss worked them hard, but he was excited at the chance to play with the beautifully corrupted Excalibur. Fried then reached for the sword floating above the magic circle. Kokobile's spear glowed ominously above the battlefield. Everyone regrouped for defense, but even their strongest shield barriers might not hold. Relying on Valley, the battle-crazed Dragon Emperor, to intervene was a gamble. Ikki took action. He asked Kaneko for help launching him above Kokobile. Kaneko widened her eyes but agreed, warning that if he died she would punch him in the afterlife and then using teleportation to send him hurtling. Forward. Ikki signaled Rias and Aquino to form a dome shield rather than a flat wall, and they complied. Kaneko whispered the count and then sent him. Ikki flew into position just above Kokobile, who lowered the spear and glared up. Ikki announced that it was time to finish this and activated dark runes of the false transcription of all things across his arms, a display that gave Kokubile pause. As he fell, Ikki revealed his last move, self-destruct. Kokubile's shield snapped into full power, but Ikki detonated the spell. The explosion surged upward in an anime-style burst that blasted through the shields and erupted into the sky. The self-destruct attack was designed to undermine an opponent's defense, and with Kokubile shielding himself it weakened his protection. Ikki summoned his familiars to cushion his descent and avoided harm. Kokubile slammed to the ground and the heaven-earth collapse magic array dissipated. Rias and Zenobia rushed to check on Ikki while Kaneko hovered nearby, admitting that the explosion had nearly given her a heart attack. Ikki managed a sheepish grin and apologized. Kaneko crossed her arms and insisted that once he was fully recovered he owed her a new strawberry mango sundae from the station cafe. A sudden rumble shook the ground as something fell from the sky. A four-legged, tailed silhouette crashed into the earth, a draconic beast bearing a familiar presence. Ikki identified the newcomer as Valet. A battered figure in shattered armor rose, the legendary White Dragon Emperor staggering to his feet. Legend said he had answered Azazel's request to stop Kokubile and nearly succeeded, but Ikki's explosion had knocked him back. Despite his wounds, Valet surveyed Kokubile and the fallen freed with a low, steady voice and declared that Kokubile and the stray exorcist must be taken in as elders with valuable intelligence. He warned that resistance would earn Valet's personal retribution and then summoned a pressure so intense that even Ikki felt it in his knees. Rias nodded in resignation and her warriors gathered the prisoners. The two adversaries exchanged curt words acknowledging each other's survival and promising to meet again. With that, Valet took Kokubile and freed and vanished on dragon wings. In the aftermath, the Citri clan joined forces to restore the dilapidated school. The Occult Research Club members were disbanded for the time being. Yudo received a stern reprimand for causing alarm. Kaneko offered to escort Ikki home, and they used teleportation magic to return directly to his room. Kuroka, who had been lying on the bed, was moved aside and Kaneko laid Ikki down, placing a hand on his forehead and using spirit healing technique to help him sleep. She asked him to rest, and the warmth of the healing quickly carried him into unconsciousness. The next morning Ikki woke feeling refreshed and later went to school with Kaneko. Motohama spotted them and subjected Ikki to a day of envious interrogation. A few days after Kokubile's attack, the Occult Research Club assembled after school with a familiar new face among them. Zenobia had transferred in only the day before after entrance and exams, and she was now dressed in the school uniform. Rias and Aquino introduced Zenobia as a newly sworn Devil Knight under Rias. Zenobia announced that she had become a Devil Knight and pledged her service, and she asked everyone to welcome her. Issei staggered at the surprise, while Zenobia turned to Asia and offered a sincere apology. She said that she had once blamed Asia for lacking faith, but after confronting the unsettling truth she no longer believed in the God she had once served, and with that realization she owed Asia an apology. She bowed deeply in acknowledgement. Asia met her with gentle eyes and a forgiving smile. Asia asked if she would be her friend. Zenobia blinked and said she was no one special. Asia told her that she had become one of the most important people in her life and that she would be happy to call her a friend. Zenobia smiled, moved, and asked to be shown around the school. Asia beamed and agreed, and they clasped hands, the warmth between them impossible to deny. Ikki was hit from all sides, but then he spread wings like a fallen angel and spun into a dark tornado that blasted the group away. Issei shouted to check if everyone was all right. Zenobia answered that Kaneko's wheels had blocked most of the force, and Issei noted that Rias and Zenobia had dodged as well. Issei observed that those wings were defensive too and commented that fallen angels were overpowered. He teased Aquino about her lightning, calling her the daughter of Barakil. Aquino snapped that she was not Barakil's daughter, and Issei realized that she must have inherited something from the fallen angel elder. Ikki confirmed the implication. Aquino hardened her resolve and declared that if their opponent remained an enemy, she had to be stopped. Aquino then unleashed a light-powered shockwave that slammed the team backwards. The hit was powerful. Issei felt the force and could barely move. Kokabeel fired orbs of dense light at the downed Issei, but Zenobia intercepted and cleaved one with Durandal to protect him. Issei understood why Zenobia could move despite being struck. As a human holy sword wielder, she was more resistant to light attacks. Kokabeel mocked the contradiction of church warriors helping a demon without a lord. Zenobia demanded to know what he meant by saying they were without a lord. Kokabeel laughed and then explained that in the last Trifaction War the god had died alongside the Four Mouths. He revealed that the conflict had cost countless lieutenants from angels and fallen angels and left pureblood angels and demons unable to reproduce normally. The three factions' leaders had hidden this truth to protect human faith. Asia and Zenobia collapsed to their knees at the revelation, and Zenobia let go of Durandal, whispering that it sounded like lies. Asia's voice shook as she asked what would become of the love given to them. Kokabeel replied that Michael was leading angels and humans in God's absence and that the blessing system still functioned, though not as before. Asia fainted again from the shock. Issei caught her and supported her against a tree. Kokabeel declared that, furious at the way their comrades' sacrifices had been handled, he would start a war with his own hands if no one else would fight. Issei's anger flared. He told Kokabeel that using the dead to justify a new war would only cause more death and that he would not allow Kokabeel to destroy their town for revenge or glory. Kokabeel sneered and mocked Issei's ambitions. Issei grinned and admitted that his aim was to become someone admired by many. Kokabeel chuckled and offered to make that happen by making Issei admired overnight. Rias then stepped forward quietly and told Issei that if he truly wanted those bonds, he should defeat Kokabeel and she would support him. Aquino volunteered to support him as well. Rias reacted with outrage at Aquino's implication, while Aquino smiled with amusement. Tension crackled as the two vied for attention and power. Kaneko tugged Issei's sleeve and warned that Kokabeel would soon lose his patience, and that would be their opening. Issei braced himself. Kokabeel roared that they could not bicker forever and demanded their attention. Rias and Aquino yelled for him to shut up and released a powerful wave of magical energy that lit the sky. Issei activated the Red Dragon Emperor's boosted gear and focused its power into a massive destructive beam. The combined attack struck Kokabeel directly, tearing at the earth beneath him. Everyone scrambled behind protective barriers and caught their breath. When the smoke cleared, Kokabeel remained standing, bruised and staggering but unbowed. He leapt high and formed a massive spear of light overhead, a strike that could devastate the area. Issei groaned that the unfolding friendship among the girls had the feel of a romance novel. The club members watched the new bonds forming between them. Later that afternoon, Issei asked Zenobia where Irina was. Zenobia replied that Irina had taken Excalibur back to headquarters and had not been told about the god's death, since informing her would have labeled her a heretic. Zenobia added that Irina had called her a traitor when she became a demon and that Issei had not been able to respond at the time. She winced and held her side, wondering silently whether becoming a demon had been a mistake. Issei reassured Zenobia that she was one of them now and that they would be there for her if she needed help or advice. Zenovia's eyes glistened with gratitude and she said she had one personal request. Issei encouraged her to ask, and she hesitated before speaking. There was an awkward silence as the group registered her words, then Issei blinked, stunned, and asked her to repeat herself. Rias repeated calmly that she wanted to have a child. With him. Issei's jaw dropped and his mind spun as she explained that, as a demon, she lived by desire and had once held babies at an orphanage. The memory had felt joyous, and she wanted to experience motherhood. She said she wanted that with him because he carried dragon blood and the Dragon Emperor's aura would live on in their child. Issei paled at the suggestion. Rias briefly considered Yudo but explained that Issei's dragon heritage made him uniquely suited. Issei admitted that the idea made sense and frightened him at the same time. Zenobia gently suggested that if it was meant to be, they should consider it seriously. Rias and Asia intervened at once, each gripping Issei's shoulders to steady him. Zenobia then half-joked that they were all involved in supporting whatever choice he made. The scene dissolved into chaotic pleading and laughter, and eventually Issei staggered home unchanged, still bewildered by the proposal. That Sunday afternoon, the club gathered at the school pool, which had been left algae-choked and stagnant and required a thorough cleanup. Issei complained at first, and Akino explained that the pool was kept full for fire safety and to preserve the tiles. Rias announced that they were doing community service and would hold a pool opening celebration afterward. Within an hour, thanks to demon-level stamina and Issei's eager scrubbing, the pool gleamed. They changed into swimwear appropriate for a school event, Rias in a white two-piece, Akino in a modest one-piece, Asia in a school-styled swimsuit bearing her name, and Kaneko in an orange-yellow bikini with a perio. Issei watched, awed, and complimented Rias, who smiled warmly. Asia flushed at the attention, and Kaneko blushed at the praise. They spent the afternoon swimming, playing volleyball with magical enhancements, racing, and relaxing as if at a beach resort that just happened to be on school grounds. Issei suggested a noon race between Yuto and Zenobia, and Akino, as a knight, agreed to join. Issei and Kaneko sat poolside and watched their friends dive into playful competition. Kaneko assured Issei that she had improved greatly and promised to win next time. Memories blurred into the near-past episode from almost a year before, when Kaneko had trained beneath a waterfall with guidance to improve her water-based spiritual techniques. They had teleported to a secluded training spot and set up a subtle barrier to ward off onlookers. They changed into the white, lightweight robes used during waterfall ascetic training and approached the falls together. Kaneko hesitated at the pool edge, staying where the water reached her knees. Issei asked if she was all right, and Kaneko tried to urge him onward, then decided to walk around the cliff wall instead. Kuroka watched thoughtfully and asked whether Kaneko could swim. Kaneko admitted that she had avoided past school pool classes because she had been uncomfortable in the water. That hesitation explained her reluctance. Summer training often included swimming, and she would need to be confident in the water for winter training as well. The group agreed to postpone waterfall training and switch to swimming practice in shallower, safer water. They planned to go home, change into proper swimwear, and teleport somewhere suitable for lessons. Kuroka wondered aloud about swimsuits and retaining privacy as a wanted demon, and Issei suggested modern clothes could be stored in a magic circle. They teleported to Kameo Town and went to a large department store's swimwear section, keeping an eye out for other demons. Issei worried aloud whether Kuroka had other clothes, and Kuroka explained that her wardrobe had often been damaged during missions and experiments, but she could borrow or acquire new pieces. While browsing, Kuroka and Kaneko playfully dragged Issei through the aisles. They drew a few stares as a single young man accompanied by two demon girls in the swimwear section, but they focused on picking modest, practical swimsuits. Kuroka chose a green bikini with a tropical print, and they moved on to everyday clothes. They avoided focusing on NTMT apparel and stuck to everyday outfits. Kuroka tried on some college-inspired looks and experimented with letting her hair down. They finished shopping, lighter in purse but pleased with their finds, and parted ways to return home and rest. Later, Kaneko teased Issei about his earlier reactions, and he admitted that he appreciated her and Kuroka's company. The day closed on a warm note of friendship, improvement, and plans for future training. Kaneko thanked me for helping her learn to swim. With demon stamina, she picked it up fast, though at first every kick sent water spraying like underwater fireworks. I encouraged everyone to get into the water, and we spent the day racing, me, Kaneko, Yuto, and Zenobia slicing through the lanes, Rias and Akino roughhousing in an energetic game of underwater volleyball, Issei and Asia lingering near the pool's edge. By the end of the afternoon each of us was utterly exhausted, but completely exhilarated. The next day, after the pool cleanup, Rias exploded into frustration in the Occult Research Club room, unable to hide how upset she was. She accused an Archangel-turned-fallen officer of sneaking into town and disrupting her activities and added that it was unforgivable that he had put a hand on Issei. Apparently, after the pool incident someone important had summoned Issei. Azazel had revealed his identity there and announced that a summit of the three factions would be held in this town. Rias clarified that by disrupting business she meant interference with her work as a devil, granting people's desires, not financial matters. Yuto asked whether the summit was really going to happen. Rias confirmed that she had just heard it herself and that it was certain. Yuto, Rias, and Zenobia all took on serious expressions as they considered what the summit might mean in light of the Kokabeel incident. Issei mentioned that the fallen angel had contacted him specifically and wondered if the man had been after Issei's Red Dragon Emperor gauntlets, boosted gear. Rias moved to reassure him, promising that even if the overseer were involved she would not let him take Issei. She embraced Issei protectively, and his anxious look softened into a bright smile. Suddenly Graphia appeared through a magical teleportation circle, remarking on the lively atmosphere, and another red-haired man who resembled Rias stepped through beside her. Rias realized and called him her older brother. The others quickly recognized him as Surzex, the Mao. Rias, Aquino, Yuto, Kaneko, and Issei respectfully dropped to one knee while Asia, Zenobia, and I stood frozen. Issei gently urged us to kneel, explaining that Surzex was the Mao. I hesitated, thinking aloud that this was Japan, not the underworld, and feeling unsure about my own reaction even as Zenobia and Asia remained composed. Surzex reassured me that my hesitation was understandable, confirmed that he was speaking in a private capacity, and asked everyone to relax. Surzex took time to greet the club's new members, Ikki, Asia, and Zenobia. He addressed Ikki, thanking him for his help with Kokabeel and for the raiding game with Riser, saying he had heard it was Ikki's plan and that Rias had likely learned a lot. As Ikki's brother he offered his gratitude. He was warm and sincere, even praising the audacious plan to read the blasphemous Bible aloud. Ikki replied that he had only helped as a friend and resident of the town. Surzex found that reassuring and hoped Ikki would continue being close with Rias. Rias then asked why Surzex was here. Surzex explained that he was on the board of the academy and that matters like this usually fell under his purview. He pulled a plain slip of paper from his pocket titled Notice, Classroom Observation. Rias whispered that it might be that, and Surzex reassured his sister that their father had even cleared his schedule to attend. Rias choked on her tea and protested that both father and brother would attend, reminding him he was the Mao and questioning his duties. Surzex laughed and said that for his dear sister he could handle any duty and that this counted as work. Graphia stood nearby, rolling her eyes. Rias repeated the question about work, and Surzex explained that he planned to host the summit of the three factions at Kuo Academy and that he was there to scout. Everyone was stunned. Summits were usually held in grander venues than a school. Rias asked why this academy, and Surzex said that extraordinary power converged there. Rias's presence, Citri's shadow, the Red Dragon Emperor, wielders of Excalibur and Durandal, a White Dragon Emperor, Kokabeel, a pure form Cerberus, and a human who had defeated him, and that could not be a mere coincidence. There must be strong causality. He paused and then admitted he had another concern. Rias echoed the word concern, and Surzex said he had arrived late and asked whether one could still check into a hotel in the human world at that hour. Realizing his predicament, Ikki offered that Surzex could stay at his place and that Rias would be there too. Rias gasped in surprise, and Surzex responded enthusiastically that he would be honored. Rias could not refuse the Mao. With a heavy sigh the club adjourned. Ikki thought that Rias's pride was about to shine at his house the next day and wished himself luck. Early the next morning as Ikki practiced his spiritual arts, a familiar aura passed through the school. He made a strange sound, and Kuroka asked what was wrong. Kuroka recoiled as well and asked what the white lizard was doing here, referring to Vale, who did not appear to be merely sightseeing. Another familiar suggested Vale was a battle fanatic and might have come for Ikki's red dragon gear. This did not calm Ikki. Kuroka then told him to get to school early. Ikki balked, but Kuroka warned that Vale had a fallen angel collar and that if things escalated the Gremory familiars would step in. Ikki's safety mattered. Ikki gulped, and Kuroka effectively sent him to face it alone. On the walk to school, Ikki arrived to find Vale already at the gate. Vale greeted Ikki, and Ikki asked why he was there. Vale chuckled and told Ikki not to look so tense, saying he was not there for a fight because Azazel had told him to lay low. He had come to visit his rival. Ikki asked whether Vale meant him. Vale slid a finger into Ikki's gauntlet's aura port and noted that Ikki was unaware and unprotected, hinting at how easily he could manipulate him with magic. Arima pressed Durandal and Excalibur to the heads of Yuto and Zenobia but did not strike. He warned that now was not the time, reminding them that continuing to carry such a sword would tax them and could cause an uproar in the human world. Yuto and Zenobia holstered their blades, and the others stepped forward to shield Issei. Arima asked Issei how strong he thought he was, then noted that the white and red dragons inside them ranked among the world's strongest and that unique beings required careful guidance. Rias attempted to argue, but Arima cut her off, saying those who had dealt with 2 dragons rarely enjoyed peaceful lives. He asked Rias about her own experience. She replied that she had been by his side and had never been unhappy. Arima advised that dragons attracted power and that Rias needed to grow stronger to remain by Issei's side. He added that, at present, even the small dragon, Kaneko, did not quite meet the standard. Rias flared with anger while he merely shrugged and commented that missiles always amused him. Then he turned his attention to Issei. He studied him intently, making Issei uneasy. After a brief, tense pause, Arima said he would look forward to their next encounter and vanished. Issei's friends reacted with a mix of teasing and discomfort at the implication. They gave him puzzled and scornful looks, and some asked if he had that kind of taste. Asia, Zenobia, and Yuto seemed too innocent to grasp the full context. Issei explained that Arima had only been recalling their fight against Kokobile and admitted he had completely forgotten about it himself. No official report was required, and the day ended with Issei forced to kneel in apology. With nothing else to do, he started a chess tournament, which only irritated the others further. They muttered that it served him right. He felt at a loss. When he entered the classroom the next day, parents were lined up at the back, many with cameras and video equipment. His own parents were present. His father had taken the day off. The day's observation was for English class, and the teacher handed out lumps of modeling clay with an odd assignment. Everyone was to make something they liked and, if they wished, describe it in English. The prompt felt strange given the psychic energy in the air from the unusual beings on campus and the presence of several VIP parents, but the students went to work. Asia and Zenobia answered politely in simple classroom English. Issei decided to indulge the task fully and sculpted a Cerberus, concentrating on shape and posture until the clay captured the creature in a dramatic pose. Gasps spread around the room when others recognized it. Someone made a misguided remark that caused a momentary stir, and a teacher quickly moved to defuse the embarrassment. One of the other students, working half distracted, had crafted an uncanny likeness of Rias without intending anything inappropriate. The bell rang before any further reactions could develop. At lunch, the occult club members displayed their creations. Rias smiled shyly and acknowledged that it was a bit embarrassing to be used as a model but appreciated the likeness. Akino praised the details and mentioned she might like one of her own. Kaneko regarded Issei's dog sculpture skeptically, and Issei explained that it was meant as a symbolic farewell. Kaneko accepted the answer. Asia had modeled La C, and Zenobia had made a clay Durandal. Yuto had been in a different class that day, where the teacher handed out Rubik's cubes and demonstrated solving techniques. A lively bass line pulsed in the distance. Asia asked about the sound, and Zenobia said it seemed to be coming from the gym. They sent out a detection spell and found a crowd of over 100 students gathered there, so they headed to the gym. The curtains were drawn and the space dimly lit. Male students shouted and waved cameras while a single girl stood under spotlights and colored smoke, the center of an impromptu idol-like performance. The girl on stage thanked everyone for their support and announced that she would give one more song as a special treat. The crowd erupted with cheers. The narrator blinked and realized the idol was Seraphal herself, Demon Queen Seraphal, though this was supposed to be a classroom visit. The whole scene felt like an impromptu concert, and the narrator's memory of the series after 17 years was fuzzy. Before the song could begin, Saji from the student council burst in and tried to restore order, reminding everyone that it was Parent Observation Day and that the gathering reflected poorly on the academy. His voice was drowned out by boos until the student council president, Sona, arrived. Sona called out to her older sister in surprise, and whispers ran through the crowd at the revelation that the magical girl and the president were siblings. Students noted the contrast in their appearances and muttered among themselves at the unexpected family connection. Sona explained that she had always wanted to be a magical girl and had been promoting that idea at the school, hoping she might someday join those groups who helped people in need. Ria stepped forward firmly and reminded Sona that, as student council president, cosplaying like that in front of students was inappropriate. Sona protested that if the stunt had succeeded she would have been a special guest performer as Magical Girl Magical Reviatan, but the president insisted that such things should not happen in front of students and scolded her older sister for being reckless. Flustered, Sona panicked and fled while the crowd dispersed like dominoes. Rias quietly observed that Sona was the one who had been put in an awkward position. The others remarked on the scene. Yudo commented that he had expected Sona's older sister to be better at handling her, and Asia clarified that the older sister was Serafal of the Four Great Mouths. The narrator guessed that the cost of the video recording and the professional camcorder Surzex had been using for the event must have been enormous. When someone asked what Grafia had done, another explained that she had held up reflectors by Surzex's side, having become comfortable with being around the Gremory royals and letting herself relax. They found the group outside the old building. Sona was angrily scolding her older sister for bringing a cheering flag and changing into cosplay during class observation, insisting she had looked away for only a moment. Rias arrived to offer support and greeted Serafal politely, saying it was nice to see her again. Serafal returned the greeting cheerfully and said she had missed them, addressing Issei as the Red Dragon Emperor and thanking him for stepping in earlier, saying that without his help Sona might have gotten hurt. Her smile remained perfect, but there was a sharpness in her gaze that made the narrator uneasy. Serafal announced she needed to leave for a pre-summit walkthrough in town with Surzex and promised to have a private screening of the performance video later. Sona froze at the mention, clearly distressed, and Rias tried to reassure her by saying she was not alone. Sona embraced Rias in silent reassurance, and the narrator noted that their bond had clearly deepened. The next day, Rias informed the club that Lucifer had spoken and that they were to release the seal on her final familiar and another so-called priest, which would require them to meet Gasper Vladi. The narrator briefly wondered about Serafal's classroom appearance and whether there had been anything magical to it. In a corner of the old school building they stood before a door marked with yellow keep-out tape. The others explained that the final bishop had been sealed behind the door because her power was too dangerous to control, and yet she had become the top earner among the captain's familiars through online contract work. There was some awkward discussion about how people often preferred interacting with certain familiars through the internet rather than in person. Rias finished undoing the seal and announced that they were about to lift it. Issei swallowed nervously, imagining something terrifying. The seal vanished and the door began to creak open. A shrill scream rang out from inside as the door opened halfway. Beyond it, the room was pastel-colored and decorated like a fairy tale, with heart-shaped cushions and Gothic Lolita clothing hanging about, and in the center rested a large coffin. The contrast between the delicate decor and the coffin surprised everyone. Rias explained that the seal had been lifted with the Mao's permission and asked the occupant to come out. The person inside protested that they liked it there and were afraid of the outside. Aquino carefully lifted the coffin lid to coax out the occupant, who reacted with panic. Issei, however, gasped at the sight and admired the blonde appearance, thinking that joining Rias's familiars had been a fortunate choice. Rias corrected him and noted that the newcomer was actually a boy who enjoyed dressing in feminine clothing. Issei reacted with disbelief at first, but Rias introduced the newcomer as Gasper Vladi, their other bishop, explaining that before becoming a demon he had been half human and half vampire. Gasper explained that his fondness for cute clothing and accessories was why he dressed that way, finding it prettier than a typical boy's uniform. Admittedly, he looked striking, like a heroine from a story. Rias protested at the suggestion that it was merely a pretty face, complaining that she had once imagined two blonde beauties, Asia and the other woman, both becoming bishops, and that such unfulfilled fantasies were maddening. Issei laughed and accepted that fleeting, doom-tinged dreams made sense for demons. Kaneko and Issei were not shy about their reactions. Someone noted that it all seemed extreme for someone afraid of the outside, and Rias added that Gasper was both a shut-in and sealed. Rias then asked Gasper to come out with them, but he refused, saying he did not want to interact with anyone. Issei tried to pull him out more firmly and urged him not to be selfish. Suddenly, the power of the artifact spiked and time itself froze within the room. The sensation was familiar, like when Kuroka stopped time during training, indicating a time-stopping ability. The artifact's intricate, godly design hinted at the terrifying origins of this Bible-born magic. Kaneko asked Issei if he could still move. Issei confirmed he was fine, and the narration observed that Kaneko had surrounded herself with a cat-like aura, raising her energy and resisting the time freeze. The time freeze affected Issei far less than when Kuroka used it, prompting Kaneko to suggest it might be because Issei's divinity stat had increased. Issei realized this made sense. The intense fights against Cerberus, Kokobile, and especially Valley had probably awakened more of his divinity. Valley had wielded the god-slaying artifact Longinus, and their artifact had resonated. Issei's divinity had risen from E to D, even D, an almost legendary grade. While thoughts raced, Gasper remained stuck and was crying in the corner, repeating apologies and panic about time stopping again. Kaneko crouched beside him and urged him to calm down. Gasper, surprised to see her moving, asked who she was. Kaneko explained she was human, part of the occult research club, and an aura user who had countered his power with energy. Issei introduced himself as a second-year student. Gasper introduced himself as Gasper Vladi and asked to be treated well. His tears dried and time unpaused. Gasper was disoriented, remembering grabbing Issei and then finding himself suddenly in a corner. Others confirmed they had seen him vanish and reappear. Aquino explained that Gasper's artifact, the Forbidden Baylor View, stopped visual targets in time for a set duration and was less effective against stronger beings. She noted that Issei and now Kaneko could resist it, which she called great growth. Aquino turned to Issei and asked if he had introduced himself, which he had. Rias then introduced everyone who had joined her familiars, Issei, Asia, and Zenobia. Each formally introduced themselves in turn. Issei presented himself as Hyde Issei, thrilled by time-stopping and proud of his role as a pawn. Asia introduced herself as Asia Argento and a bishop, expressing the wish to get along. Zenobia said she had recently become a demon and served as a knight. Gasper, still wary, said he would prefer to be left alone. Rias explained that Gasper's power was strong but uncontrollable, which was why he had been sealed by her brother, who had feared it might slip into a forbidden balance-breaker state. She asked a favor. She and Aquino needed to go for summit planning, and while they were gone the others were to look after Gasper. Rias added that Yuto, her brother, wanted Issei to learn more about the forbidden balance breaker, so Issei should accompany them. Everyone agreed and Rias, Aquino, and Yuto teleported away. Issei, eager to help, admitted he did not turn down the captain's request but asked what they should do next. Zenobia volunteered to get Gasper exercising, arguing that movement and the outdoors would help a shut-in. She dragged Gasper outside and began a disciplined routine. Gasper protested and resisted. Zenobia chased Gasper with Durandal while Issei and Kaneko watched. They commented that Zenobia seemed to enjoy enforcing the routine and wondered whether Gasper might come to dislike exercise even more. Kaneko encouraged that Gasper had potential. After they had worn him out, Gasper collapsed in exhausted defeat. Gasper asked plaintively why they were doing this to him. Issei, in a mixture of frustration and admiration, reacted emotionally to Gasper's appearance and lamented the situation. Zenobia insisted that a sound body helped steady the soul and teased that he should have run from the start. Kaneko offered a simple comfort, holding out a piece of garlic, a classic vampire weakness which sent Gasper into a new fit of protest. Saji then arrived, having heard that a shut-in familiar had been freed. He expressed surprise and clumsy admiration at Asia, then reacted dramatically to the overall situation. Issei responded frankly, and Saji dissolved into theatrical despair about how cruel the world could be. Issei then sensed something approaching from nearby bushes, barely concealed. Kaneko's tense alert set everyone on edge. An elegantly condescending voice identified the newcomer, who was Azazel. Azazel strolled forward and joked about watching, warning that without a particular human present, even together they would not be a match. He asked whether any sword users were present. Aquino noted that Kiba was not there and warned him to go if that was his intention. Azazel said he was interested in more than sword users and then singled out Arima Iki, asking about him. Azazel mentioned having heard of the artifact False Mirror of All Creation Virga Vesta and noted its mysterious history and the risk it might pose if it triggered a forbidden balance breaker. He invited Issei to his lab for study and promised special treatment, an offer that felt like a possible trap. Issei rejected the idea of his friends being treated like property and refused to be taken. He insisted that his friends were not up for grabs. Azazel clarified that he was not recruiting but persisted for a moment longer, then shifted his attention to Gasper and asked about the forbidden Baylor view. Gasper tried to hide, fearful of the attention, and everyone prepared for whatever would come next. Azazel warned that artifacts triggered by the senses could go berserk if their bearer was weak. He then turned to Saji, and Saji shrank under the fallen angel's gaze. Azazel identified Saji's artifact as the Black Dragon Vein, the absorption line, and explained that it could connect to the vampire and absorb excess power, making it a safer option. Saji stared at his own artifact in surprise. Azazel added that the absorption line contained the power of one of the 5 great dragon kings, the Black Evil Dragon King Vritra, and that it could drain or link to beings other than its user. He suggested that, since dragons pass power through blood and Saji was a vampire, the artifact could be used in that way as an alternative. With that, Azazel waved and left them to handle things on their own. Zenobia observed that Azazel was the fallen angel general and remarked on how hard he was to pin down. She sighed and acknowledged that, despite his aloofness, he had offered useful advice before vanishing. Later, with Saji's help, Issei attempted to teach Gasper to control his artifact, but Gasper retreated to his room again. Issei called apologetically for Gasper to come out and said he was sorry for trying to force him. Only Gasper's crying answered. Issei apologized privately for calling during an important meeting, and Rias reassured him that it was fine and that everyone had acted for Gasper's sake. Yuto asked why Gasper had become a shut-in and said his fear seemed beyond normal. Rias explained that vampires emphasized pure bloodlines more than demons did. As a half-breed, Gasper had faced discrimination and persecution from adults. His artifact had activated unintentionally even among children, which led to isolation. Growing up that way, he had become afraid of people. Rias lamented that it was a waste of the Mao's permission to unseal him and worried that he seemed unsuited to be a prince. Rias volunteered to handle Gasper and expressed confidence that they could help him. She asked Issei to support them. Issei agreed to stay with them until the end. Rias added that the Maos also wanted to ask Issei some questions about the Kokobile incident and that Yuto's meeting was wrapping up, so they would like him to join. Issei accompanied Rias to a luxury hotel suite on the VIP floor guarded by demon security. Surzex and Serafal were seated at a table, with Yuto and Aquino standing behind them beside a wholly evil sword. Surzex welcomed them and Rias sat down. Surzex apologized and said that after hearing about the Kokobile battle they had secretly gathered information on Issei, remarking that Issei's kind of aura user was hard to probe directly. They told him they had learned he had been sighted in Kyoto recently and that he was engaged to the daughter of the nine-tailed princess who oversaw Yukai affairs. The Maos asked Issei to clarify his stance on the incident immediately. Issei explained that he had merely been in town when Kokobile attacked and had no connection to Yukai agendas. He emphasized that he would not have prevented anyone from stopping a town-burning monster or from trying to save a friend. The Maos found his explanation satisfactory and said they would share his words with the church and the fallen angels. Surzex dismissed Yuto and Aquino, and Issei and Rias bowed and left. As they left, Issei reflected that Surzex had said he knew of Princess Yasaka, and Rias added that the nine-tailed Yasaka often pushed her around but that her daughter Coco was straightforward and comforting. Amid the chaos, back at the academy, Issei and Yuto chatted amicably with Gasper in the room. Issei had been developing teamwork plans for the occult club to help Gasper. He enthusiastically outlined that he would lend Gasper power to help him stabilize and control his artifact, and that they would run coordinated training exercises to build his confidence and teamwork. Yuto and Kiba discussed the plan and agreed they would participate to support Gasper and ensure his safety during training. Kiba affirmed that he would take the responsibility seriously. Zenobia, Asia, and Kaneko burst in, saying that Issei alone handling Gasper wasn't enough and that they had brainstormed ideas. They presented a light-hearted cover plan to help Gasper feel more comfortable in public, small props and a harmless disguise. They tossed garlic for protection, and Zenobia slipped a paper bag over Gasper's head as a playful, non-threatening gesture. Gasper reported feeling oddly comforted by the attention. Asia noted that since Gasper's contract was online, not meeting clients face-to-face could be acceptable for now. Gasper admitted the disguise was a little intimidating but ultimately helped him feel safe. The group joked about different accessory ideas in a supportive, non-romantic way. Issei, a little embarrassed, admitted he had pictured a few of the ideas. The group thanked each other, and with their support Gasper felt ready to step forward and try interacting more as both a demon and a vampire. Rias affirmed that without a god or Mao, peace would not be denial. Surzex then asked if everyone truly agreed to peace. He nodded and turned to Vala for his view. Vala said he only wanted to fight strong opponents. Surzex replied that the universe was full of strong opponents whether there was peace or not, and then he addressed Issei. Surzex reminded them that if peace prevailed their next goal would be prosperity and asked Issei to choose between peace or war. Issei stammered and then quickly answered that he chose peace and that he admired the club president. The room fell silent. Rias flushed, Surzex fought a smile, and Serafal grinned. Surzex shifted the agenda to rewards for their heroes, announcing honors for Hayato Issei, Yuto Kiba, and Iki Arima. He highlighted Issei's courage and his support of the Red Dragon Emperor's power, and Kiba's forbidden balance breaker when he destroyed Excalibur. Serafal noted that Michael had already gifted Droig early, so Issei would receive his reward as well. When Surzex asked Kiba for his wish, Kiba pledged to share his holy demonic sword research to prevent future inhumane experiments, and Michael agreed. Finally Surzex asked Issei what he wanted. After a deep breath, Issei requested amnesty for Kuroka. The room went quiet, Rias and Sona looked stunned. Surzex asked for an explanation before any pardon. Issei described how the Nobelius household had performed cruel experiments on familiars, broken Kuroka's contract, and tried to force her into harming Kaneko. When Surzex asked for proof, Issei admitted there was no direct evidence but suggested that recordings from Kuroka's ranking matches might show signs. If those videos existed, experts could analyze them. Surzex decided to investigate the footage covertly and base their decision on the findings. He required a pledge that the matter would not be mentioned again, and Issei swore to keep it secret. Serafal nodded her approval. Azazel warned that Kuroka remained technically wanted and that the request could attract bounty hunters. Issei countered that they had agreed to peace and that spotlighting the issue would risk making the Trinity appear untrustworthy and destabilizing the entire accord. Azazel looked annoyed but fell silent. Issei then inquired about Freed, an imprisoned priest. Azazel confirmed that Freed remained under guard and would be released after the summit. Issei asked that the 3 holy sword elements Freed held be removed and returned to Kiba's control. Kiba reacted with shock, and Surzex and Michael agreed to the plan. At that moment, a massive pulse of artifact power swept through the academy and the assembled group felt it. Azazel explained that the fog they had felt was the Ragnar Dimension Lost artifact, a device that teleported anything it touched, apparently used on them by a vampire. Once the vampire was captured, the fog cleared and displaced wizards began pouring in. Valle activated his balance breaker and overwhelmed the intruders with a concentrated burst of power in seconds, non-graphic and decisive. Grafia prepared a teleportation circle while Surzex handed Issei a suppression ring designed to help control the artifact. Issei and Rias stepped onto the circle. Azazel instructed Valle to handle external threats, and Rias and Issei teleported to the clubroom to secure Gasper and prepare for whatever might come next. Surzex, who had been considering the situation, announced that they could not issue a verdict immediately and would perform a covert analysis of the old ranking match footage before deciding whether to grant amnesty. Issei added one condition. If the amnesty was denied, the meeting must agree to let Kuroka's name be forgotten within that summit to avoid further destabilization. Surzex accepted the condition and asked Serafal if she agreed. She affirmed it cheerfully. Iki Arima interjected to point out that regardless of circumstances, Kuroka remained legally a criminal and that pursuing a pardon might prompt a covert task force to hunt her. Issei responded that they had already sealed a peace agreement and would not sabotage it for one case. If forced, he would rather flee with Kuroka and denounce the Trinity than undo the peace. Azazel, who had hoped for a more dramatic reaction, remarked that Issei was being unexpectedly tame. Issei joked that if they inevitably fled, he would take Rinko with him. Sona pleaded for the amnesty to succeed. Sona then asked, with narrowed eyes, whether Issei truly planned to kidnap Rinko and use her as leverage. Tsubaki warned that taking Rinko would only leave Sona devastated. Serafal teased warmly that she cared for Sona regardless, and Sona protested that the teasing had gone too far. Issei noticed Azazel laughing quietly at the exchange. Issei reminded everyone that as Maos, including Serafal, they could handle the situation with the suspicious circumstances surrounding the Nobelius family and the group's achievements. Michael suggested awarding an additional reward, prompting Azazel to roll his eyes and complain that Michael's habitual generosity made him uneasy. Issei returned to Fried's situation and asked for confirmation that Fried's 3 holy sword elements could be returned to Kiba. Azazel explained that Fried was being held by a Grigori tasked with watching the daughter of a divine servant and that he had planned to hand Fried over after the summit if peace held. With agreement from those present, they arranged to restore the elements to Kiba. Artifact power surged again, and time-stopping energy spread through the academy. Issei realized that not everyone was affected the same way. Some moved normally while many guards and others were frozen. Azazel warned that history showed times of change often triggered rebellions and that this moment fit that pattern. Without artifact suppression, devices like Gaspers could be turned against them. However, Kaneko was present and positioned to help protect Gasper's artifact. I remembered the earlier doubt that he could not be that easy to exploit, and Azazel, standing by the window, answered that question and told everyone to look outside. A faint mist lay across the academy. Azazel explained that a troublesome artifact had been turned on them. He identified the fog as coming from the Absolute Mist Dimension Lost, one of the Dragon Slayer's nemesis tools, which teleported anything it touched. Keeping that vampire separate from his guard had been easy because of it. As he spoke, he warned that they had another problem. A massive teleportation magic circle appeared above the building. No sooner had it opened than the mist cleared, which confirmed that the artifact had been tied to that vampire. Once the vampire was captured, the fog lifted and the enemy was not unified after all. Immediately, however, rogue spellcasters poured in from the sky. Because Kaneko was present, I had thought Gasper might be safe, but we had prepared a contingency the day before. I called Izuna's name and watched as my aura shielded her while she launched out. She split into clones, and her main form synchronized with my aura. The crucial point was that she aligned to my aura, not the other way around. That alignment granted Izuna temporary divinity, and every clone replicated the same effect. The clones flew under the frozen bodies and possessed the guards without resistance from the time stop. Even stronger. Opponents could be possessed. Empowered by divinity, the guards were revived. Startled, the spellcasters and revived guards collided in a chaotic battle. I instructed the group to explain the situation to the confused guards. One of them reported that they had already set up 3-way communications and had prepped everyone. Another confirmed the same. I summarized that if allies froze, they would unfreeze them, and noted the swift coordination. Rias Link then relayed a report from Kaneko. Kaneko reported from the gym that she was fighting a group of spellcasters. They had teleported fog into the clubroom, but once it cleared, communications had returned and she was reporting in. Someone asked if Kaneko needed backup. Kaneko said there were many enemies but nothing too serious and emphasized that Gasper was the priority. She confirmed she would leave Gasper in their care and rejoin at the new building. When someone asked if Kaneko was okay, another member reassured them that Kaneko had been fighting while communicating and was alright, but reminded the group that Gasper was the priority because his power kept rising and, if forced, it could harm him or create worse consequences. The group agreed they needed to rescue him immediately. Azazel explained that Gasper was probably in the occult clubroom, which had a layered barrier. Kaneko had been pulled away and they could not detect Gasper inside the sealed room. Forcing the barrier open could endanger him. He added that the clubroom contained his unused rook chess piece, and one of the others noted that the castling maneuver could let a king and rook swap places in one move to break into a barrier. Azazel confirmed that the demon rook, with a soul bond to its owner, could bypass the seal and that he could channel magic to send one more person with Rias. Issei volunteered immediately, saying he would protect Rias. Surzex authorized the plan and instructed Issei to protect the president. Azazel then set a new order. Issei and Rias would focus on the vampire, but someone needed to hold back the remaining foes because there were too many for just the guards. He singled out Valle and suggested he stir up trouble outside to shift the momentum if the White Dragon Emperor joined the fight. Valle accepted the task and, with Balance Breaker activated, strode out and routed dozens of spellcasters in rapid, decisive action. Grayfia finished drawing a teleportation circle and Surzex announced it was ready. He handed a ring to Issei and explained that the ring would suppress the artifact's power on the vampire. He warned that Rias and Issei would have to jump into battle the moment they arrived and told them to be careful. Issei and Rias acknowledged the instruction and stepped onto the circle together, then teleported away to attempt the rescue. Back in the conference room, a new magic circle formed and a crest appeared that Yuto recognized instantly as belonging to Leviathan's bloodline. Asia looked puzzled until Juno clarified that the crest belonged to the former Seraphal Leviathan's lineage. A woman emerged from the circle, a striking figure with dark skin, glasses, and a daring dress. She announced her presence and then unleashed a fiery barrage that shook the new building. The woman criticized leaders for hiding behind protective barriers and sneered at the defensive shield formed by Surzex, Michael, and Azazel. Seraphal called out to the woman, addressing her as Kateria. Kateria responded by accusing Seraphal of stealing the Leviathan title and declared that she had reached a different conclusion from the peace summit. The corrupt world must be destroyed and reborn. She declared that she would erase Seraphal's name from history by killing her and assume the title anew, her voice full of residual rage and conviction that she had been unjustly displaced. Seraphal tried to reach out with hurt and asked why Kateria was so angry, explaining that she had been fulfilling her duties as Demon King. Kateria dismissed the explanation and referenced a television program called Miracle Leviathan that Seraphal had starred in, claiming that the humiliation had rattled servants and subjects and that Seraphal must die to cleanse the disgrace. The next day, Issei returned to the clubroom with Aquino after visiting the shrine. Rias arrived soon after, and the three of them gathered there. Aquino kept close to Issei in a playful, affectionate way, and Rias tugged her away with a light reprimand. Issei noticed a faint twinge of jealousy on Rias's face. Asia, pouting, pinched Issei playfully and he yelped in surprise. Issei remembered that Asia could be jealous too. Zenobia called everyone over to see something she had brought. Issei activated the Red Dragon Emperor's gauntlets, boosted gear, and a blade extended from the tip. Zenobia immediately recognized it as Ascalon, the legendary dragon-slaying sword of St. George. Issei explained that at the shrine he had met Archangel Michael, who had presented the sword as a symbol of a historical vow of unity between the twin dragons and the three factions. Issei decided he wanted to train more in swordsmanship now that he had the blade and asked the sword users for advice. Zenobia said that her style was unconventional and offered to spar with him anytime. Asia recalled basic advice from a church swordsman about closing distance and practicing strikes. Issei promised he could teach the basics, and Zenobia expressed relief that someone would handle the fundamentals. Later, the group resumed training Gasper with his artifact. When Gasper accidentally triggered a full-stop time effect again, they used the moment for a controlled experiment and accomplished a full day's work in that brief interval. Summit Day. Gasper and Kaneko remained in the clubroom to guard it. Rias spoke gently to Gasper, explaining that his power was still unstable and that triggering his artifact inside the building could have disastrous consequences. She asked him to stay behind and asked Kaneko to keep him company. Kaneko offered enthusiastic assistance and set down a large box of snacks. Rias left a paper bag for Gasper to use whenever he felt lonely, and Gasper beamed with gratitude. Rias glanced back once more and then led the others away. They walked toward the new building's meeting room beneath a joint trifaction barrier that prevented any unauthorized magic. The air felt taut with scrutiny. Guards from each faction stood on high alert above, creating a tense, almost battlefield-like atmosphere. Inside the conference room, the round table held Surzex, Seraphal, Azazel, and Archangel Michael, with Graphia, Vale, and Irina behind them. Student Council President Sona and Vice President Tsubaki stood to one side, followed by Rias's group. Rias introduced her sister, her familiars, and their friend, explaining their role in resolving the Kokabeel incident. Michael thanked them on behalf of the church. Azazel made a curt remark about dealing with the trouble, and Issei and the others showed their annoyance at the offhand tone. Surzex then addressed the assembly and asked everyone to confirm acknowledgement of the secret of God's absence. There were no objections. Rias proceeded to present the full details of the incident, which Sona corroborated. Afterward, Surzex asked Azazel for his thoughts. Azazel stated that Kokabeel had acted alone and that he had contained the White Dragon Emperor quietly to prevent escalation, adding that Issei had finished Kokabeel. Seraphal minimized the incident as the actions of a dissatisfied dissenter, and Azazel muttered that all factions had their own dissidents. Surzex moved the meeting along toward finalizing peace, and to the surprise of many, the four faction leaders nodded in agreement to proceed. Issei interjected with a cool, measured response to Kateria Leviathan, challenging the rhetoric of rebirth and corruption as hollow and not a real cause. Kateria reacted angrily to being mocked. Azazel offered to handle her directly, and Surzex consented. Azazel and Kateria launched into the sky, their auras clashing in a spectacular, high-energy confrontation that unfolded like an intense anime duel, roaring shockwaves, blazing energy, and dramatic aerial maneuvers without any graphic details. Azazel remained composed amid the exchange, while Surzex and the others focused on the larger threat. Surzex turned to Graphia and asked her to analyze and close an unstable gate. Graphia moved quickly, unfolding a magic circle for analysis. President Sona took command of the field operations and ordered their forces to clear the enemies outside so that, once the gate was sealed, the remaining threats could be handled without involving the Maos at the front lines. Issei asked to remain inside the shield. When questioned, he explained that he was currently synchronizing with Izuna and that engaging in battle might disrupt the divinity aura. Izuna had granted to the guards and allies, potentially freezing them in combat. Sona agreed that he should stay and asked him to remain behind. Outside the barrier, Rias's group and Kaneko joined the fight. Gasper and Rias watched from inside with concern. Graphia reported that the gate structure was linked to Gasper's time-stop field. It could not be safely destroyed without first dismantling that temporal bubble. Gasper volunteered to shatter the time field himself, saying he still felt a strong surge of resolve and could attempt it. Rias regarded him for a moment and then gave permission. Gasper focused, called out with determination, and the time-stop field collapsed. The gate winked out of existence along with the temporal distortion. Rias embraced Gasper in relief and gratitude. She then prepared to clear the remaining enemies. Issei sent Izuna and the allied guards against the mages outside. With coordinated tactics and numbers, they made a decisive difference in the battle. Meanwhile, Azazel and Kateria's duel reached its climax in the sky as they clashed fiercely. After Kateria fell, Azazel was struck from behind by a fierce magical blast and dropped hard. Azazel sneered that even he seemed to be getting rusty and mocked the idea of a rebel striking during a time of peace. Vala's voice echoed that he found this confrontation far more interesting than peace. Azazel tensed and warned Vale not to become a threat to the world, spreading his wings and rising level with him as he asked his question. Vale explained that his vice commander, Shemhazai, had sensed a corruption, a group called the Cows Brigade led by the Ouroboros dragon, Ophis. Rias reacted with shock at the name. Issei looked puzzled. Rias clarified that Ophis was the ruined dragon god, an infinite serpent revered and feared since before creation. Vale confirmed his alliance with Ophis but emphasized that neither of them cared about peace or rebirth. They had joined forces because Ophis sought power through him. Azazel observed that he had assumed Valley and Kateria had teamed up after losing their titles. Valley introduced himself as Valley Lucifer, grandson of the late Satan Lucifer and a human mother, a half-blood whose lineage had manifested White Dragon Emperor powers, and he claimed he was destined to be the strongest White Dragon Emperor in any era. Azazel snorted, unimpressed. Valley turned his attention to Issei and pointed out the irony of their differences. Valley was bloodline royalty and a dragon, while Issei was, by Valley's account, essentially human with power granted by the boosted gear. Issei roared and demanded Valley explain his point. Valley grinned and proposed a cruel idea. He suggested killing Issei's parents to forge Issei into an Avenger, believing their deaths would drive him into a forbidden balance breaker. Asia gasped. Issei's face twisted in fury as he swore he would kill Valley and rejected the notion that his parents should die for Valley's schemes. Activated his boost and charged, but Valley easily punched him to the ground and warned that the power gap was too great and Issei could not survive without reaching the forbidden balance breaker. Issei insisted he would not back down. Droig, Valley's lieutenant, stepped forward and offered to trade for Issei's body to turn him into a pseudo-balance breaker, promising to make him more dragon than man. Issei's eyes flashed with resolve and he accepted the offer, declaring that if that was the price to defeat Valley, he would pay it. The moment Valley finished chanting, a massive, turbulent aura exploded within the barrier surrounding Kuo Academy. If Surzex, Michael, and the others had not split up to reinforce both the protective barrier and the academy itself, the entire area might have been destroyed. Valley's form did not change dramatically, but he grew noticeably larger and more dragon-like, reaching the size of a 5 to 6 meter dragon. Droig reacted in shock, asking what that power was and noting that its level was completely different from what they had seen before. Droig explained that it was not a balance breaker but the Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive, and he was shaken that Valley would activate such a dangerous form here. Droig warned that Issei's forbidden balance breaker was about to wear off and urged him to run. Valley moved with cold precision and announced that he had invoked the Juggernaut Drive in honor of Issei's strength and resolve, adding that he would hold back somewhat this time. He then conjured an enormous magical blast and fired it straight at Issei. Issei would have survived if he had still been in his previous all-out transformation, but he was not. Without hesitation, one of Issei's allies threw themselves between him and the blast and used their left arm to redirect it upward. The redirected blast pierced part of the Academy's barrier and vanished into the sky. The rescuer's left arm was severely injured by the impact. An onlooker exclaimed that the rescuer's arm was badly hurt, and another noted bluntly that no one could have expected to stop such an attack without consequence. The rescuer felt bad for causing Issei worry but understood it had been necessary. Issei's forbidden balance breaker then broke apart, leaving him confused and exclaiming at the sudden change. The rescuer seized Issei by the collar and prepared to send him somewhere safe. Though recklessly tossing a teenager would be dangerous, the rescuer trusted Rias's strength and lobbed Issei in a perfect arc toward her. Issei shouted in protest as he flew. Rias barely managed to catch him. The rescuer turned back to Valley, ignoring the distant swearing. The rescuer announced that it was time to switch players. Valley chuckled and said he did not mind, noting that he had wanted to fight the rescuer again and that they seemed confident facing his Juggernaut Drive. He asked what their plan was. The rescuer replied that Valley's violent, raw aura showed he was struggling to control the power, especially after taking damage from Ascalon. The rescuer planned to land one more solid hit to force Valley to deactivate the Juggernaut Drive. Valley admitted that he was concentrating most of his focus on containing the power but questioned how the rescuer intended to land that hit. The rescuer summoned their sacred gear, glowing sigils blooming across their body, and declared that this power was the original curse of retribution that even gods could not block. Valley moved to counter, but the sigils flared and something appeared to happen or perhaps not. One ally asked if anything had occurred. It looked like nothing. Valley also appeared confused. The rescuer tried to calm themselves and think. He told himself to calm down and think it through. He reminded himself that Verg Avesta was a Zoroastrian curse of vengeance, one that could not be blocked even by gods, had to be activated manually, and worked only once per individual. The one-time limit echoed in his head. Frustration boiled over. He slammed his cursed sword Zahak into the ground and cursed the weapon for failing him again after the fight with Valley. He reviewed the recent victories in his mind, decapitating Cerberus, bluffing Kokobeel, helping sink the White Dragon Emperor, buffing the whole team with divinity, and felt betrayed by the curse that would not activate a second time. Valley began preparing another attack, and Issei activated Itashura, leaping aside as a dense magic blast scorched the spot where he had been standing. Valley's movements were choppy, but his raw power was overwhelming. The last attack had been telegraphed, but Issei had barely avoided it, even while going all out. He assessed the fight. Shura's reach was too short to close in. Resetsu was too risky because Valley was in full defense mode and would dodge anything that resembled a direct strike. Juggernaut Drive made dodging too easy. He needed something between the two, a middle path between Shura and Resetsu, the intersection of the Beast Realm and the Resetsu Realm. He decided to push the boundary between forms. He activated Resetsu, compressing Azura's usual 60-second duration into 20 seconds and boosting its power. He immobilized his left arm with Sage Arts, gripped Zahak with his right hand, and charged. Valley was still faster in bursts, but Issei was quicker overall. Pain shot through his body as he pushed his limits, but he forced himself forward and slashed. The blade did not split Valley in two, but it carved a deep tear through the dragon armor. Valley, larger and moving with stiff motions, tried to catch him, but Issei weaved past and removed more of the armor. At the joints, the blade began to reach Valley's true form. His vision blurred and stung, tears mixed with the strain of exertion. With Valley's abdomen exposed, Issei committed everything he had. In the last seconds of Resetsu, he poured his strength into one final roundhouse that struck the battered plating. Valley was sent flying and collapsed hard, clutching his side and spitting blood. The backlash wrecked Issei's right leg so severely that he could not feel his foot and could barely stand. Juggernaut Drive disengaged. The two combatants were both exhausted. Issei acknowledged that if Valley had been at full power, the result might have been different, and he silently credited Issei for having softened Valley earlier. Valley cackled with battle exhilaration and urged them to take things to the bitter end, but the academy barrier suddenly shattered and a man descended into the clearing. Biko landed nearby, noting Valley's battered state and explaining that he had come to fetch him. Valley recognized Biko and asked what he was doing there. Biko said their boss needed them to deal with a brewing conflict with the Norse gods to the north and that he had only managed to break through the barrier after Issei's Juggernaut Drive weakened it. Issei internally blamed the flashy white lizard for complicating things. Biko urged Valley to get proper treatment before facing a god rather than risk further injury. Valley declined, choosing to leave. Issei stepped forward in anger and demanded to know who Biko was. Azazel identified Biko as a descendant of the Fighting Buddha, the legendary Sun Wukong. Issei joked about asking for an autograph and compared Biko to the inspiration for a popular anime protagonist, but Issei rejected the idea and grew worried when he saw Issei's condition. Issei reassured them that despite the injuries he felt surprisingly lucid, a strange clarity born of exhaustion and blood loss. Asia shouted for healing and rushed over to aid him. As that unfolded, Biko and Valley exchanged parting words, each promising a fiercer rematch next time and urging Issei and Issei to grow stronger. Then Biko opened a darkness at his feet and they both vanished into it. After they left, Asia quickly treated Issei's wounds. Kaneko then helped restore his stamina with senjutsu. He rested on a bench while she supported him and helped him recover. Kaneko scolded him for being reckless and compared his behavior to a prior dangerous incident. Issei apologized sheepishly and offered to treat her in thanks. She pinched his cheek at his clumsy attempts, then requested natto pumpkin pie, explaining she would be embarrassed to order it alone. Their familiar banter eased the tension. Outside, the academy damaged by the clash between angels, fallen angels, and devils was being repaired. Issei had asked Michael to ensure Asia and Zenobia would be safe while tending to prayers, and Michael had agreed. Once everyone finished the post-battle cleanup, they all began to head home. The next day after school, occult research clubroom. Azazel sat proudly in Rias's club chair and announced that he was now the advisor of the occult research club starting today. Rias twitched and glared, demanding that he explain properly rather than brush it off with a summary. Azazel admitted that he had literally begun with the phrase long story short. He explained that he had asked Seraph's little sister for a favor and that she had secured the position for him. All eyes turned toward Sona. Sona explained that if he did not take the position, her sister would have come instead, and that she had been persuaded. Rias muttered that Azazel had basically sold them out while keeping her gaze fixed on Sona. Sona then left quickly, taking her leave and allowing the room to settle. Issei noticed Azazel's previously missing left arm and asked about it. Azazel replied that it was a fully functional multipurpose arm he had created while researching sacred gears, something he had always wanted to try. He demonstrated the arm by transforming it into various forms, ending with a rocket punch that he sent skimming around the room for effect before retracting it. Azazel then added that he had conditions from Surzex for staying on as advisor. Rias asked what those conditions were. Azazel explained that Surzex wanted him to train the club members because devils were behind in sacred gear research. He intended to use them to run his training programs, and he almost slipped and called them experiments. He instructed them to call him Professor Azazel and then turned to address Issei and Yuto about their individual matters. Azazel began with Yuto, reporting that Michael had said Freed had forcibly embedded 3 fragments into Yuto's comrade. Extracting them would take time, but it would be like untangling thread and not inherently dangerous. Yuto responded that he understood and visibly relaxed. Azazel moved on to Ikki and mentioned Kuroka. Kaneko reacted with shock at the name, clearly startled to hear it. Azazel asked Ikki if he had not told her. Ikki explained that he had not been sure it would actually happen and did not want to give false hope if plans fell through. Azazel teased that Ikki was either very bold or overly cautious and could not tell which. Then Azazel relayed Surzex's official word. As of today, the SS-class stray devil Kuroka's warrant had been nullified. He told Ikki that he should explain everything to the impatient little cat nearby. Kaneko stared at Ikki in silence with an intensity that made the rest of the room aware of how eager she was for answers. He explained the full story of the amnesty and how Kuroka was no longer a wanted criminal. Kaneko breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Azazel asked if Ikki had already known about the situation between him and Kuroka. Kaneko acknowledged that she had known for about a year. Aquino pointed out the coincidence of Kaneko's abilities improving around that time, and Rias agreed with a nod. Ikki interjected to say Kaneko could not have reported what happened, and he went on to explain the circumstances of his initial encounter with Kaneko and the nature of their devil contract. Rias observed that turning a devil contract against itself was a crafty move, and Azazel grinned and teased the group with an exaggerated retelling of events that drew laughter and a protest from Ikki. Rias then asked for a verdict on the matter. After a brief joke, she expressed gratitude for what Ikki had done for Kaneko. Kaneko, flustered, said that he had acted because he wanted to. Rias recalled that when she had previously attempted to make Kaneko her servant, Kaneko had mentioned having something she wanted to do, and Ikki confirmed that he had thought securing a strong bargaining position might allow direct negotiation and benefit his master as well. Rias lamented that she had not been able to make Kaneko her servant. Issei asked why Ikki could not become Rias's servant. Azazel revealed with a grin that Ikki was engaged to someone connected to the leader of the Kyoto faction, which surprised Issei. Ikki protested that his fiancée was at least taller than Kaneko, and Kaneko playfully struck him across the jaw to scold his boastfulness. Azazel then suggested that Ikki should be the one to tell Kuroka about the amnesty since he was the most likely to reach her, admitting that even he did not know where Kuroka was hiding. Ikki conceded that, even in mock combat, he would only win one time in 20 against her, confirming how dangerous she was. Azazel added that Surzex had issued an order in the name of the Demon King that all female members of the Gremory peerage should live with Hayate Issei for the sake of camaraderie and power sinking, with Kaneko as the exception. He told Ikki that, since Kuroka was now free, Ikki was allowed to live with his sister if he wished. That night, Ikki returned home and found Kuroka lounging on his bed. He told her that her bounty had been cancelled and that she was free. He relayed the council's decision, the amnesty, and Kaneko's plans to live with him. Silence stretched between them, Then Kuroka spoke in a calm, soft voice and asked whether he had been planning this for a long time and when he had begun to think of doing something like it. Issei said he had felt the need to act ever since Kuroka and Kaneko first met at his place. Kuroka tilted her head and blushed faintly. When Issei asked if she was embarrassed, she delivered a quick, playful chop to his face and told him he had become too confident, then thanked him sincerely. Issei mentioned that he would like Chiron to live with them too, but that there were no spare rooms in the house because most of them were full of their parents' belongings. He called Azazel and explained the situation. Azazel told him to leave everything to him and teased that he had a house modification idea he wanted to test. Then the line abruptly went dead when the call disconnected. Issei tried calling back, but the connection would not come through. That night they exchanged quiet goodnights. Just before falling asleep, Issei thought he felt something soft brush his cheek. He woke to morning light and found Kuroka leaning over him, wide awake and smiling playfully. She explained that she had carried him into the bed and declared that he would no longer sleep on the floor. She admitted that her earlier remarks had been poorly worded and that she regretted the tone she had used, but after everything he had done for her and Chiron, she could not remain indifferent. Issei hesitated, then hugged her instead of speaking the words directly. He confessed that he liked her. Kuroka remarked that he would score extra points if he said he loved her, teasing him lightly. Before he could reply, she leaned in and kissed him briefly and tenderly. He felt his face warm at the NTMT moment. Kuroka laughed and teased Issei that he was still weak to surprise attacks. Issei admitted inwardly that his head was still short-circuiting from it. Kuroka then made a bold declaration that she wanted more commitment from him. Issei immediately objected that they were still in high school and not ready for that kind of commitment, explaining his worries about finances and timing. Kuroka looked disappointed but nodded in the end. Issei congratulated his own self-control for holding firm after years of restraint. Kuroka asked if he wanted him to wait until he graduated college. Issei admitted that his self-control might not last that long, but if he could get a decent senjutsu-related job after high school, perhaps through Yasaka or Azazel, he thought he could hold out. Setting a goal of just over a year felt manageable. Kuroka agreed and teased that if he had asked for 6 years she would have pinned him down right then, which made Issei relieved at his prudence. She stayed close to him, pressing near enough to make him flustered. Kuroka reminded him that now that he had confessed to her, he should also clear things up with Chiron and Kunu. Issei internally groaned at the prospect of a potential love triangle. Kuroka said she also liked Chiron and had taken a liking to Kunu, so she was fine with it, but insisted that he tell them himself before their innocent feelings turned into something more. She warned him not to start shouting about a harem like the Red Dragon Emperor, and to limit any additions to just one more person if it ever came to that. Issei protested that he had no plans to add anyone else, and Kuroka smirked at how naive he seemed, remarking that strong males tended to attract attention even without trying, especially with the Red Dragon Emperor nearby. They let the subject drop because it was the morning of the end-of-term ceremony. Kuroka reminded him that she would be back by lunch and mentioned she had a short meeting with the Occult Research Club afterward. She suggested he come meet the Gremory peerage that day, since they would be heading to the underworld over the summer and this might be his only chance. Issei complained that meeting people was a pain, and Kuroka urged him to at least thank President Rias for helping Chiron, noting that Kaneko had said they went to the underworld every summer. Kuroka sighed and agreed to go. He decided it would be better to message President Rias first rather than dragging Kuroka into the clubroom unannounced. Chatting and a little comforting with Kuroka had already taken up a good portion of the morning, so Issei decided to skip his training for the day and pulled out his phone. He messaged Rias to ask if it would be all right to bring Kuroka to the club for a proper introduction. Rias replied that she would be glad to see Kuroka and had hoped to see her before returning to the underworld the next day. Issei thanked her and planned to meet after school. Kuroka then asked if Issei's divinity level had increased again. Issei explained that it likely rose after he fought Vala's Juggernaut Drive and that it had gone up about 1.5 ranks, placing him at divinity, see now. He added that, judging by how his sacred gear felt, this might be his current ceiling unless he activated a balance breaker, which could raise it further. Kuroka urged him to aim for that advancement and encouraged him about improving his power in a light-hearted way. Ikki wondered what his balance breaker would look like after nearly 17 years since he first awakened the sacred gear, and he thought he finally understood how Saji had felt.